what about the unexploded ones? What if somebody picks them up, gets injured, whatnot? Using them targetedly, limitedly in a geographically limited area, right? Makes things a lot more straightforward. Saying, okay, we're going to use them, but we're going to use them here in this field. There's an accumulation of Russian troops, Russian armor, and we're going to kind of remember this field. We're going to tag it on a map and say, okay, it's not. This isn't somewhere where you would go then afterwards until it's been cleared up. That's really the point here. It's not that the concept itself is bad, but you just need to treat it right. Nale?
Yeah, good morning, friends. Or good day, actually. I just wanted to comment on the thought-provoking Thomas Tyner episode. He was talking about manufacturing and stuff like that towards the end of his session, and I can say with some confidence that my country will be producing more non-lethal socks soon. So enjoy, people, and that's all I have for now. Have a nice day.
Yeah, these are special finish 155 millimeter socks, to be clear. Perfectly sized. Crash Panda, good morning.
I was just going to say that the first Canadian set of long johns just rolled off the C-130, or not C-130, C-5 Galaxy in somewhere in Europe. A special long johns with a 120 bore cannon on it.
Yeah, very sturdy looking long johns, I noticed.
Yes, very, very sturdy. I was just going to say that I can't remember who was speaking, but we were talking about cluster munitions, and by articles of war, you're supposed to you're supposed to mark and keep track of where you use them. Same with mines. Like, you're supposed to have a mine deployment plan and a mine recovery plan, and they're all supposed to be marked out. This is what civilized and professional soldiers do anyways.
And Combat Trash Panda, did you hear Thomas's mathematics on this? Saying, look, if you have a field where you've used a number of 155 DPICM shells, the number of duds is going to be smaller than the number of unexploded munitions that the Russians be carrying in that field already. What do you think of that math, Combat Trash
Panda? We don't use cluster munitions in Canada, so I've never really been exposed to them. Basically, because, and it's not for any treaty or anything like that, is as soon as you use them in training, that training area is condemned. You can't enter it anymore. So like back in the day, the Americans had many areas where they could go and just throw cluster munitions all over the place. I think we need to make a distinction. There's various types of cluster munitions that are in play here. Some of them are point detonating. Some of them are excuse me, like the Gimler's version that has the vehicle seeking munitions. There's all different types, and if you have an area that you've used a cluster munition in a certain field, you would now condemn that field from walking upon till EOD can go in there and clear it. So the engineers, all your little Davids, I know David's up and he's listening, all your little Davids will run out there and they'll get their little minesweeper things out, and they'll do their beep, 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 boop, 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 and they get on their stomachs with their bayonets and start stabbing the ground.
I guess the logic was more Combat Trash Panda along the lines of if you have a battalion of Russians coming over, or not a battalion, it's a company of Russians coming over, and they'll have their grenades, their RPGs, they'll have HE shells in their BMPs or whatnot. Just that the sheer number of unexploded munitions that are left behind is going to be very high anyway, and frankly, it's going to be higher than that of the unexploded submunitions that might be scattered around.
It's going to be disgusting. And you look at Europe. Look at Europe. We're still demining Cambodia. There every once in a while, somebody in Austria or Germany will dig up 1,000-pound bomb when they're redoing a city block. These things are around for a long time. You're not going to get them all. I'm not sold on the whole cluster munition thing. I think you can get the same effect of a 155 variable time super quick and airburst that over the troops. It's cheaper. You have a lot of them, and all it is the same round with a different fuse.
Not to mention, of course, that
sorry to retort there, but to respond to that, when you're talking about having only 3,000 or 4,000 shells you can fire a day, it's really important not to use up your high precision rounds and fuses on, I would think, on the multiples. You'd have to do entire salvos of those things on positions at the same time to get the same effect as a cluster munition. So it wouldn't be, you'd have to use up, 80 shots to be one cluster munition, it seems.
I don't know about that. We're seeing the Ukrainians with standard 155 shells, putting a round through the hole that the first one made. So their accuracy is pretty spot on, and the kill radius of a 155 on the ground, so point detonating, is 300 meters. When you airburst it over troops. Airburst over troops, like there's hunks of metal that are 50 centimeters long coming at you, supersonically, and I don't care what kind of armor you're wearing, you're not stopping it. I'm talking about body armor, so like us squishies on the ground, it's going to tear them up pretty good. Your cluster munitions, I'll take out soft targets. It's not going to do anything to heavy armor. Like your MTVs and most of your infantry fighting vehicles, it's going to piss the people off in them, but it's not going to it's not going to take them out of commission. You might throw a track.
Right, fair enough.
But if what all you're doing is trying to take out crunchies on the ground, like the 155, it is accurate enough, and if the troops are out in the open, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I can see where you're coming from if you're on the offensive and you're going against troops that are dug in, and then you'll have to change the pace when you're going to pepper the area with point detonating or even delay and kick the troopies out of the trenches, and when they're out, then you hit them with the super quick.
Right. So one other little point of clarification there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Doman, but Thomas Tyner said that the cluster munitions of the type you just identified by the specific, I can't remember the acronym, but those things actually throw the splinters of metal, as you just described, Combat Panda, but they also produce a hot molten metal, basically, things that spray out of it that also impact armored fighting vehicles. So
yeah, it's a shaped charge in each submunition. So it's a shaped charge in each submunition, and they have a little twirly thing in the back that makes sure that they go forward.
Yeah, those are the fancy schmancy ones that come out of the Gimlers, right?
Gimlers and 155s. Dual-purpose improved cluster munitions, DPICMs.
Yeah, that's why 5 of those, 5 around a single salvo of 5 shots of 155 would smash an advance.
Exactly. That's at least a company, if not more, very much stopped. So that's kind of the logic of it. Yeah. Shaggy.
Yeah, from what I
you know,
understand, the ones Thomas was talking about were kind of airburst ones, and they kind of shoot those molten metal bits down in a very small area. So they're great for human wave attacks, if I remember correctly.
To be clear, Shaggy. So what it is it's a bunch of bomblets in there, and then each of them has like a little you know in rhythmic gymnastics those ribbons that they use on a stick. Okay, now remove the stick and just make a short ribbon and attach that to the back of one of these submunitions. It's going to make sure that it folds ribbon backward and the other bit forward, right? And gravity kind of takes care of the rest. So this way the shape charge lands with the bit where the squirty hot metal bit goes out on top of the armored personnel carrier or tank or whatnot, and then it explodes, and then there's the very hot metal squirty bit, because if it's not in contact, it doesn't really work, pretty much. Well,
so those little bomblets come out of the cluster and hit the ground, so they're point detonation, are they, rather than airburst?
Correct. So the shell bursts in the air, and then each of them are on contact. Yeah.
All right, thanks very much.
But then when they do the heat, the high explosive, they do the shape charge through the metal things that they hit. They also throw out an incredible amount of shrapnel, and that also kills the infantry. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, I can understand the comments that Regina and others made about them. Yeah, they are heinous. They are a heinous weapon, and I intend to bring the most heinous weapons I could possibly bring to bear to stop the Russian troops. Beyond. I'm not going to use chemical weapons. I wouldn't use nuclear weapons, but these are just different types of conventional explosives, and there's nothing more painful or cruel or unusual about them as a means of death than would be a single bullet through the body. So yeah, a philosophical argument to cluster munitions in this application, I just don't think stands up to any set of logic.
Well, the easy solution is the Russians can simply just turn around, walk back to Russia. Then they don't have to worry about what type of munitions the Ukrainians are going to use on them. And I agree with you. If the Ukrainians have these cluster munitions, by all means use them. I was kind of more looking at the economics and the weapon system availability of it. We know the front is littered with 155s. There's 155s of all types everywhere. It's a very common munition, and the variable time super quick is a very common fuse. It comes, when you get a lot of ammunition, it comes with its own box of super quick fuses.
That's very interesting.
And a lot of this comes down to mathematics, right, Trash Bandit? Because if you need 30, 40, 50, 60 conventional shells, or you need 5 DPICM shells, one set is going to take a lot less in terms of logistics. It's going to take a lot less in terms of barrel wear. It just makes more sense.
It does indeed. I'm thinking more like what do we have? 24 HIMARS in Ukraine right now? So,
but they come in 155s as well, right? It's not a. They don't need to come in HIMARS.
True. I'm just looking at like weapon availability. Like by all means, if you have them, use them. It serves nobody nothing sitting in a warehouse somewhere. So get them out there. And let's help convince the Russians that they should probably go home.
Now, Combat Trash Panda, I've got a question for you on a different thing. Not things that go boom, but things that talk to each other. Specifically, the US DoD package from last week had a very large segment that was talking about radars as well as kit that allows radars to talk to one another. Kit that allows an integrated air picture to be built by combining the imagery provided by a number of radars all put together across the whole country, a large number of radars all put together across the whole country. Now, that is the sort of technological advantage, right? A non-lethal in itself, but very much a technological advantage that Ukraine can greatly benefit from, right, Combat Trash Panda?
It would. I reserve the commenting on that, just because I got some somewhat insider information on it, and I don't know what I can disclose and what I can't. So I'll just refrain from doing it. I'm very interested in what they're getting, and is it backwards compatible with the legacy radars that they're using, especially the Warsaw Pact stuff, because the Warsaw Pact, and for lack of better terms, I'm going to call it Warsaw Pact. The Warsaw Pact and the NATO standards, traditionally, the two operating languages do not talk to each other very well. That's why when the Ukrainians, with help from Raytheon, mounted the HARM missile to a MiG-29, that was a big deal. That was a really, really big deal. And I see the colonels here, and he could jump up here, and that was something we weren't really expecting. And if they're able to have some kind of consolidated air picture that allows them to integrate, say, stuff from the S-300 radar suites, right up to their background scatter radars that they may or may not be operating. That would be quite the asset, right? More information is the more information you can give your chain of command, the better they can prosecute the war, and the better they can utilize weapons in time and place of need. That make any sense?
How important, and this is hard, right? It's hard to say, can they integrate Soviet era radars into this? But Combat Trash Panda, how important is communication on the battlefield? Communication between companies in the battalion, communication between.
Absolutely key, like even down to the individual soldiers, your fire team. So your battle buddy, you're constantly communicating with your battle buddy. Let's break it down, because I break it down to things I know. So the platoon level, so we call it battle procedure, and there's several steps in battle procedure. And when your platoon commander is yelling out orders during an order group or your frag brief, he or she will yell "scene," and everybody yells back "scene." When you're doing your sand map and stuff like that, you're always checking for confirmation. Now you can take that to the macrocosm, and information will flow. You want to make sure that your RX station or your receiving station is getting the data, and they confirm getting the data, and they're able to process it. Good to go. On all levels, you want to make sure that there's a flow of information, because it makes you better able to prosecute the war effort. At all levels, even the individual soldier levels.
And being able to communicate, securely between units that are in the same general area but not right next to each other.
Yeah, that's why early on, and I think it was around March or April, the Ukrainians started getting Motorola units that had encryption in it. So the Russians actually have very good EW capabilities. They can listen to all that traffic. We questioned whether they were processing it and if that information was going to the right people that needed to know. Good on them for not doing their jobs. Maybe they should turn around and go home and think about what they did and prosecute another war in like 5 or 6 generations from now. But that being said, encryption's nice, but for the listeners that don't know, encryption isn't the end all and be all of everything. All encryption does is deny the enemy the information for a specific amount of time. And you want to deny that information for the specific amount of time. So when the enemy eventually decrypts the information or, brute force decrypts it, it's no longer useful to them. It's stale data, it's garbage.
Yeah, if you just speak, right, and if they can hear your audio transmission, then anybody can understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. There was very good instances of that on the road into Kyiv, where the Ukrainians were on the Russian battle nets taunting them. It was quite hilarious, and a lot of my ex-Signal buddies that we were out having beers and whatnot. We're at the bar and we're just listening to these communications going like. We were flabbergasted because one, you can ask anybody that served, that would never happen in NATO. We would never allow our BattleNet communications to be monitored by anybody else. Never. Well, the enemy could break into our net, but it takes. Let's just say it takes some doing. It's very focused and it's specialized units that do this. It's not. Shaggy that comes onto the net and starts calling me, what the hell do they call them? As useless as a sperm-filled condom. That's what the Ukrainians were taunting the Russians with, and I fell out of my chair.
What would Combat Trash Panda? What would have happened to say a platoon signals NCO who would have been communicating in such a fashion? What would have happened to him in the NATO army?
Well, first off, it's in theater we have encryption on multiple levels, and different types of encryption. It's rotated on a regular basis. So it's changed. Not only that, we have different technologies that drop the signal below the noise floor. That's called spread spectrum. So we can spread spectrum our signals. So if you're looking at an oscilloscope and you're looking for the telltale peak, there's 3 peaks to a signal. So there's the upper sideband, the carrier wave, and the lower sideband. So those are the telltale sign that somebody out there is talking. So you'll see them, but you can take those 3 peaks and drop them below the noise floor, so with all the static in the background, and it becomes very targeted. So only the receiving station is listening for this transmission that's coming from a certain area. It gets really complex, and I can get into the physics. What would happen to an NCO if they spoke in the clear? I'm sure that the first thing that would happen is a warrant or sergeant would come around the corner with something heavy and take that troop around back for some generator maintenance. Because you just gave away your position. we're really cognizant about if you ever listen to NATO traffic, everybody talks kind of monotone on it, or they try to. When you're under fire, things get a little excited, but you can be fingerprinted. So, a goofy voice like mine is pretty distinctive, and like yours as well, Doman. Over time, the enemy will fingerprint you because we're signalmen, we're on the net all the time, and they will start developing a profile on you. And they'll know, okay, well, Doman, he belongs to the 137th Rifle Company of this division, and we know the signals here, so we know that company is there. You really get into the weeds with this stuff, and like there's the whole comms architecture and MSEC and OPSEC and stuff like that. But there's also the EW and counter EW aspects of it, and it's making my head hurt. I went from artillery into communications, and when they started talking all the physics in there, because there's a lot of physics you take. And I just looked at my battle buddy and said, Carl Gustav, good.
Actually, I've got a Carl Gustav question for later, but Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just finding the mic button with my gloves on. Yeah. There's two things there. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I understand from electronic warfare and encryption. I mean, if you can't decrypt communications, okay, you don't know what they're talking about, but you can actually you can tell they're communicating because signals coming from there, even if it's encrypted. And if you see 100 signals coming from a certain spot, then even if you don't know what they're saying, something's going on because there's 100 signals coming from that spot. So that's kind of handy, useful information, even if you don't know what's actually in the message. A bit like packet encryption on the internet. You know where it's coming from and going to, but you won't know what's inside it, let's say.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get into like free copying and stuff like that, but there are many capabilities to hide your signal. I don't know if the Ukrainians have those capabilities in theater, but absolutely every time. And Chuck the other night used this analogy. Every time you transmit, pretend you're in a dark room, with 100 other people in a dark gymnasium, completely black, and every time you transmit, you light a match, and everybody can see where you are. It doesn't matter what you're saying. They can see that you're transmitting, because on the electromagnetic spectrum, that's what it looks like.
So, Combat Trash Bandit, you mentioned Carl Gustavs. I got a Carl Gustav question from yesterday from one of the listeners. Do you want to try?
Sure. I fired many rounds out of the Carl Gustav.
Excellent. So the reason why I'm asking is somebody popped up and said, "Hey, when I was in I forget which one of the Baltic states, I think, in the army, we had Carl Gustavs and we had a bunch of different munitions for them. Not all of them were meant to deal with armor. Some of them were airburst and meant to deal with infantry. Actually, a lot of them were. And recently, our country just sent a bunch of stuff, including a bunch of munitions, including for the Carl Gustav to Ukraine. Do you reckon that they included the airburst anti-infantry ones for Carl Gustav?" And I thought, huh? Really? They have those? I didn't know they had those. So, Combat Trash Panda, non-armor piercing munitions for Carl Gustavs.
I've only fired the HE version. I fired the HE version wraparound, so that's the rocket-assisted projectile. So it's actually pretty neat because you're aiming at an object. I don't know, say 300-400 meters out. So the shell goes off, and actually the primer's on the side of the round. So the firing pin hits the side of the casing, sends the projectile out of the Carl Gustaf, the 84 millimeter. It goes down range, and you see this thing drop. You see this round drop, and all of a sudden you're going like, there's no way it's going to hit what I was aiming at. And then the rocket kicks in and it lifts back up, and it's actually pretty deadly accurate. I know they have heat rounds for it. They would never let us fire them because like Canada had 3 of them and they were reserved for special occasion. But like I said, all we did was HE rounds. I know they got a whole suite of 84 millimeter, like they make flechette for the 84 millimeter, or so the prophecy goes. I've never seen it. I've never bothered looking up. I'm sure if you looked up videos on YouTube, there's probably some dude somewhere firing the 84 millimeter with flechette, which would probably going to go look that up now because it would be pretty cool.
I think that Daniel might wish to pick up on that one. Just a hunch.
No, it wasn't that what I was planning. But yeah, I think I never mentioned when we talked about the difference between the 84 and the Carl Gustaf. I mentioned that there were a lot of different munitions. I've never shot with the Carl Gustaf though, but I think it's very depending on what country you are in, what kind of munitions you have. So I mean, in Sweden, I know we had smoke also, and I saw these. They were marked brown. It's a sort of mock-up round with just the charge to fire it, but it doesn't do anything. It's basically like just a stone, basically. So there's a lot of different munitions, but it also depends on what country you are in, because then they have ordered different kind of munitions, and they use the weapon tactically very different also. Yeah, just a question. When you said that the one that was rocket propelled, is that the one that is also laser controlled? Because I've read, I've not seen it, but I've read that there is a round that is laser, steered by you have a laser that points the target and it steers towards it, and it's also
all our Carl G's were analog.
Okay, yeah.
They were steered by the C1A1 eyeball. It's funny because we always thought going like, oh, if the balloon ever goes up, I hate to be caught in, somewhere in Germany with one of these things and a bunch of T-72s and T-80s coming at me. And we really thought that. We didn't think that this thing could take anything out till we saw that, a Canadian Carl Gustaf cut a T-90 in 2. And we're like, oh, look at that.
What was the range on that one? Because I think that what we were told was like 300 meters, stationary target, 400 meters maybe.
I'd have to look it up. Like we were limited to, I believe it was 400 meters max on the rocket range. So that we were limited by the range itself, right? So you weren't allowed to fire beyond the flags on a certain berm. And when you were firing, you had to designate targets. I remember there was a bus out in the impact area, and we weren't allowed to fire at the bus. It's you can hit all the other vehicles out there except that damn bus. And we wanted to hit that bus so bad. Oh,
I can imagine. Well, as I said, there were so many different sort of rounds, and I never got the chance to fire it, so I cannot really say that I'm an expert. Everything I know about it, I've heard or read later on. So yeah, fun to hear.
Combat Trash Panda, Daniel, earlier we heard about those destroyed things outside of Vuhledar primarily, and one of them being that at least two T-90s of various types were involved in that. Isn't it kind of surprising that they're pushing those forward while there might not be all that many left? It does give Oryx a lot of work to do.
We knew very early on. Like I think, like a lot of my Western colleagues, that trained, to go against the Soviets. That the way that these Russian tanks, these old Soviet tanks, were brewing up, left, right, and center. We knew they were crap, but we didn't know they're that bad. Like, holy cow! And it evolved into the turret tossing contest, and we laugh about it, but it's showing that there are fundamental design flaws with the T series tanks, and there always has been. They were made on the cheap. They're basically made of soaked rags, gasoline soaked rags and citadels. It's amazing. To get back to Daniel here, I'm gonna wiki this because it's been a hot minute since I fired this. So the standard round on the Carl G is effective up to 350 to 400 meters. The wrap round, so yeah, there is a rocket boost laser guided ammunition is good up to 2,000 meters.
I think it's quite new, so I've never heard of it before. I just read about
No,
it.
neither why. That sounds like crazy. I want to fire that though. That sounds like a whole lot of fun. Well, it adds a level of survivability, right? Because if you're like even knowing that the Carl G is effective against T series tanks, and usually for the listeners at home, usually you go out in 3-man kill teams. So one dude is humping the recoilless rifle, and the other two, including the guy humping the rifle, are all carrying ammunition. And then your food and your water and all the other stuff, you go on long patrol. If you came across a column of tanks and you're just loading that thing, check Venturi logs fire, check Venturi logs fire, and I want to be a little further away than 300 to 400 meters because I'm within effective firing range of not only their main cannon, their secondaries.
Did we lose Panda?
I didn't hear him either.
I heard secondaries, and then none
exactly.
beyond that. Okay.
I can add a fun part to while we're waiting for him. A fun part to the Carl Gustaf, because when I was in the military, we had the older version. It was 100% steel. It was cumbersome to carry, and it was heavy. And I just looked up the weight of it. It was, I don't remember which version it was, but it was between 12 and 14 kilograms. And the newer version, which I think, from what I've read, has like titanium and carbon fibers. It's half of that. It's slightly above 6 kilos, 6.5 or something like that. So I can just imagine how it is to use that weapon compared to what we used to have. It was really heavy. But it's fun to see because that was sort of a staple weapon in Swedish armed forces, has been for a very, very long time. And it's very fun to see it being used in this effective way, and also like see the appreciation from others, saying that this is a fantastic weapon, because we knew it, but it was sort of Swedish thing.
Seems like something of an expert success before that already, though. When we get Panda back, I have recoil questions, but hey, Panda? No? Maybe you got a phone call. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe his audio's gone. Who knows? But we can't hear him, which is a damn shame. Okay, while we wait for him to come back, because I really want to understand better just how recoilless this rifle is. He's gone. Daniel, did you see? I don't know if you saw this, but about 5 minutes ago, Pekka Haavisto, the Finnish defense minister, foreign minister, actually made comments on on leopards, saying that they're in discussions with Germany and Poland about sending leopards to Ukraine. Isn't this awfully forward of a Finnish politician being so precise and specific about things, especially one from the executive branch?
Well, I would assume so. I've not that much experience of Finns, more than that they don't talk. But yeah, maybe. At the same time, I mean, how specific was he? I mean,
well, I mean
guess...
that alone, right? Saying that they're in conversations about it rather than just, oh, it's a possibility and let's leave it at that. Even that was going quite far as I was concerned. I keep thinking, you know, that Spiegel article leak, whatever it was, late last week, was it Friday, Saturday that it came out? I keep thinking, you know, that came out purely because keine Elle Ingang, right? Not going alone. Never. We're not doing anything alone. And it seems that it was aimed largely at not just getting countries to send tanks, because they would have anyway, but getting countries to talk publicly about it, especially countries that never publicly talk about anything. And I kept saying, you know, wait 3-4 days. Let's see what the governmental responses will be from various places. You know, it made the Finns speak up about it. Norwegians already noted again something. Was it yesterday as well?
Are you referring to the I think it was someone in Germany that said that the complaint that a lot of countries were complaining about Russia, Germany not sending leopards, and when they finally released them, the other countries didn't send any or very few. What was that? Because I would have figured if I were Finnish, I would be a little bit pissed, and actually that could explain why they go out so public.
Well, exactly, right, and that's exactly the article I mean. And what I think is that the article was written, or the leak was made to the Spiegel in the first place to make other countries do things more publicly, because it's like Germany wants to make very sure that Russia knows that they're not on this alone, that there's lots of other people all doing exactly the same thing, very publicly, very specifically. No, and I just think that that's the whole point of that article, and I think they got you know, they were clearly at least partially successful. If Havista is now going out and saying, hey, you know, we're talking about it with Germans and I mean that's awfully specific for the country that hitherto has said, we are shipping another military aid package to Ukraine. It is very important that Ukraine succeeds. We will help Ukraine. The package is valued at number unit to bring the total to number unit. If you want any more information, here's the contact number to a person who will only answer in single syllables and will probably tell you they can't tell you anything more. Right, the no details ever.
That sounds Finnish. That sounds Finnish.
But this is how every single press release from their Ministry of Defense has gone, right? Every single press release from their Ministry of Defense went, well, we're sending some stuff to Ukraine. This is how much it's worth. This is how much all of the packages together have been worth. This is important. If you want any more details, turn to this guy who will give you no more details ever. And I think that's the article like that, you know, pushing Havista possibly to start publicly discussing it at all. I mean, it was enough that they publicly said previously, as the government a few weeks ago, that yes, they will be, you know, they will be a part of the Leopard Coalition or some such, or there's a comment along those lines, and this is going far already.
I think we have someone that wants to speak here, but
we do.
I just wanted to add, and this is sort of stereotypes, but I think normally you wouldn't want to anger a Finn, but in this case, maybe it was quite effective.
Yeah, and it's just kind of silly, right? Because I think exactly the same thing would have actually been done as far as tanks are concerned as will now be done. The only difference is that they've rather annoyed the Finnish government being like, "What? We need to talk about it in public? Are you serious?" Anyway, Swifin UA, go ahead. Swedish flag, Finnish flag, Ukrainian flag. There's a mute button in the bottom left corner. You need to click it, otherwise we can't hear you. But I really want to hear your take on this. So, unless you're so Finnish that you don't actually want to talk, the presence is enough. Is it bad that I default to really bad stereotypes whenever there's a gap in audio, Daniel? Is that a bad thing?
I think as long as we do it in a friendly way here, it's okay. But otherwise, it can be, yeah, it can be bad.
I mean, it's kind of topical, right? Because that's my whole theory here. Oh, it left us. Maybe we'll get this fella back.
I can just give you an anecdote. I was working in this some years ago in a really large company that we had large parts in Germany and in the Netherlands, and we also had some Finnish parts and other ones. And when they sort of merged the companies together, really, because they had been for several years basically just some companies working besides each other, even if they were in the same company. So when they merged it, they realized that there was a lot of cultural problems. So we had these cultural trainings, and one of those that I went to, leading international teams, we had they described sort of different kinds of communications, and she was like drawing lines on a board. She had two dots representing two people, and then she was drawing lines from left to right, showing when they talked. And she said, like, the Swedish version, then she had like a line on person A, and then directly when it stopped, she'd draw a line on person B, and then directly when that stopped, she'd draw a line on person A, and so on. And then she said that, well, the Finnish, they are like this. And then she drew a line, and there was a long gap. And then person B was talking, short line, and then it was a long gap. And then and then she draw like the Mediterranean version. And then she like draw lines basically all over each other. So, and I think that was stereotypical, but it was quite funny, actually. It was also somewhat true.
Probably more than just somewhat. Probably more than just somewhat. No, but yeah, it's definitely something that happens, and I really think that this is this is the Germans getting what they wanted all along, right? This is I think they wanted more. I think they wanted more of a public statement, but even getting this far is getting very far, much further than I expected them to be getting like this.
To be honest, if I may, I didn't have my hand up, but when I heard that leaked, my first impression was actually just sore Germans. They were like feeling that they wanted to have pity. Here we waited for so long time, and we had reasons, and then you made us release the leopards, and now you're basically saying that we should have waited anyway. But your interpretation is actually much better, and I think it's much more true also.
Thanks, Daniel. Nale, please.
Thank you. Hello, Daniel. I now have a replenished quota of words I can use, so now I can talk some. But I wanted to ask you, Daniel, because I think you have experience with the CV90 and the IFVs and stuff like that, and I came across a thing which was fragmentation ammunition for an IFV, which was programmable. So to program the distance from the vehicle when the charge is going to go off and spread shrapnel all over the place. So my question is, how do you program these? Is it a thing in the barrel and you do it via radio waves and stuff like that, or do you pre-program those? And question number two, how fast can you change between ammunition types? Thanks, Daniel. I have spoken.
I'll have to wait a little bit to give you room. No, I'm actually not an expert on CV90s because they were introduced in the Swedish Armed Forces in '94, I think, and that was just around the time when I was there. So I've seen them. I've actually been not driving it, but running around in it on demonstration we had, sort of around our own capabilities, showing each other what we were doing. And the rest I get from sort of open sources. But I seem to recollect because I've been interested in it since before. I followed it in newspaper and stuff like that since like end of 1980s or something like that. But I seem to recall that it is programmed in the back, because I think that there's a similar thing in the Puma, I think, but it's programmed at the nozzle. How do you say flamdämpare? What's that in English? Yeah, the muzzle.
At the muzzle of the barrel.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the CV90 is programmed in the back. I don't know exactly how, but when it comes to changing in the CV9040, as far as I understand, you have like a roundel that is with 3 different kinds of ammunition. So you can actually, I think you can change between shots as long as it's between those 3. So it can be done really, really fast. But then you have to manually load it in some way. I'm not 100% sure. I know it's not automatic. You have like magazines, so it's limited. But as far as I know, you can change between shots actually.
Nalle?
Yeah, so does this programming device then talk to because the IFV must have a rangefinder, I think. So they talk to each other, and then they have a kind of a computer that brings everything together, all the sensors and info you need, and then it's programmed. So it's quite automatic, or is it?
I think so. Yeah. You don't have to do it sort of on the round. It's done sort of at the same time as it's shot in some way. Again, I don't have direct information on this. I actually don't know more than anyone here would be able to know. And if I did, I would probably keep quiet. But there's a YouTube film. I think Domen, you looked at that where they demonstrate it, and yeah, it can be done. They shoot at a helicopter, for instance, because this airburst ammunition is used in 3 ways. They have where you delay the explosion, so you can make it penetrate like a concrete wall and then explode inside. They use it to fire against simulated troops, where you fire above them and it explodes sort of when it goes over some kind of obstacle protecting the troops. And they also fire it against a helicopter that is sort of a mock-up placed on a stick. And it bursts sort of in the vicinity of the helicopter, and it makes a lot of nice holes into it. And I think it's the same ammunition that you use in the what's it called, LVK-PBV. I think it's the
LVKV.
LVKV. Okay, yeah. Luftvärnskanonvagn 90.
Yes.
But then I think it's programmed directly from the radar. But so it's the same munition you use there. So it's directly programmable, round by round. So I think you actually can actually sort of spread out the area. If you shoot a burst of several shots, you can have different ranges on them. But I don't know exactly how the systems support that.
Whatever it is, it's pretty damn clever, isn't it? Because that's the important bit. Nale?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that hashtag I'm not building anything, so so don't worry and please don't arrest me.
But we haven't talked about the invisible CV90s.
There's invisible CV90s.
Well, sort of. I think it's what is called adaptive. I think they call it. It's actually not really a CV90 as a system that you can put on anything, but they put it on the CV90. 90. I think actually Thomas Tyner had a picture of it, but he didn't mention it. And this was a
Wouldn't it be?
project-
I'm sorry. If it's an invisible CV90, I mean, I can take a picture of it right now. I can take a picture of a whole battalion of them right now.
Yeah, the ones that we already have in Ukraine, this invisible. Now, but it was actually quite interesting. If you're sort of technically interested, it's not that much interesting to when it comes to Ukraine because I've never seen it operational. It was they released a lot of information around like 2011. I think something like that was a lot written about it. They basically put these hexagonal or octagonal or whatever it is, like tiles on the side of it, but then you could basically
Can I
put
note
it on
something?
anything. Yeah.
So if they're octagonal, you can't tessellate a flat surface with those, but with hexagonal you can.
Okay, then it's hexagonal.
So I would
didn't
suspect it's
count them.
hexagonal.
Yeah, it's sort of the same that you have on the Starship, Elon Musk's Starship. But apparently they are they can work as armor, and they I think they basically have a sensor in it, so they can measure what kind of radiation, infrared radiation you have in the vicinity. It works almost like a camera, but then it can also it isolates from the real infrared profile you have on the vehicle, and it can then sort of itself project an infrared signal. So they become sort of pixels on a screen, and they're quite large. It's not really small pixels, but then they can sort of both disguise a vehicle as basically as the background, but it can also sort of make it look like something else from an IR camera. I guess it has a lot of drawbacks. What I read about it at that time was that it had been tried before, but the problems were that they demanded a lot of energy. They were a huge energy consumptor, and there was a lot of other drawbacks. But these, and they were brittle. But they said that the difference was that these were really conservative when it comes to how much energy they used, and they also were sort of working as armor, so they were really sturdy. But I haven't seen much about it since then. But it's actually fun that it was sort of a Batman thing. It was also painted black for the tests. There are a lot of YouTube films if you want to see it, sort of how it looks like. They even had one where they made them write a message with letters, so it said BAE on it. It was quite fun. I think they had fun with it.
So the idea is that you can emit whatever amount of IR or heat or whatever from the same bit as something on the other side, right?
Exactly, and it could make it look like a car, because when it comes to concealment and camouflage, it's not always just about making it look like it's not there, making it invisible, because that is more or less impossible. But making it looks like something else, look like a tree, you break the lines and stuff like that, and you fool the eye, and you can make it look like a Volvo or something in the IR perspective, and then maybe you're not that interesting when it comes to targeting it. I think that's the idea.
Yeah, because if you see a Volvo in the middle of a forest in Ukraine, yeah, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
so
it's no idea to shoot it, because a Volvo will take anything.
You made me think of that cheat sheet for what is a tank, right? Do you remember those from sort of March last year? and it was, what's a tank for journalists? What is actually a tank? And then one column has, all of the correct names for an SPG, an IAV, whatnot. The other one just calls everything a tank, including your Volvo.
Yeah, I think I saw those. Well, they're sort of funny because they're true.
One in every florist's window. Daniel?
Yeah, I have a different subject. If it's okay to change subject here.
Sure.
Yeah, I watched one of these. Is it Solkin's? He's put up interview with the prisoners of wars, and it was dubbed. So it was quite long. It was like an hour. It was with this Russian captain, I think it was, and it was really like he had to basically squeeze information from him, like drawing it out of him with pliers. He really didn't respond very much, and he was like, a lot of the comments, and my first reflection was that he was really very much a soldier. He didn't reply more than necessary, and he was like very precise in his answers, and he didn't want to speculate and so on. But then it hit me. I have my son he's sort of on the autistic spectrum. He's very well functioning, and he's actually sort of not stereotypically autistic. He's very cuddly and he's social, but he has a hard time with abstract concepts and also fantasies. He's fantasizing, and I think it's like that's sort of a part that makes him more like a functional autistic. But I reflected that this guy probably is not just like many said he was, like very well trained and indoctrinated in the Russian army. I would say that he has the traits of not really putting himself in other perspectives. Like being that's sort of a sign that he's not able to do it. It's not that he doesn't want to do it, it's that he is unable to do it. And that's also part of why he didn't like show a lot of emotions or regret going to Ukraine, because what he talked about a lot was that he was following orders. It was not his duty to look if they were immoral or wrongful. He was supposed to follow out orders and so on. And he didn't want to speculate if the war was wrong or right, because he said, I don't have the information, it's not my call, and so on. And that made me think that, and what sort of in the end actually sealed it was that they got he was recording a voice message on his phone to his wife, and he basically said, I am here in Kiev, I'm waiting for an exchange, and yeah, that's it. Nothing, I love you, I am well, I hope you are well, I hope you cope with it. Nothing like that, nothing at all. And it sort of made me think that was a way of his sort of personality. But the second thing I sort of reflected on was that they came into a discussion about who's controlling the war. And he was like, then he started to speculate actually, but he talked about that Ukraine is controlled by NATO or some other forces. Someone is controlling and managing and taking decisions, and even presented with like facts. He couldn't like get into any other way of thinking. It was like Ukrainian forces are controlled by an opposing big force, someone holding in the strings and so on. And I've seen this way of thinking a lot during the past year, and I also a lot before that, from a lot of Russians. And I think it's very much sort of a part of the Russian way of thinking, and the way I don't know exactly where it comes, but I would assume that it's sort of something that's been there for a very, very long time, and it predates Putin. It may even predates communistic regimes, where normal people don't have anything to decide about, and not even the ones that are apparently in control is really in control. Someone up there is controlling everything, and the opposing side to that is someone else also controlling everything, and normal people don't have any says. And if you look at it, to some extent they are true to some parts. When you see protests or something in Russia against the West, at least, it shows a lot of signs of someone paying people. They are having the same kind of flag, someone is handing them out, they are bussed in. And even from, I've seen some interviews, there's often a lot of people that actually are paid for being there. So I think that it's also, you know, others from yourself, so that's a little bit of it. But it's so interesting, and I think actually that also in some way explains how Putin sees the world. He doesn't see that people like Ukrainians can rise up by themselves and protest and throw off a corrupt regime. He doesn't see that they can defend themselves and take their own decision and kick ass when it comes to the Russian military. It has to be steered from someone else. It's a very easy way to look at the world and explain why you fail, because it has to be someone else controlling something. I'm not failing against the people that is barely armed. I'm failing against the whole of NATO. It's sort of comforting, but it's also sort of, for me, not being a psychiatrist, I think it also shows a little bit of a narcissistic worldview. It's me, and then there's something out there controlling everything, but it's just me against that. I don't know. I'm rambling, so you have to stop me somewhere. But
I will stop you now.
Yeah.
If that's the case, and I will say, I think that the whole against all of NATO narrative is quite significant and might turn pretty big. And I finally wrote up my an outline of my thinking a couple of days ago after being asked to for a couple of weeks by someone. So that's finally in a written form. But it's definitely an interesting component here. And I think I just want to pass it on to Daniel, if you want to complete something, go ahead. And I want to pass it on to Stephen after that.
Yeah, definitely. Just a short thing. That is what I think is significant here, because what I think it's not a matter of propaganda. It's not about sort of we say this because we want a certain result. I actually think this is the way they think, and I think that is significant.
Thanks, Daniel. Stephen, welcome. Let's check your audio first before we continue.
Can you hear me?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty.
It's a little bit muffled.
It's pretty good. Okay, well, we'll go with that for now. I agree. I like what Daniel was saying, and if you could send me your report as well, Domin, that would be fantastic. So I'd love to read it. But anyway, I agree that from my understanding, it's not just propaganda. At least not from 2000 until the present day. We're talking about a society that there is the old slogan, "The good Tsar, the bad boyars," and that's been throughout Russian history. That somewhat the leader knows what they're doing. That this is, we have to accept. It may not be good, but we have to accept it. Russians have suffered for many centuries, and they can keep on suffering, and that indeed, I think, is the case. And so this does go back an awfully long way in terms of the idea that they are just there, as you mentioned with this soldier, trying to find excuses, almost blue screening, as it were. This is certainly the understanding. It isn't just propaganda from the Putinist system. It is probably also Soviet propaganda that does still play a key role in thinking, and it certainly plays a key role in Putin's thinking. We have to remember he is a KGB agent. He was trained as a KGB agent, spent some time in Dresden, and he comes from a way of thinking that protests cannot happen organically. They cannot be bottom up. Someone has to be externally supporting them, externally funding them, training them, organizing it. And this fits in with the idea of, for Putin, the Orange Revolution, the Euromaidan, even the Arab Spring. If you look back at his speeches, even the speeches of Medvedev, the so-called pseudo-liberal, they were, the West is involved behind the scenes. It's America, it's the CIA, it's George Soros, whatever. Pick your character. It's that person. So it is that certainly thinking, and this is also one of the reasons why Putin now says that we're fighting NATO, because it's a way to justify what he's trying to do. It's a way to try and muddy the waters, to try and promote the idea that Russia is fighting against everyone in the world. It's Russophobia, yada yada yada, and that this is a way to preserve his own support because he's now having to fight against a West that is out to get Russia. So it's an interesting mix, and certainly the idea of the good Tsar, the bad boyars. It's the idea that nothing is organic, everything is supported by an external enemy, everyone is out to get Russia. And this is the characteristics of an autocrat, that's indeed true, but I think it's also the characteristics that have pervaded Russian society for centuries, from the Tsars all the way to the present day. But yes, so I'll finish here.
Thank you, Stephen. It's all about, it's kind of like a constant grievance, right? And the discussion of their great patriotic war, the mythos of that is central to so much of to so much of their domestic messaging, is basically one big grievance on top of the great success. And that kind of fits really well with the current messaging, right? And that's actually a really big part of the current messaging. On that, over the last, let's say 10, 15 years, how much of an increase in messaging centered around the Soviet participation in the Second World War, the Great Patriotic War, as they call it, how much of an increase in that type of messaging have you seen?
Yes, I think certainly that there is, the Great Patriotic War plays a key role, and certainly we've seen the build-up of this under Putin, because that's the kind of nomenclature background that Putin has. Certainly there wasn't, we have to remember, in the Soviet Union, there were only 3 processions for the victory in the Second World War, and most of the time the Soviet Union would talk about, yes, we beat the Nazis, but we should never have this again. Nothing like the Second World War should ever happen again. The procession started actually under Yeltsin, and it was a way for him to get the support of the communists and the Liberal Democrats, the wrongly named Liberal Democrats, who are actually far right, but anyway. So it was a way for him to get the support, but certainly there was still this idea that, yes, the war was great, yes, Russia won, we liberated Berlin from the Germans, but the war should never happen again. And Putin has changed that rhetoric. The idea that war is peace, martyrdom, that it's right for people to go out and die to protect the motherland, the fatherland, whatever you call it, and that this is the idea that Russian society, that war is regenerative, as it were. And this certainly comes from, I think, the Putinist system, and we can certainly see it with the idea that what is happening in the youth groups today, with the the young army, the creation of a new Komsomol type organization as well. And this is something that's particularly worrying as to what will happen when Russia loses this war, that an entire younger generation of Russians have been propagandized, let's say, into this way of thinking. But that's a whole other question that we can discuss.
Thank you, Stephen. Daniel?
Yeah, the last thing was not what I was going to do about, but yeah, that's a big problem. I mean, if we're not going to invade Russia, and which means that whatever happens, there will be some kind of Russia still, and it's not going to be demilitarized, or whatever you want to call it, in the way that like Germany was after the war, and that means we will still have the problem there, though they will not have the teeth that they have so far, but they it's something they can build up. So it scares me. 30, 50 years, something. But that was not I wanted to reply on. I think it's also, there's a duality when it comes to sort of for the propaganda, for the people. You talk about these things. You they have shown these, like, or haven't shown pictures from Donbass, but they have talked about how badly the people of Donetsk and Luhansk have been treated for 8 years, and how it's a genocide and so on. That's how they sort of tell the population in Russia why they're going in. One of the things they're telling. But I think that Putin himself doesn't give a damn, even if he believes it or not. It doesn't matter, because what he's very transactional. He thinks about like the greatness of Russia and the Russian Empire and so on. But my impression of him is that he is prepared to do business if it benefits him. He uses a lot of people dying for his needs, and once the conflict ends, I think he sees that whatever is left, if it's a different world order or whatever, he will be able to do business with whoever is there on the other side, when there's no like military hostilities, just like has been done before. He doesn't understand that there is a rift, I think, that he's opening up that will make it impossible for anyone else in the world, in the Western world at least, to have anything to do with him, because he sees the transaction. Why shouldn't they? Once everything is done, we go back to business, we trade oil or whatever. I think he's incapable to really see that dimension, to be honest.
Maybe there's a step beyond that even. I think it ever more seems to me like all of this is about building a legacy, right? And just have something to point at. But it's like he's trying to cheat it and kind of do it on the cheap. Be like, well, what can I do that's enough doing that we can then all pretend, and when amplified by appropriate messaging, we can all then pretend this has been a great achievement, and it will be a terrific legacy to rival that of Stalin or whomever, right? It's almost as though it's more like that, and I think that's actually a good thing, because and maybe we can talk about this a little bit in a bit, but I think that is possibly a way that all of this ends, maybe a lot more quickly and a lot more easily than many are considering it, because as long as he can pretend that there's a legacy, it's good enough. Stephen?
Yes, I've got to disappear soon for a pointless teacher training session mandated by my university. But anyway, so I've written, I agree fully that it's the legacy. We know that Putin has referred to himself, linked himself to Peter the Great at various times, and various other Russian tsars. We know that when he does an interview, he is the first one to ask a question. What is my legacy in Russian history? So we know the legacy certainly is important. And here was a man isolated during the pandemic, reading far too many history books, spending far too much time with Yuri Gavalchuk and Nikolai Patrushev and various other people who think much the same way as he was. But it's also, I would argue that it's also about the idea, as I've written before, that it's a way to weaken the West. Putin honestly believes that the West has been behind every single protest ever in Russia or for any autocracy, and they're using these practices to try to undermine primarily Moscow. And so by doing this war, it will bring down the West to such an extent in his thinking that it's a way to to almost concrete proof the current Russian regime from any external pressures at democratization. And that certainly is, I think, very much a part of his thinking. Yes, it's the legacy. Yes, it's his place in history, but it's also a way to concrete his rule. And also potentially a short victorious war would be a way for him to make sure that no one could touch him internally as well. That hasn't happened, so he now needs to double down on on winning against the West and dealing with the external issues, because as I said before, for his thinking, all protests have to have an external actor as leading them.
And see, within that, right, I keep thinking, hey, there's so much space for them to just keep making stuff to just keep making stuff up, because that's what they do most of the time, right? Most of the time, all they're doing is making stuff up. Everything that happens, everything that is grounded in fact, then gets either exaggerated hundredfold or just gets completely made up. What with all the 200 HIMARS that have gotten destroyed and whatnot. So all of these together, I'm kind of interested in looking at that and thinking, hey, what if the best way to go about it is to just publicly declare sending, all the Leopards and Abrams and F-16s into Ukraine, and accelerate the timelines, and then when they can record one moving vaguely in Ukraine, and they can say, well, we've destroyed 7,000 of them, and once they can say, yeah, they've sent F-16s and we have downed 2,600 of these NATO planes. We're just the best. We're just absolutely the best, and we have secured Russian borders from being invaded by NATO, and now we can have a victory parade. That's really my thinking. I'm saying, what does he need to be able to say how far? Because he can stretch the truth really far, right? Their domestic messaging can stretch the truth really far. To message domestically the same as though he is, Peter the Great or Stalin or whomever, and winning his own patriotic war. I mean, admittedly, one where he's destroyed thousands and tens of thousands of completely made up NATO equipment and NATO soldiers. But as long as they destroy a few, they can pretend they've destroyed thousands, or even not even a few. As long as they're there and it's plausible that they're there, that's a start. And I think maybe there's space there. There's space there for a resolution where Russia can message a victory and have a big parade in honor of the great leader, while also backing up and leaving all of Ukraine at the same time.
I think it's possible. I think it's I think it's plausible, certainly. But we have to remember, I think, that having said that this was about, yes, demilitarization is a key part, and denazification. So yes, you could argue that's certainly the case, that saying that we've won could happen at any point, and that's certainly something that Putin has always been very good at, is giving himself enough leeway to decide when something has happened. But for this, I think it is far more. Putin needs far more now, and it needs to be a victory. And I think the military, in his thinking, the military parade should take place in Kiev rather than in Moscow. And turning around to the Russians and saying, because they would have to provide some evidence, turning around to the Russians and saying, yes, we've managed to annex Crimea, and we've managed to annex slightly more territory in the Donbass, and this has only taken us a year, over a year. What a great success, is simply not going to go with it. And also it would, less so the Russian people, but the Russian elite would not be overly impressed by this. I don't know if you can hear me, but I have to drop off now. So it's been a great short conversation, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Always a pleasure. Daniel?
No, I just want to say I totally agree with that, and I buy into your version that Domen, that he can leave anytime, and he can sort of spin it, but he would have a problem with if the elite, or at least with those, like, I think it's like 20-25% that are sort of supporting him but think he does too little. They will have a problem with it because they know it's not going very well, and they are much more informed than I don't know how he will handle those. Maybe he can. I have no idea. But the thing is also that everyone is saying that he's Putin is just thinking about Putin and he wants to keep the power. But I think he wants to have more than that. I mean, he, as you said, he thinks about his legacy. He wanted to be something great in Russian history, and he has these. His grievances is not about some other country killing a lot of, raping a lot of their people. It's about Mother Russia and he losing power and not being as powerful as he wanted to be in the world scene. That is what's sort of his grievance, and he has invested so much in this. And basically, if he would back down right now, he wouldn't just not have achieved it. He would actually have made it much, much worse. And the thing is, he has to come to terms with that before he can decide to spin it for the people and back down.
It all comes down to, you know, what does he think that he can get away with? What does he think that they can get away with? Right. That's really the deciding factor. We should hope that he's very optimistic, because it is so much of this is about the legacy, right? Is about what he can perceive others would be perceiving him down the line, later on, whatnot.
Yeah, and also that's why we talked some days ago about sort of the information that gets up to the higher commands, and that there's an institutional lying in the Russian military, in the whole Russian system, basically. And I think that part of it is also, that's why I thought it was so significant that they don't really get the right information, because he's basing his ideas of what he can achieve on very bad intel. I mean, I could guess that he and Shoigu is sitting there and thinking that, yeah, we're having casualties, but we can take them. But look at these numbers of Ukrainian soldiers. They must be soon breaking. And that's a problem, because that will prolong it very much.
Exactly, and you know, this is the other part where Ukraine just needs to be so supremely, superbly armed, right? Because any local defeat, quote unquote, you can say, oh, you know, that's because you only know your 2 kilometers of the front, and actually, who's going to report back from it? They're all going to die anyway, right? The Russians on that sector. All that it's actually about is, now, even in the big picture, what you didn't see was this other sector that, you know, downed 200 F-16s in a week, and this other sector over there that just completely destroyed those useless German Leopard tanks with their, you know, with a single T-90 taking out 27 Leopards in an hour, and then they had to change the barrel because it was so hot from all the firing. But, you know, 27 shots, 27 dead Leopards, something like that. And you know, they'll make stuff up, and they'll put a nice picture and celebration on the parade. Say, you know, this is the wonderful gunner who, well, his commander was half drunk up there in the turret. He was, he took out 27 Leopards all by himself. You know, doing both jobs at the same time. Why not? I think it'd be fantastic. It's and this is the thing. You know, you say, what about all those who realize that, you know, this is all made up? Well, good things are sometimes easier to believe, especially when they also come with the relief of, now we don't have to deal with this stuff anymore. Now we can go back to, you know, a semblance of normalcy. Now maybe we can again fly from Moscow to anywhere to the west of Moscow direct, right? Someday, maybe, or at least it's on the horizon that someday we might be able to do that. I think that's the other component, because I think those ones realize that, yeah, in a few years, you know, there's not going to be all the sanctions still, as much as I would want them. And it's going to be easier, it's going to be better. It's fine. Whatever. Look, we had a celebration. Why not be happy that there's a celebration? So there's that as well. And we should hope that he's really optimistic about it and feeling, you know, good about his domestic messaging. Because as long as that's true, as long as he can feel good about his domestic messaging, he might actually just do it and you know, finish it in the best way possible by just retreating in a, you know, perfect organized fashion, gesture of goodwill, having made sure that there are no more Nazis left, or some other nonsense like that. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, the elite, I think, will probably be happy when they can go to Paris and buy like fashion wear, whatever. They will not be that hard to persuade. But I'm worried about the guys like Igor Strelkov and others like him. He's a little bit extreme, but and maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but there will be a growing sort of myth of backstabbing if they would withdraw now. It would be similar to the end of World War One in Germany, where you had a lot of people growing a myth that they weren't defeated. They could have won if it weren't for the higher command that was incompetent and so on. And we need to have a revenge, or whatever you say it in English, revanchistic.
Another game, a replay.
Yeah, exactly. They need. I mean, we weren't defeated. We were. Yeah, we should do this again, and we should show how great we actually are. And that's what was sort of worrying me. But maybe, I mean, Putin he might not be threatened by those because it's such a small percentage. I don't know.
There are few enough that they can all find their own special window. I think that's going to be the solution. If they cause trouble, that would be the solution for that. For most of the population. But now I want to go back, Daniel, to something you mentioned earlier about the CV90s. Remember the disappearing CV90s? Or CV90 that can pretend to be a Volvo car? I have had two of our dear listeners, both from the Nordics, write in independently suggesting that they should invest into camouflaging them as washing machines.
Oh, but that's dangerous. Then they will definitely go and take them.
Yeah, but they wouldn't destroy them, right?
It could be.
Right? They wouldn't destroy them. They try to get close, and then what happens if you have a platoon of Russian infantry get close to the CV90?
And I will run up to them, and then the CV90 will rip them apart.
Yes, that right, exactly, and that's probably the way to approach this.
I'm a little doubtful the average Ruski know how a washing machine looks like in IR, but I could be wrong. That could be a part of sort of their like education or something. Like the teacher in like first grade takes them up and they get to see images. This is a washing machine. This is a washing machine in IR. And
I think as long as it looks roughly like a washing machine, it'd be quite clear. Well, one would think, right, that the metal and the glass would look quite different on, or the metal and the transparent plastic would look quite different on IR. Because IR in part,
black.
Would they be the same though?
No, I think normal windows don't transmit infrared very well, so I think it would sort of look black, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's UV that they don't transmit. I think IR is fine.
You might be right.
But I think there'd be a difference because they have a very different heat conductance, and I would suspect that might have a factor here. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure.
I'll send you one of the YouTube films where they demonstrate the technology, so you can see it.
As long, best find one where there's this is how a washing machine at 3,000 meters looks like on a
Absolutely.
1970s IR IR site or thermal site. I think it'd be pretty exciting. It'd be interesting. Learn something from it.
I assume that since there hasn't been much written about it since it was first introduced, either it failed to attract interest or it was sort of had flaws, or I guess CIA on their black helicopters have basically taking it over or something like that.
Could be. That makes sense. The problem is energy consumption, right? The real problem is how energy consumptive something like this is, and it's very energy consumptive. And I would think that that can be a real problem for it. The other part is you can only do that on one side at a time, right? You can't do it all the way around, obviously, because they can either be used as a sensor or as a transmitter, but not as both, right?
Actually, I don't know. Actually, so there wasn't that much said about them. There were a lot of articles in some newspapers and stuff like that. They put up some promotional videos, but it wasn't really. The technology was patented, so I think they you could probably find it somewhere.
Okay, yep, fair enough. I'm just curious how the work is being done here. But yeah, Daniel, you were saying how you were following the CV90 development from the 1980s onwards, right? When it was being reported in newspapers and whatnot. What was the feel for it as time went on? Because one of the things that Thomas Steiner also was among those pointing it out was just how much has gone into it in terms of improvement in different ways. And I'm just kind of curious, is that something that kind of got noted in articles for appropriately interested people, or was that kind of taken as a of course this is happening, this always happens?
No, I think it was sort of said. I mean, in the beginning, if you look back before it was introduced into service, that was. I mean, I was in school age, so I had the opportunity. My father is a civil engineer, and through the unions for civil engineers, you get these kind of newspapers, and they have this specific new technology, which is sort of a newspaper for civil engineers, and it's sort of serious. It's not like this popular technology or whatever that you can buy in a normal store. It's a little bit more serious. Of course, it's just skimming, but they write about a lot of new technology and stuff going on, and then also sort of business news in technology business. So I was basically swallowing those whole and reading everything about it. They have a lot about the Swedish like defense industry. It used to be. I also got some like newspapers from they used to have this newspaper Army News, that everyone that was a conscripted officer would get, and officers or employed officers and conscript officers would get sort of for the time that they were sort of in the list of conscriptions. And my father was one of those, so I also read those quite a lot. So they had a little bit more deep diving in some respects. But I mean, when it was built at that point, it's like you didn't talk about export, and you didn't do that at all in Sweden when it comes to weapons at that time. But it was built for Swedish needs. And I think they brought up that it was the gun was not how do you say stabilized. Yeah, stabilized. But I know that was mentioned in newspapers afterwards when they sold it to Norway. They had that as a requirement, so they developed the stabilization, and then the Swedish Army took that also and then upgraded a lot of the CV90s with that technology. And that was sort of what you read always, that it wasn't presented like we're developing this for the future and it's going to be we're going to do this in the Mark III and Mark IV and so on. But you could get bits of it in newspapers about how it was modular, and it sort of in interviews I think a lot of people at Hägglunds pointed to that. It is quite modular and easier. It's possible to upgrade it and build it with new capabilities, and that is what makes it sort of one of the selling points of it and why it's so good. So you could get that kind of message, but it wasn't really directly pointed towards that this is the big thing with this, if you get my meaning.
Yeah, it was kind of, look, this is good, this will do the job that it's meant to do, and it was kind of left at that, right, as opposed to going beyond that, even though there was a shockingly a lot of stuff beyond that could have been touched upon and could have been stressed.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's sort of, maybe it's also because I'm Swede. It's sort of it's that this is a thinking that you can see in a lot of Swedish products, especially within the defense material. I mean, Gripen has been like Gripen in Swedish. I don't know what language I should pronounce it in. A lot more has been written about that in media for a lot of different reasons. It was a highly criticized project when it started and so on. And it had 2 spectacular crashes when it still was a prototype with the same pilot also. One of them were in central Stockholm. So a lot more has been written about that project, but there has also been sort of it has been pronounced very, very clearly that it is a modular system. And it's the goal to upgrade it, and they do, and they have always done, and they're quite public with it. There are new software releases now and then that extends the capability. I think they're up in the 20th version or something like that right now. So that's something that actually is, I think, a way of thinking when in Swedish, especially defense material, but also in other products, and maybe I haven't paid that much attention to that because it's so natural. I don't know. Some other Swede has to answer
that. You mentioned it wasn't planned for exports. Was there anything other than maybe the planes that were kind of planned for exports throughout the Cold War when it came to Swedish products? Everything else, it was only planes that were considered ever as things that will also be exported, right?
No, I would say everything was meant to be able to export, and in some respect, that's also was a necessity. In some projects, they were putting that into the calculations that we are ordering this and these amounts, but in order to make it sort of profitable or make it make even, we have to be able to sell this and these many units abroad. So it's always been a part of having an indigenous defense industry that we need to export. It's not in a way where we want to export for the sake of exporting, but rather that the message has been that we need to do it to make it work for us. But at the same time, it's been something sort of ugly to sell arms. In public has been the perception. So it's very much a duality in Swedish minds when it comes to defense industry. But when I say that CV90 was not planned for export, it was that when they designed it, it was designed solely for Swedish needs. But there was always, of course, in the back of the mind that it could be exported, and they wanted to have it exported. So it's not that it just happened by itself. But what I mean is that the Swedish product has very much been designed for Swedish needs.
Was that the basic design principle, at least stated design principle behind everything, or at least most things?
Yes, most definitely. When you look at the Gripen project, it was a huge debate if we should buy instead of building. And at that point, we had still a quite large air force. At one point, Sweden had actually the 4th largest air force in the world. But it was declining, and when they decided to build the Gripens, I remember they made a calculation that we needed to buy a little bit over 200 aircrafts to make it worth building our own aircraft and not buying something off the shelf that might have to be a little bit redesigned for our needs. So that's why they ordered. I think they ordered something like 220 aircraft or something like that. I don't remember exact the number, but so it was a little bit of a, I think, political decision to keep the Swedish air industry alive, but also that it was close to the needs that we had at that point. So let's go with our own option, and let's then build as many as it's sort of makes it an economical sense. And then afterwards, they realized that they didn't really need to have that many. And it actually, in the end, they even didn't deliver all those aircraft to the Swedish Air Force. I think the Hungarian ones were former Swedish. They were ordered for Sweden, those aircraft, and they were delivered directly from the factory to Hungary, while the Czech and the Thai aircraft were sort of rebuilt older Swedish versions that might have been in operations or might not have. I think they rebuilt a lot of AB variants to CD, and then they were exported. The South African version, it's the same version as the Swedish one, but the South African aircraft were the only one so far that were built for another country and was not ordered by Sweden to start with. And then now we have the Brazilians, but that's the E version. It's more or less a new aircraft.
So as you note, right, it's kind of important to keep the industry going. It's kind of important to keep it functioning, to keep it sufficiently high enough on orders to sustain the domestic needs. Right? Otherwise, the domestic needs become just even much more expensive than they would be otherwise. Has there been any talk about this yet in the current context?
Yes.
Along the lines of, all of these things are being proven in the battlefield now, shown in this largest scale conventional war since the Second World War. Wouldn't it be a great idea if our stuff was shown there so that we can sell more of it later?
Not publicly, no. That hasn't been spoken about publicly. I would assume that has been discussed behind doors. If I were a lobbyist at Hägglunds or whatever, Saab, I would very much approach the government and say that this would be really beneficial for us if you do this. And I think they listen a lot to that. When it comes to sort of keeping the defense industry in Sweden, it's a very serious question. And I think it's not that much of a question when it comes to a lot of the industry, but when it comes to the aircrafts, they actually did. This government that we have now actually did make a statement quite recently where they said that we're 100% supporting when it comes to the Gripen E, but for the next aircraft that the Air Force needs, you will need to go out and find partners because we will not be able to support 100% a new sort of 100% indigenous fighter aircraft. Now that has also been said before. I think that, there was, I don't know if it was stated, but the discussion was in that way when they built the Viggen, the AJ and JA 37. It was also very much a discussion when they decided to go with the Gripens, the 39. And you never know if they will back down, but I would actually think that this time it's actually true. So Saab will have to find partners, and then they have been trying to do that for quite a long time. I think actually they were at some point a little bit involved in the British new project for a stealth fighter. I think they sort of put it on the wait, and they are considering what they want to do in the future. So that I think they have to do. But when it comes to sort of the other parts of the Swedish defense industry, it is a really, really serious matter still. I have a really fun story if you want me to go ahead with it.
Yeah, go for it.
Because a lot of the Swedish defense industry is now owned from abroad. I mean, Hägglunds is owned by BAE. Saab is still quite much Swedish. Is what was actually at some point co-owned with BAE. I think it was much for the sort of export opportunities that it would give, and it didn't give it, so they rearranged it. And it's I think the main owner of Saab is a Swedish family that is called Wallenberg. It's sort of like the Rockefellers of Sweden. They have
they own like a tenth of all of Swedish private companies or something.
Yeah, something like that. And they have been doing that for over 100 years, or even more, like since no one knows. But they work. A lot of the Swedish successes are actually that they work together with the government. So it's a give and take between these two parts. But
are they a little bit Samsungy?
what did you say?
Are they a little bit like Samsung? You know,
I know too little about Samsung, but yeah, their motto, the family motto is "Verka men inte synas." It's like do stuff but not be seen. So it's a little bit clandestine, but it's not meant to be clandestine. It's that they do things for the good of themselves, but also for the good of Sweden. I think it's a heavy burden to be the heir of that family, because it's almost like being royalty. But that, I mean, if you ask other people, they will say that it's an evil empire and they shouldn't be. And to some extent, they might be true, but it's not really that evil that you would see in a lot of other countries. You could argue that one family should not have this kind of power, and yeah, you may be true, but no, it is what it is. But the thing I wanted to come to is that we had a quite well developed industry building ships and submarines. I mean, actually, Swedish submarines have had a quite high quality for quite a long time. It was called Kockums. It was stationed basically in Malmö, and I think they also had in different places. They probably in both in Stockholm and in Blekinge, where we have marine bases, and they were probably helping with maintenance and stuff like that. But they were bought by, I think it was ThyssenKrupp, a German company that also builds submarines. And it was seen as, this is a good thing. They have a lot of money and they have a lot of knowledge, and we will get something good benefits out of it. But we did not want to sort of get rid of our own indigenous industry. So there were probably a lot of strings attached to how that deal were made and what ThyssenKrupp could do. And when it came to building new submarines in Sweden, we have a new submarine being built right now. The first is to be handed over to the Marine in 2024, I think. ThyssenKrupp, they didn't want Swedish submarines to be built larger than a certain size. They were putting size limiteds on it in it, because they didn't want to have a different kind of sub within their company competing with their own subs that they wanted to sell on the export market. So they put these restrictions on it, and the Swedish FEB and the Swedish government were not really very happy with that, because as we discussed previously, Swedish arms are depending on that we are also selling them abroad to make them economically sound. And putting that kind of restriction on it, we need smaller subs in the Baltic Sea for natural reasons. But if you export it to other countries, often they want to have more ocean-going submarines, and that would basically kill the export market for this sub. And I think ThyssenKrupp, to some extent, really wanted to just kill the competition. So it came to really a conflict, and it ended with actually Swedish military troops driving into Kockums' office in Malmö, I think it was, with weapons and sort of full combat gear, and expropriating materials that had been developed in cooperation with FEB, putting them basically in a sealed container, because there was a conflict about they didn't agree on what would be owned by ThyssenKrupp and what would really be Kockums and Swedish. So they put it in this container, sealed it, and they were there for a whole day before they sort of could resolve it. It was funny because they came there with weapons, basically occupying the place. And then when it was lunch, since it drew out in time, when lunch came, they just, the soldiers, they went into the lunch restaurant and they were peaceful. I guess they didn't bring their weapons with them. So it was sort of a strange situation. But it ended up with them forcefully getting this from ThyssenKrupp. And then they basically went to Saab and said, we want you to buy this. You need to buy this. It's not really an option. And after a lot of negotiations, Saab bought the whole shipbuilding part of the former Swedish Kockums that were owned by ThyssenKrupp, and now it's actually a Saab part. So that's a funny story about how serious it is. Even if we let other people own our arms industry, because we need the money coming in and they can rake off from the benefits of exporting it, it's really a serious business. It has to be kept in Sweden. So you don't try to kill it or remove it from Sweden.
Something similar happened with Volvo as well, right? Specifically for what, police cars, customs cars, something like that.
Yeah, I heard something, but I actually think I heard it here, so I don't really have a lot more to add. I think Volvo is a long story. We tried to sort of sell half of it to Norway.
To Norway in exchange
Yeah,
for their
Norway didn't
oil
like
wealth.
it.
No. Norwegians voted for it. It was the Swedish parliament that said no.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, but
So let's be clear. For anybody who's not following, many decades ago, there was a plan where Norway would get half of Swedish Volvo, and Sweden would get half of Norwegian oil and gas profits, or half of the Norwegian oil and gas capacity. And Sweden was the one that said no to it. Because, yeah. Sorry, Daniel, carry on. But this really needs to be driven home.
Right. My memory is, it was quite a long time ago. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Maybe that was a really stupid move from Sweden. But at the same time, the Swedish telecommunication company, I mean, at one point they had a monopolistic sort of position in Sweden. You couldn't own a telephone. It actually was owned by the state government, which was good in one way, because if it broke, you could just get it fixed or replaced for free. But that company, when it was privatized, it was they I don't know if they did merge it or if they tried to merge it with this Norwegian counterpart, but it failed miserably. And I think we had a communication minister saying that Norway was the last communist state. I think we love the Norwegians, and I hope they love us also, but I think we do have some problems in co-owning things together. But Volvo was also tried then after the Norwegian deal. They tried to merge it with Renault in France, and that didn't pan out very well. So it ended up they needed to buy it because there were not enough money in Sweden to invest in getting new models, car models. It's quite expensive. So it then ended up with Ford. And then when Ford had problems 2008 there, they sold it to a Chinese company. And that was the sort of problems they had with the police cars, as I understand, that it wasn't okay with having Chinese cars. But I don't have much more information than what actually previously said here already.
I will just make one little note. You said about submarines, right? That they're limited in size. Wow, you know, Russians are one-upping you on that one easily. They have some of the biggest submarines ever. I mean, how many air defense submarines have you heard of before? I haven't heard of many.
No, not really. But they have small subs also, and they are apparently have at least often been in the Swedish waters.
Oh yeah, for sure, and that's where the whole danger to underwater communications, supplies, cables, pipelines, etc., also comes from. No, it was more just a joke at the Moskva. That's all. Had to put it in.
Very briefly, can we just highlight that the relationship between Kockums and the former Howaldtswerke Deutsche Werft AG has always been one of very, very, very close collaboration. And if Daniel, I mean, I completely appreciate what you're saying, that there was a concern that the class, which normally German design is going to 72 meters length, whereas the Gotland class was 60 for different purposes and different angles. There never was any risk that they would compete with each other, given distinctly different designs. This is a tertiary concern, if I may say.
I'm not really a sub guy. I follow the news and maybe following it more than normal guy, but I wouldn't be able to do that assessment. But that was more or less what was said,
I know.
and I think also from
I
official.
I remember.
But the funny thing with this story. The funny thing with this story is that, I mean, normally you would maybe send in the police doing this, but they really put in combat geared soldiers to do it. And the most absurd thing was when they went to the lunch like normal people, where they more or less had occupied it. Yeah, it was a really absurd situation.
Well, if you have military product under national security regime, delivered or in some shape or form being out in the open, you have to have military guard. There's a clear rule for that. I'm not joking.
No, I really, but it's still from the outside, it looks quite absurd.
Yeah, but
I totally agree with you.
The thing is, I mean, if you look at the, I don't know whether you've ever been to Kockums or one of the shipyards, you will probably see that for a Swedish facility, they are still very well guarded.
Yeah, but I think they are in the middle of the city also, so it's yeah, it's easily to sort of close it, I guess. But yeah, it's heavily guarded, definitely.
I'm going to jump in here, guys, before you carry on. We have some guests today. I wanted to highlight them to you. I've popped them in the nest. Joining us today at, let me see, 5 p.m. Prague, 6 p.m. Kiev, and what have we got here? 4 p.m. UTC, which is London, UK time. The Dish with Fish with guest Colonel Stuart Bradin, and he looks like he's going to be a really interesting guest. A bit later on, then at here we go. I'll just go through. I've got some actual overseas times. So it's 1:30 in the afternoon Pacific time, 4:30 Eastern time. It's 9:30 p.m. UTC, that's London time, 10:30 Prague, 10:30 Berlin, and 11:30 p.m. Kiev. And that is Dr. Ian Gardner, a Russian media watcher, historian, and translator of Russian culture and war propaganda. So I wanted to tell you about those two guests. I also had something that I wanted to bring up, which I saw early on, but I didn't bring it up just because I was waiting for more confirmation. Do we remember yesterday Prigozhin's video where he was quite drunk, saying he was going to fly a plane and he wanted to have a dogfight with Zelensky, also flying a plane?
No, but it sounds hilarious.
Well, he appeared rather drunk, but yes, it was hilarious. Well, I hope he did get in a plane today, because border guards have shot down with a manpad another Su-25 aircraft today. So you never know. You never know. They might just have got him. I have a feeling he was fibbing, though.
Probably, he probably cooked that one up, because I think after he saw what the Caesars allegedly did to Rogozin, he might have wanted to stay away. Just a hunch. I can't wait. I can't wait for the Swedish ambassador to Moscow, or maybe even say the Swedish foreign minister, to start getting regular parcels once the archers are in theater. You know, regular parcels, very special parcels. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, let's see. But I trust that Daniel, our other Daniel, after we've exhausted Daniel number 1, we can go to Daniel number Romania to continue on this. Daniel.
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I hear my counterpart from Sweden, then the professor from Britain, and also I hear young gunner is coming. I don't have any chance to hear him at midnight, but I listened to you a bit, you guys, talking about conspiracy theory, which are, let's say it, very successful in Russia. And it triggered me some memories from my childhood, but not only. And I want to say something which yesterday I cannot say. This is a treatable affliction. For example, I hope nobody will take it personally. What affects Russians now affects now many Arab nations. They have same conspiracy about people who lead and others behind, and another shadow, and another Skull and Bones, Bilderberg, and I remembered a very vivid memory. I was very, very young, extremely young, and was in a visit, some family in communist Romania. And the television on the only channel were images with US Navy and all the slogans you hear in a communist country, you know, imperialist, evil, you know, all the discourse. And also last year, my father-in-law with other guy, mid-70s, old, very, how I can say, the youth in the communist time affected their perception about life. And same conspiracy about Zelensky, Ukraine, the mighty Russia, mighty Russian army, things like that. And why I say it's treatable, Romanians and probably, why not, Polish, Baltics, everyone was in behind the Iron Curtain. We have a pessimistic view about how the world works. And probably at that moment was just because we don't have enough information. We don't have the freedom to choose what can be, what we can become, things like this. Now I think in authoritarian regimes, usually you are herded like sheep, no? You are directed what part of propaganda to believe, what media is accessible, easy, and what is totally banned. But this affliction, I'm the proof, right? I lived that time. I was pioneer. I was in all the bullshit young system of washing the brain and put the guy to become later a soldier, probably. All this organization in communist time were made it to build up soldiers from very young age. Sorry for my digression, but it's different for Western educated people to understand. You can make the switch from seeing, you know, maybe Ceausescu is not his fault. Maybe are the Jews or Hungarians or Russians, because was interesting this in Romania, Russians were enemy even if we are allied with them. That is very specific to Romanians and former Yugoslav republics.
Yeah,
but
the threat in Yugoslavia was always from the Russians, not from the West. Just the funny bit.
Yes. And this idea of Russians are totally brainwashed. It's partially true in some segments of population, and I don't think about villages close to rural or where poverty not make you to take very seriously what's happened in the world. You don't care about Mars or genetics. But I think this will not become, how you can say, a stain of their soul. Can be reverted, not only reverted, we can change people's mind. Because let's be serious, in late 80s, early 90s, before the economic crisis in Russia starts, Russians, not the communists, Zhuganov or boys like him, they were probably enthusiastically on this idea. We are friends now, we change the direction. We can make things better. We don't need to be afraid one of each other. Even before and after the crash of Tiananmen Square, I think was the general consensus things will become less suspicious. And this was stirred up in Russia, from trusting Americans to it's a conspiracy. They want our industry, our space program, our physicians, our young people, and all this culture developing in a xenophobic, because latently, I think, in every man, in every people, we had good and bad, and you can trigger them. You can make people to become very racist. Look what's happened after some mass emigrations in some countries. You can become total xenophobic. I have a certain idea what's happened in early 90s in Romania when people start killing each other because they were different ethnicity. And it's not just about Magyars, it's about Roma mostly. And these things can come and go. You can manage it. You can change people's mind. And I don't think it's just need to have an internal desire or need to be pushed up from the lead like Young Gardner thinks. I think usually the change in mindset come after a crisis, and nobody can say now for Russians this war is not a crisis, because it's not just sanction, economic depression, less exports, and young people not just be killed but being maimed and sent home without feet, or the victims of war are never something we can dismiss. And I think this crisis, which for them didn't trigger what triggered in Ukraine, national consensus, everybody has a purpose. Putin worked hard to put all the Russians together, and somehow he succeeded a bit. From very clear resistance and opposition in the spring last year, that voices were scared enough. Brutality, arrest, beatings, rape. And I think many part of this idea of opposition is now hidden inside the people. People don't put their opinion publicly, or in part, sadly, they change and go behind the leader. But again, I don't think it's irreversible. Yesterday I had a different opinion, but now I'm less gloomy because if it happens in a poor country like mine, it can happen there also. And don't tell me about democratic process because 90s for us was not even close to democracy.
Daniel, I think the difference is the want for something different, right? Which does need to come from within, which does need to arise from within, and B, wanting to be like, and wanting to be accepted by those that you recognize are in a better position than yourself, and that being sufficiently permeating society. Maybe it's an oversimplification. Maybe that's the way to look at it, because tell me, Daniel, in the mid 90s, when things were very bad in Romania, what was the thought? What were the prevailing thoughts
In mid
in Romania?
90s we have hope. We have hope, and we change the
Exactly.
politics.
Or before that, but really what I'm asking about, Daniel, is what was the attitude in Romania towards Italy, towards Germany, right? The attitude was, can we get closer to that? Can we be accepted to get, by them? That was really the part of this driving force, right?
Not necessarily, because most of the young, the victims, the people who don't identify with political regime emulate, exactly like in Russia. Then was the first mass exodus from Romania. We have a lot of them, but first started in 90s, 91, and was similar in Russia. And try to get this a bit personal, Domen. All we had some incident in our life, and we have a personal crisis, yeah? And you have a personal crisis, you usually talk with yourself, look in the mirror, and take a decision to change or not to change, to overcome the crisis, to become something different, to not face this again. And I think this is central. The political regime can stay in power, but remember, people get out on the streets against Assad, against Mubarak, and they were very courageous and were similar stances, very aggressive regimes, very, how I can say, brutal repression. In Syria become a war, in Egypt becomes something. I can call it anyway. But this is the idea, is a crisis. Acknowledged or not, perceived or not, there is a crisis. And usually, in Russia is a tradition, intelligentsia and educated people start pressuring under the shits. Because we talk so much about oligarchs and silovikis and clans and powerful people, but we forgot all these people are in fact connected with some guys which are clients, let's say, because it's almost a feudal system there, and this will express their concern somehow, because Russians live like this. After a while you go to a drinking contest, a long night with caviar and vodka, and people talk, including journalists with Putin. Is something which happened there. Yeah, now the guy is paranoid, is afflicted by bunker syndrome, but this happens. And people will express their concerns. They'll express their idea, look at unfriendly Finland now. I want to go to Lake Como and things like this. And why do we need to trust Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan to get my new iPhone? You know? And this pressure will be mounted. And this idea of, is someone behind Biden and Hillary Clinton and all that bullshit, conspiratorial attitude about life. Bill Gates and microchips and vaccines. Come and go. You cannot fight rumors very easy, except great communication. But in that regime, at one moment you lack potatoes and bread, and you cannot be very nationalistic and blame everything on Americans, because the potatoes are in there and the vodka is made it in Kamchatka, something like this.
But this is it, right? It does take I don't know, strength or something. It does take something to be able to make that step back and say, okay, maybe we can't just blame everything on the outside, right? And that's really the bit where I think is going to be quite difficult. I'm not saying impossible. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it's not going to be easy. And whenever I agree, eventually it will happen, because it will have to happen, and eventually it is just eventually it is the sort of thing that just does happen, whatever happens. At some point, you will be correct, right? Like at some point there will be the heat death of the universe.
Imagine this.
Which is but I just don't think it's going to be very quick. And even if it is, does it matter? Because it can only come after everything else is already done, and it only can come after Russia's already out of Ukraine anyway.
Imagine this: hundreds of thousands of soldiers will come back home. Some
will they?
What? I was not clear.
No. I'm saying will they actually come home?
Let's say the wounded, the destroyed psychically, will go home. And is a meeting there. Is a big table. There is vodka, all the family, the grandma, the grandfather, the nephews, and they will be asked, did you see the black Americans, the mercenary Polish, and things like that? No, it was some guy from Donetsk who crushed my skull. I lost my leg because some Ukrainian in Melitopol put a bomb under my car. And, this will be talked, because even in communist regime, people talk at home, at some events like this, very close, only family. Because in the family, there are breakouts now. The people who are fully in this business, who are hired from the state, for example, or just officers or policemen. But somehow is your brother, is your uncle, you not agree with him. Maybe you have a different idea. Maybe you say, oh, you are a traitor because you look a bit gay, things like that. But he will hear his brother, his uncle, his nephew. Is a great difference, because they don't trust institutions. They trust the political establishment, but they trust their relatives somehow. Not imagining like how the community is built in United States, for example, but it's a connection, the low-level connection where your mother is a saint. If you say something bad about my mother, I will crush your skull. And then this is very Russian, Eastern European attitude, or Italian, Balkan. And this will go. This will be there. And I think we look at this black box, we call it Russia, and try to get to academic. And many times we forgot we were in their shoes. We live their lives. We understand their mindset because we have that mindset. And it's normal to be how I can say, full of hate, full of trying to push back everything about them. But somehow I feel they are humans with families exactly like us. And somehow what you say in public, you don't say home. And things can be changed, not necessarily because the state want to change, the political leaders want to change, because we'll build under pressure, will bubble. And Russia is very, very proud about how smart they are, how can they do impossible. And this is an impossible task.
Now, let's disconnect a couple of things here, though, because I think that's important to do. And specifically, let's disconnect the personal experiences from believing the general, right? The general case, not somebody with a general rank, but the general case. And I just think that there's not enough connectedness for the disbelief of the general case to ever come through, if that makes sense. So what I mean by that is, you say, yes, fine, you got shot by a Ukrainian or whatever, but didn't you see some American commanding them? And you'll say, yes, I did. I did. They were horrible. The only reason why we ended up losing so many men was because of the Americans. And it's a good excuse. Also remember that each of those who goes and returns in a bad shape and actually does return, unlike most who are left, but who are never to return back to Russia. Remember what they'll say. They will want to come across as the most heroic they possibly can, because they will be seeking for their, and Daniel left me, of course he did. They'll be seeking their own redemption. They'll be seeking the legitimization, the explanation for why it went poorly, why they didn't prevail, why the other guy didn't come back. And that will be to a great degree because, well, we just stood no chance against all of NATO. And it's a convenient explanation that's already served up for them. And that's really what part of the purpose of this is, what part of the purpose of the messaging coming from Russian domestic propaganda channels is, to serve up possibilities, options, ability for those who come back to say, yeah, this is fine. We had no chance, and yet we did so exceedingly well, fighting a great patriotic war. And it's almost as though when you end up seeing images of the Russian soldiers, what remains of them, almost literally tessellating the ground up against in Bakhmut or now in Vuhledar, apparently. That I think is a particularly interesting one. By the way, report is that over Bakhmut another Su-25 of the Russian BKS was downed, which is always a very good idea to do. And good job whomever shot that one down. I guess they didn't want to get the helicopter losses to catch up to the losses of fixed wing aircraft, because they're only 10 behind, and now they're now the losses of fixed wing aircraft are improving on that, getting it to 11, an 11 airframe differential. The successes.
How much does the Russians have now left?
How many do they have left? Well, this
Yes.
is a really hard question. maybe I should explain why this is a really hard question to answer. Maybe Daniel can help me out. So, Daniel, how many Gripens does the Swedish Air Force have?
And I wonder if anyone knows.
See,
I mean,
how many do they officially have? They officially have like 64 or something. No, they have more. 100
I
something?
think they have more. I think it's something like 90 or 100. It was total ordered. I think it was something like 230 or 240 if you include the South African ones. But then, I mean, you have a couple of lost airframes. I don't remember exactly how many accidents we've had, but it's not that many. There have been a couple. And then you also have that they didn't need all the aircraft, so they reduced it and so on. So, yeah, but it also depends on what do you mean. Do you mean total airframes? Do you mean in the Air Force? Do you mean operational used by the Air Force for flying? Do you? And if I did know, I would probably not tell you.
See, but you just answered the question perfectly, because it's exactly the illustration I was going for, right? What do you mean by how many do they have left? And now here we're talking about a relatively small Air Force with only one kind of fighter plane, right? Fighter, bomber, whatever plane, because the Gripen does all of those roles for the Swedish Air Force. Everything else that's in the Swedish Air Force is transport, utility, search and rescue, trainers, all sorts of things that don't have any weapons on them, right, Daniel? The Gripen is the only thing.
There's an exception. The SK-60 that is soon to be retired is the schooling aircraft, but it's also at least previously been used as a light attack. I doubt that they are doing that still, though.
Okay, you could use other things, but at least in principle they don't have. At least in practice, they don't have anything else mounted to it, right? So it's much easier to say. Whereas and also the Gripens are relatively new. The first Gripens got introduced in something in the 1990s at some point, right? So that also gives you a little bit more context, let's say. By comparison, you have the Russian Air Force, which operates things that were introduced in the 70s all the way up to, yes, we definitely have them. We definitely have these wonderful new planes. We have 4 of them, and they're just completely different from anything we've had before, and they're amazing, and we have 4 of them, and they're fantastic, right? So you have a whole batch of different kinds of aircraft. On top of that, Mr. M, you also have those, I forget the designation, maybe Daniel knows it, but you have those very high altitude interceptors, right, that fly at incredibly high speeds.
31, you mean?
There's that, but isn't there also something else? There's just an interceptor that doesn't have a ground attack option like the MiG-31 with the Kinjal.
You mean the MiG-25? But I don't think they have that. I think that was only for export.
Could be. Anyway, right? They have a bunch of airframes that are never going to come anywhere close to where Ukraine is. The strategic bombers were at some point used to hit Mariupol. They're not going to be used on the front lines at any point because they'll get shot down because they're huge and they're unwieldy, and just about any missile system on the front lines is going to take them down.
I think you mean the MiG-31. It's a version of the MiG-25. It's 2-seated, and it's actually just an interceptor. I doubt that you would use it to ground targets. They're shooting from far behind.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, in other words, Mr. M, you can say, okay, well, they have a bunch of these airframes. They have a bunch of these fixed-wing aircraft, except many of these fixed-wing aircraft are never going to be able to be shot down in the first place because they'll never get anywhere close to where the front line is. Then you can ask yourself, but of the ones that are flown in close air support, or of the ones that do have these, possibly a dogfighty type role, how many of those do they have left? Well, who knows? Because, they made a bunch, and then the Soviet Union collapsed, and then some of them were sold secretly or less secretly to who knows whom else. Who knows how good a condition how many are in that still are in Russia. Who knows how many are parked in hangars and you can't count them up. Well, satellite imagery because they're forever parked in hangars. So there isn't an end point, right? There isn't a clear end point where you would be able to say, well, this is it. Now they've taken down, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% of the ones that Russians have operational, because it's just a little bit complicated. And I'm sure that if you work for the Culinary Institute of America, I'm sure you can cook up some good numbers based on satellite imagery and very high resolution satellite imagery at that, where you might be able to actually figure out how many they likely have operational. But just looking at straight up numbers, it's not going to be very much help. Daniel?
Yeah, you have another factor also. How many pilots do they have, and how many pilots do they have that can actually fly in combat? I don't mean the old ones that used to fly them and are now obese or whatever. I've seen they are putting some of those into their cockpits, but again, how many pilots do they have that can actually be effective?
I don't think that they have many left, because they also inscripted some of them just in the normal army. So I don't think that they have much pilots left. And about those Gripens, Sweden has originally ordered 204 of those aircrafts. There are 80 in service, and they have leased 28 to Chechnya and Hungary. So Hungary,
to be clear, Czechia, not Chechnya.
Czechia, yes.
Yeah, and also Thai. I think are the Thai aircraft, are they also leased or are they sold?
That it doesn't say that. So this is the only thing they say about it. There's not much to find about the amount they really have.
Yeah, and then you have the 28, I think, that it was sold to South Africa, but they were produced for South Africa.
Yes, these are the 39s, as I
but a lot of those airframes that has not been used, as far as I've read, they have been used for spare parts, but also used for the production of the new Gripens, where they take stuff that can be used in both versions. So it's really very hard to say how many airframes are there, because it depends on what state you want to have them in.
At least they have 80 in service for themselves. So that's a given number. That those 80 are flyable and in service. So the other ones, it's like you said, Daniel. We don't know what the state of it is.
Yeah, and the reason why I was a little bit vague when it comes to exactly how many they have in the Air Force is I have heard so many different numbers. It was meant to be downsized, I think, to 60, but then stuff happened and they decided to not. And I really, at one point we did have like hundreds quite recently, but I really don't know what the state is right now. They are opening or have already opened another flygflottilja, that's like basically an air base, so they will have to have new divisions, and I don't know how that will affect how many aircraft we will have. I think it was 60 ordered of the E version, but yeah, again, it happens really fast when it comes to this.
So they also wanted to, this is from very long ago, they also wanted to replace them with Saab 35 Dragon and 37 Vegan. But
that has to be a very long time ago.
Yes, this is a very long time ago. So
there have been a lot of cooks having opinions about the Gripen project. It was sort of controversial in Sweden because it costs so much money. There were even at a point a professor in aerodynamics at Stockholm University, or is the KTH, that's Kungliga Tekniska Högskolan, that's like Stockholm, the Royal Technical Academy or something like that. He was a professor in aerodynamics, and he proposed that instead of having this silly, unstable aircraft that was uncontrollable, he wanted us to build new Drakens, J-35, with an extra canard on it, and that would be a super Draken. I doubt it would have been a very good idea.
That sounds entertaining. I mean, he was taken in by the design, obviously, right, Daniel? Because it's such a beautiful, beautiful
I
airframe.
think he was a little bit too down deep in his own subject, because he and sort of how it was before, because he was arguing that this uncontrollability with the unstable aircraft, it was unnecessary and it could not be handled by computers. I think he knew more about aerodynamics than he knew about computers, to be honest.
Maybe he was one of the oldest generation who thought that computers will take over the world, and
But they will. They will.
yeah,
Trust
they
me.
will. Of course, they will.
Yes, a hexagonally tessellated world. No, but you know, seriously, Daniel, has there been any developments whatsoever? Rather, tell me this: how was it taken that Turkey over the weekend kind of reached back to Sweden and said, "Yeah, maybe we can, maybe we should keep talking. Maybe we shouldn't just not talk anymore." Was there any? I wouldn't call it an official statement, but was there any? Anything coming back to that at any point, or because of the tragic events in Turkey, that has kind of been put to side, and nobody's really going to be commenting on it immediately?
Not that I've seen, but I haven't followed the news cycle like this morning, but I haven't had time for that. But I haven't seen anything like that. The last thing I saw was that Sweden, they went out and said how much they would give to Turkey right now, and it was actually less than I would have hoped for. I think it was a little bit too little, but there were a lot of tents and temporary living quarters and stuff like that, and yeah, stuff that is needed in this kind of situation. But they actually did also have it open for more help if there was something particular that Turkey wanted and needed. So, but I haven't heard anything about any replies.
I have a hunch they're rather busy. You know, two of the best things that I've heard out of the Russian nonsense generating machine was, one, Sweden only offered, and we covered this yesterday, that Sweden only offered help because it wants a Turkish yes at its NATO application, because otherwise it never would have, right? Because that certainly isn't something that Sweden does all the time whenever there is any natural disaster anywhere else. And then the other one was even maybe a little bit more shocking. It was, I think, an American Vatnik who came out with the logic of, well, you see, there was this big earthquake in the area, and Israel went completely unharmed. Must be those weather modification machines they have.
No, it's
And
laser,
it was,
space
and
lasers.
that it was an artificial earthquake, which was caused by. It wasn't very clear whether it was Israel or America or possibly both. So it's all completely staged, and it's artificial, and it was limited geographically because they wanted to. You know, really show Turkey who's boss. And you have, when you have conspiracy theories like that being able to actually spread, I mean, that really shows you how of the rocker a good number have to be, right, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of talking, it really sickens me. I mean, we're talking about, the last number I heard was 5,000 in dead in Turkey. I mean, how could you use that in that way and think that anyone would do it? Yeah, it's but I mean, I really don't want to talk about that because it really sickens me. But if Sweden sent, I think the help that they sent now was something like 7 million Swedish kronor, which is not really that much. I think they're prepared to send more. But if Sweden sent that to get the favors for getting into NATO, then I wonder what favor do Japan want to have, because apparently they sent quite a lot to Turkey really fast. So what is it that they want from Turkey?
I mean, what you're missing in the mind of a conspiracy theorist would be that you know, the Swedes got the Americans to get the Japanese to send it, so that Sweden can get in. Obviously.
But then we would like to have that publicly announced. Otherwise, it would be meaningless, right?
Maybe, but maybe there's another level of people who have communicated all that appropriately, and so it's all done so that the Vatniki conspiracy theorists can't use it. But see, the Vatniki conspiracy theorists are smart enough to understand this double play.
But this is a thing that I've thought a lot about this. I really don't get conspiracy theorists, but I've sort of thought a lot about it. And I think to one extent that they have the same way of looking at the world as the thing we talked about Putin and having like someone is controlling the strings behind. And the thing is that if you think about it rationally, it doesn't really make any sense at all in any way. Because if you say, I know this question has come up here several times, why are they really invading Ukraine? What is the reason behind it? I would say there are about like 200,000 different reasons, one for each soldier going in. Some of them might be the same sort of, but everyone has their own reason. I would even argue that there are 140 million different reasons if you involved all the Russians in it. But so I mean, you never have one thing controlling everything. Everyone involved in doing something has their own reasons to do it.
And most of these people are likely scary people, I think.
For sure, but actually, Daniel, you're onto something really important here, right? Different components will have different reasoning. There isn't just one reasoning, and this is where a lot of the time the analysis kind of falls flat, right? Because the recognition has to be given to there being multiple reasons why, and yes, the principal driver will be singular, will be with the core of the regime, right? The core of the regime in this context being the various KGB types in and around Putin, being Putin and those immediately around him, and then there will be others who will have other reasons. Like Malofeyev, who wanted to do, like washing machine, but like Malofeyev, who wanted to set up the consortium of all manner of industries in the occupied territories in the east and the south, right? And then you have the adventurers who want to be heroes, like their grandpa was for, managing to survive all the way to Berlin, and not die in the process. It's all of these. It's all of this different sets of motivations. But at the end of the day, the crucial one and the critical one, let's say, is you have the military leadership and those who might want to run their own militaries, who are in for clout. You have the central power, which is in for its own legitimization, imperial legacy, and whatnot. And then you have the people supporting it financially, in this odd triumvirate of sorts, who are actually in it for economic benefit. Different people are in it for different reasons. Now, that doesn't mean that the central powerful security state can't actually just dismiss all the other ones and just go ahead with its own concept and just keep doing it for the one and only thing, which is the imperial base for their attempted expansion. But outside of that, everything is just everything else is kind of flexible because everybody else can be dismissed. Everybody else can be, cast aside. So it's kind of a yes and a no. Whenever you have people come up and say, "Hey, but they're doing it for economic reasons," right? You can't just say no because some are wanting to do it for economic reasons. The problem is that the ones doing it for economic reasons don't actually matter in ending it. They might have gone there from the start in order to benefit from it economically, or thinking that they might be benefiting from it economically, but they can't put a stop to it because they're not the ones who can make that decision. And this is where remembering and emphasizing that it's happening and that it will continue happening because of the very simply imperial component of it all. Very simply making Russia the great imperial power that they feel it unrightfully isn't, and getting themselves great legacies like those of Czech's notes, Stalin somehow. That is the point for them, and that is the point for Putin and those immediately around him. And as long as that can be achieved, they can feel like they won. As long as that can be achieved, they can feel like they're doing what they set out to do. So let's figure out a way in which they can achieve it while also getting them out of Ukraine at the same time. And I think that's possibly the best way to go about all of this. I know, Daniel, thoughts?
No, I just agree with you 100%. I really don't have anything to add to that. Just the last one, I don't really know how to achieve that, apart from everyone in the Western world sending all the weapons we have and giving our support.
That's the beauty of it, though, isn't it? Because the best way to go about it on so many levels is to give Ukraine what it needs to have absolutely overwhelming weapons capacity and military capacity to, on the one hand, kick the Russians out, but on the other hand, and simultaneously allow the Russian domestic propaganda to get to work and say, but we've destroyed 17,000 gazillion billion leopards, and we have been incredibly successful. Daniel?
Yeah, I was thinking, I mean, often what people are worried about is the things that they don't know about. People don't knowing anything about nuclear weapons, they're really, really scared when Putin is battling his, and so on. So one thing that scares me a little bit is the end of this war, after this war, because I am confident that Ukraine will be able to throw out Russia, as long as we in the West are still supporting them and sending them what they need, which we need to ramp up. But at the same time, as we discussed previously, no one is going to march into Moscow, not even the Russian tanks, because there weren't be any. But that also means that we can't guarantee any political change in Russia. And I'm worried about Russia in 30 or even 50 years. We can't predict where Russia is in 50 years. We don't know how the sanctions will have effect, if they will have to be sort of removed, and Russia is sort of seemingly looking to go back to a peaceful situation, and everyone wants to have that, as we discussed yesterday about how it was in the 90s. And then we give them the opportunity to do it the same thing again. So that's what really, really worries me. And I think probably because I don't understand it and I don't know how to handle it. But yeah, anyone has an idea of how we will handle that, I'm glad to take that.
I can speak to this a little bit, and I kind of agree, right? It's the big unknown, and that's scary. It's frightening. It requires attention, and I think, frankly, it's getting undue attention, or rather, not undue attention the wrong way right now. That's kind of something I'm annoyed and a bit frustrated with. What I mean by that is the following. It is true that we don't really know what's going to happen in the medium to long term within Russia. The reason why we don't know is because so many different things can happen, right? There's space for a lot of different outcomes. There's space for a lot of different scenarios to happen. And that can range from there being very little, very minimal change for a long time, the regime fundamentally persisting, even if the main people in it might be changing, which is fine, right? We've seen that plenty of times before. Nobody is immortal, but at the same time, institutions like this can persist. The critical thing to do is to be prepared for all of those possible outcomes. The critical thing to do is to say, okay, well, what do we do if there's a big civil war? What do we do if there's if there's a dissolution? What do we do if there's now a dozen little statelets that are, saying, hey, we want to, establish separate relations with the world. We're not a part of Russia. We're not Russia. We're just, this little stan or IA or whatever. And we want to be independent. We are independent. Look, we control our borders because the central state can't, right? And you need to be prepared in knowing what you're going to respond to that or how you're going to respond to that. You need to be prepared for a change through a revolution or even a change through peaceful means within. And how do you respond to that correctly? The thing is, one or indeed probably several of these things are going to happen at some point. And the only thing I have to say is you need to be prepared for whatever happens. The worst thing to do would be to say, we can affect which of these things is going to happen. We can not just predict, but we can cause one of these things to happen rather than another. And that, I think, Daniel, is where too many people in decision-making capacities across the West are making a grave mistake, thinking themselves to be far more able, far more powerful to affect which of these things is actually happening. And I think that is a very big problem that we're currently having to deal with. Because what this does is it leads to paralysis, it leads to inaction, it leads to, well, but what if then I'm taken to be responsible because of something that I've done that is then identified to have led to something really bad happening? Think of it like this: almost whatever happens is going to probably be pretty bad. It's almost unavoidable that very bad things will be happening in Russia, whatever somebody might or might not do at some point in the medium to long term. So let's figure out mitigation scenarios on how to best limit negative externalities, especially externalities, right? Especially those external to Russia, and everything else we'll just kind of have to swallow and live with, because you can't really affect it, because you don't really have the ability to change it substantially. And whatever you do, don't let this paralysis affect the one thing that you can affect, and that being, help Ukraine kick out Russians out of Ukraine, because that you can actively affect in, at least a somewhat predictable way. Does that kind of make sense, Daniel?
Yeah, it does. It does. But I think in the same way, it doesn't really give us a remedy in some way. And I think that I and probably most people here realize what you said about that we can't really affect that much from outside what's going to happen. But that also scares even more, because the things you can't do anything about is things you don't have a power over, and then it feels like anything can happen. But not being emotional, I mean, what I see is that for us to not have a repetition of this, Russia needs to stop being an empire. If you look at a lot of the past empires we had in like more or less most of them died, old empires died in the beginning of the last century. And what really made them sort of peaceful, let's not go into exactly the debate there, but was that they basically lost their empires. And if you look at the parts that has been broken free from Russia, I can't really think of any of them that are in any way imperialistic or trying to invade their neighbors. So I think that in some way you need to put to end the idea of an imperium of Russia. Russia can probably work fine by itself if it's more or less like the Muscovy, the core of it. That once they get to an acceptance that they are not this big empire that has the right or the ability to conquer other countries, then they will adapt to that. But the question is, how do you get there? And we can't do anything about that. That scares me.
The only thing I want to add to that, and I think this is important, is this sort of thing has to come from within, not from outside. Because if the dissolution, if the breaking apart comes from outside, that has other negative externalities down the road, and I think that's important to consider here. This is why affecting it specifically might be additionally unwise. But let me leave it at that and say a very good afternoon to Nina. Hi, Nina. How are you?
Hi, Domin. I'm good. How are you? Hope you are
Pretty well, Nina. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So, to Daniel, you said that this thought scares you what Russia will become and so on. As a Finnish person, I will tell you that first of all, I'm not worried about what Russia will become. They will have to deal with their own shit for a very long time. But what concerns me, and this is my opinion, and I hope that as many people as possible in the West understands that we cannot lift the sanctions from Russia before they have been taken to justice for what they have done, before they have paid for all the reconstruction of the destruction that they have done in Ukraine, before they have brought back all the millions of Ukrainians that they have kidnapped to Russia, before those who are responsible taken to Hague. I think they are never taken to Hague, but this is how they should be, like at least demanded to be, but we know that it might not be possible. And before that, no sanctions lifted, because we cannot, I cannot see any responsible government or company or anybody deal with a terrorist like a regime, and also author. It's almost like, well, we are talking about like a kleptocratic authorization, whatever it is. But then anyway, so as you said, Domin, we will not be able to impact the possible change in Russia, which I don't really believe in, because this has been going on for 1,000 years. And they have never redeemed themselves in any way. They have never taken responsibility of the destruction they have done in other countries, never before. So my take is that it's not the changes. There might be some changes, but yes, okay, but not in my lifetime will there be like anything stable. And what will happen after the war in Ukraine? Ukraine will be in the European Union, and Ukraine will be in NATO, and Russia cannot continue its imperialistic behavior towards South or West. It can try other places, but if they have these things, the sanctions are on, they have to pay for the reconstruction, and also pay for the losses of the family members that the Ukrainians have lost. So I see this as so far away, everything happening, and we don't know how long this war will take. You know, Second World War, I think it was 1,200,000 Russians dead. So and now 130,000 something. So if we think about that, it might be even 10 years. Maybe not 10 years this war, but maybe 7-8 years this war. So I have no illusions about this will be done in maybe this year or something. It's not going to be. It's going to be a long war. So I am not thinking about anything else but Finland to NATO, Sweden to NATO, and Ukraine finally winning the war, and borders like closed, and Russia dealing with their own shit, whatever it is. I am not going to put any thought on that. So they are going to have so big problems that they cannot continue with the imperialism very long after that. Sorry for my long rant, but
No, it's good. Nina, I agree with almost all of it. I'll just have two little comments to it. First one is, the war's already been going on for 9 years, right? 9 years this month.
Yes, you're right.
So that's one, and I know that you'll easily agree with that one. The other one that I want to say is, hey, I agree with your approach to things. I would just add to that whatever whatever stuff, and you know what word I should be using instead of stuff, but I'll say stuff. Whatever stuff happens in Russia afterwards, we will also have to deal with it. And we just have to recognize that. We just will have to deal with it. But that's fine. It's not going to be completely isolated. And the wrong thing to say is for anybody to now think, oh, well, we can prevent that stuff from being really bad. We can't, not really. It's going to be bad stuff, whatever happens. And it's going to have negative effects on those around and outside. But that's fine because we're prepared for it and we recognize it up ahead of time. And we shouldn't, worry about it particularly. But we will know that there is going to be stuff that's going to affect others around as well. So Nina, quick come back to that, and then go to Daniel to enter Nathan, Ali, and David. Nina.
Yeah, I agree about that. There will be so much stuff going on and affecting. But as you said, we are prepared for that, and we have to have many different scenarios what could happen, so that we can be prepared. And my suggestion would be Russia breaking into these oblasts or whatever, like countries, let's say, and they have their own governments, and then those governments who are prepared to, let's say, make a deal with the West that if you keep these laws and rules, we will help you with the infrastructure or something like that. Like that kind of thing I can imagine. Like give them a little bit of carrot, not the stick. And if you don't keep the laws and rules, then we are not going to help you. So you have a chance. This is just like a side comment here. And Daniel, I wouldn't be worried about anything else, but just sending Ukraine as much as they need, as fast as they need, or everything in as soon as possible. So what happens with Russia will be so far away anyway. It's not going to happen, in very short time. So I am not worried at all, and I'm a Finnish person. We have the border with Russia, 1,300 kilometers. So I should be worried here, but I'm not. I'm completely calm with that. So you shouldn't worry either. And Dorman, thank you. I will take myself down.
Thank you, Nina. And I will say I agree. And Daniel, I guess you also likewise agree with a lot of that.
Yes, I do. I do agree with it. And I just want to clarify, when I say I'm scared, I'm not terrified. I'm not lying awake at night. It's more that I'm worried, might be a better phrase, and concerned. And I think actually everyone should be, because if we're not, then we will not act accordingly. And I'm not personally concerned for my own safety, but I would not really like to live in a world where we have to be concerned about Russia or anyone else for that matter invading other countries and killing people. And I'm not as positive as you are, Nina, because I mean, if you look back 30 years, we thought it would be better. A lot of people didn't think we would be here 30 years ago. We thought the world were coming to a eternal peace, as I've said before. And I wrote an essay, sort of my last year in high school, gymnasiet. I think that's basically equivalent to high school, where I predicted Russia being revanchistic and starting a major war in Europe in 20 years or so. I was off 10 years, but that actually did happen. My teacher at that point, she was she gave me a grade on it, and I knew she really didn't like that. She thought I was alarmistic, and I didn't have any business saying stuff like that. That was the old times. But I mean, who's right now? So I actually think that we don't know what will happen in 30 years. If nothing drastically happens in Russia that breaks this several hundred-year tradition of theirs, I think we will unfortunately be in a similar situation in 30 or maybe 50 years or something, but we will be there. So that's what worries me, and I think we can do stuff to prevent it. Unfortunately, not as much as we would like to do it, but I am still also a little bit pessimistic that we will do the stuff that we need to do. I'm confident that sooner or later the embargo against Russia will be released, even if Russia has not reformed, because people want to do business again and they would like it to be true. Probably they have to change regime. They have to be someone else than Putin, but it doesn't mean that it's better. So that's sorry, I'm a little bit pessimistic, but that's the way I think you see it.
And I would just, to that, I will stress once again, the important thing is to not think oneself overly capable or not capable enough in the current. And by oneself, I'm especially addressing leaders of various countries that can make a difference, because paralysis is the worst of the possible decisions to make. And with that, I see that our Western Hemisphere friends are up. So let's run through Enter the NAFO, followed by David, and then onward. Enter the NAFO, please.
Hi, and thanks a lot. I'm actually a bit more optimistic. I might actually even be naive in thinking this way, but I'll pitch my thoughts, and then you can give me your feedback. As far as Russia, I think there might be a historical opportunity to actually decrease their sphere of influence and isolate them, and by that removing some of their imperialistic opportunities. I think that if Ukraine continues to get the support that they need and they win the war, I think that will open up for a lot of change in the satellite states that surround them and that they still have a lot of influence over. I think it will change, or possibly change, the world order, which would be huge. Removing Russia from the UN Security Council might be a long shot, but that's something that I see as, anyway, theoretically maybe possible if they don't have that reach and that influence in the world they have or have had. So that would also open up a lot of new frontiers for business. I mean, Ukraine is huge, and Georgia and Kazakhstan and a lot of other satellite states or prior satellite states that could be opened up, that could fill the gap that Russia might leave behind. Could be things that the West would think were interesting, but basically just isolating Russia, removing their possibility of influence, and lacking the power that everybody thought they have. I'm not so sure that would be a bad thing. I think that might actually be a huge light in the tunnel when this conflict actually ends, because now the cards are on the table, and they've shown that they're not what we thought they were, and the corruption and the way that Russia is driven. I just see I have a hard time seeing that a lot of serious companies anyway would jump on the chance of getting back into that market, for instance. So I don't know what you guys think about it, but that's my take. Thanks.
Thanks, Anthony Nafo. I won't say anything to it. I'll just pass it on to David, because I think he'll address similar stuff, and then because I want to push through hands. David?
Yeah, so I just wanted to push back a little bit on this idea that we can't impose anything from the outside. So first of all, there are two things. There's what's likely to happen, and then there's what we should all be talking about what we think should really happen in the end. And I think that but basically the way things are going, we're going to end up with North Korea on steroids, right? Which is something I've said in this space before, and that's just something we might have to live with, but it's it's not really a very satisfactory solution. North Korea's been there for 50 years already, so basically we're probably looking at another century of having an unstable penned in Russia, and then there's the risk of something happening like we relax our guard and let people start doing business with this monster, and we basically end up where we are now. So talking a little bit towards maybe where we should end up, and some of the things about the reform of the UN, kicking them out of the Security Council, all of that kind of stuff. With Iraq and Afghanistan, we've kind of had our fingers burnt on this ability to impose things from outside. And I think that, the example of Japan and West Germany after the Second World War is just a clear example that this is not impossible. It's something that
But those were total defeats.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not saying that that's necessarily going to be the position we will be in at the end with Russia. But nevertheless, the ability to carry out a root and branch reform of a state and reconstitute that state in a way that's sensible, and for want of a better way of putting it, is something that we kind of badly need to do and badly need to rediscover. So there are, and the reasons that we don't do that is because at the same time we know imperialism is bad and we don't want to recreate empires. At the same time, there are things that you can impose. You can say, look, this is just best practice, right? This is just how things work best, and we know that these things work best because we've done it before. I mean, since the Second World War, we've done it to a limited extent in the former Yugoslavia, way too late, and not entirely successfully. But the reasons for I'd say the negative sides of both those things and Iraq and Afghanistan, rather than being a lack of imperial application, if you like, rather than being an overreach in terms of imperial desire, they're an underreach in imperial desire, in that the state nation building and the establishment of things like separate judiciary, legislature, and free press, and so on and so forth. Those things weren't taken seriously enough and weren't imposed more seriously. And it's this kind of malaise in the West that we kind of have an urgency now to address. Otherwise, we end up in this position, as I think Daniel said, in 50 to 60 years down the line. And part of that's due to the fact that, what have we got in terms of the West? It's not really clear, who's in the West, who's out of it. When I'm talking about the West, the collective West, I'm talking about including Japan, South Korea, probably India in that bracket. But essentially what we had after the Second World War was the British Empire collapsing and the United States kind of picking it up almost without realizing. And they didn't really want the British Empire, but that's kind of what they ended up with. And we're still in this as the collective West, this kind of empire not empire, Schrodinger's cat of a thing. And somehow, from my perspective, there's a pressing need to kind of reinvigorate our confidence that we do actually know how things should work, and oppression of minorities, and printing money with abandon, and not having a separate judiciary and legislature and executive is a bad idea, right? And we should make sure that those things are encouraged. Let's put it like that, as much as possible.
I totally agree on that, David. It's now up to us. It's now up to the international community to afterwards, if Russia, and I don't say if, when Russia is defeated, that they should make sure that Russia isn't going to be an empire or getting any chances to be an empire, and to keep it that way, and to do everything in their possibility to stop Russia from getting back to what it was now. And yes, it will affect a lot of other countries, and those countries are bound with Russia. And sorry for saying, but that's their problem. The free West, the free world, the Western world should make sure in everything that Russia isn't not capable to get connections into the free world, to mingle, to do anything back again. They should be isolated. And what happens in Russia? Yes, there will be shit happening in Russia. And we should be making sure that it wouldn't be much effect on the Western world as it happens. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, and to David, to one of your things, right? A lot of this has to come from within. I think this is the critical the critical point. Success can be amplified. It can't be created from the outside. I think maybe that's the lesson to learn from all of these cases over the past several decades, right?
Well, that's kind of what I was pushing back on, because I mean that's what was achievable in World War II.
But after a total defeat, after when you took things and constructed them really from the ground up, but not otherwise.
Yeah, but the situation of not otherwise is somehow unsatisfactory and doesn't really lead us anywhere. That's kind of my point. That it's all very well saying that this has to come from the inside, but it hasn't come in Russia from the inside for the last 500 or 600 years, and it's not likely to without total defeat. And the same is true of North Korea without total defeat and going in there and really building something from scratch. Nothing's going to change there. And that's the way it is. And I'm not saying that the realistic prospect on the horizon is us having the chance to do a root and branch reform from outside, but it's the only way that you can do it. At least it's the only way historically that it's been done successfully.
See, but this is, yeah, I think setting one's sights too high in this can, lead to one, misinvestment, and B, disappointment. And this is, I would even go as far as saying this is where the misinvestment was done into Russia throughout the 1990s and throughout the 2000s, as opposed to having been done in countries that were, able to be gotten out of this, and were the investment done, better, then maybe Russia wouldn't have been able to exercise its imperial approaches to others, simply because it would have been hemmed in. And maybe then there would have been a change from the inside. As opposed to that, there was a lot of investment being put into sort of building out institutions, attempting to help build out institutions in Russia, which completely failed, be it press or whatever, when that same investment wasn't afforded in other countries in the former Soviet Union, right? And I think that's really the
Totally agree.
differential here.
So there was a window of opportunity basically at the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s to say that, Russia, we really need to build the system this way, and you're not going to get any capital out of us, either in terms of resource effort or hard cash, if we don't get the latitude to do these reforms in the way that we decide. But this is with the benefit of hindsight, right? And it's far from certain that the Russian side would have acted in any way positively to enable those reforms to be done in the way you're suggesting back then. So
well, no, because what I'm suggesting is that shouldn't have been wasted on Russia in the first place. It shouldn't. It should have been invested in Ukraine, in Georgia, in Armenia instead. But there was a lot of effort to democratize Russia put in, which was a complete flop because there wasn't a want for that from within. That's kind of what I'm getting at. And had more effort been put into, helping other countries in the Russian periphery along at the time instead of being put into Russia, then then Russia wouldn't have been able to go and be the menace to those countries instead. That's what I really meant. Because there was already an internal drive that could have been helped along.
Yeah, I see. So more effort in Ukraine and Georgia and Kazakhstan than in
exactly.
Russia. Yeah. Okay.
Right. That's what I meant. And this is where I think Daniel is right, saying that, when and if it comes to bits breaking off of Russia, it will be a lot easier to work with those because the same imperial mentality won't be there. But that breakup can't be incited from the outside, because if you incite the breakup from the outside, then you get more of that resentment and you get more of a backlash. That being the soft thing, the difficult one to negotiate.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, from soft things that are difficult to negotiate to someone who's very good at negotiating very solid bits of steel into the right place to do their job properly. Daryl, very good morning.
Hey, good morning, Doman. I totally agree with the dealing with the satellites, and we should have did it back in '91. But hindsight is 20/20, of course. I think that we need to really look at the elephant in the room and why we consider Russia, quote unquote, a power, and that's because of the nukes. That's the dirty word nobody wants to say. And we just need to say, okay, that's it. This is the reason why we give Russia power, or we project power upon Russia. And so with that, we need to, if we can get away from just thinking about their nukes in the sense that, if they get hemmed in, they'll use it. We need to think about what happens in the dissolution. And then there's three areas that I would be worried about in that case. One is the transfer. If they decide you get a leader in Russia that says we're going down, I'm gonna open the kitchen, I'm gonna open the store, and then you have areas like Iran, Saudi Arabia, because I see Saudi Arabia as more of a bigger issue than it seems to be at this point in time. And then, of course, the institutions like ISIS. Those three areas are the things that I would be looking at as what happens next. And if we can get this thing done right with Russia, in other words, they go down, but at the same time, we look at what's happening in Iran, and if we can somehow get a positive outcome in that situation, then it's really only the other two that we need to be looking at. And if one of those two nations control and filter the weapons into ISIS and those type of organizations, then we can really stem their spread. Yes, they are a little bit more organic because it's religious, but it's the overwhelming power. Their overwhelming power is the ability to get weapons and spread the terror. And that's where we need to be looking at the end of what is now Russia, is to try to get the weapons off the street for these organizations. And that's particularly going to be through a positive outcome, like I say, with Iran, if we can get there. And then, trying to negotiate some kind of exit strategy for a nuclear Russia in itself. and then then we'll have the world, and we'll have to look at it. Where does it go from there? As far as the situation on the ground everywhere around the world, because it's never going to be utopia, and we can just get away from that fact that there's a utopia. Russia having nukes is not a utopian situation either. So the best thing we can do is see how we can get this to a positive outcome, the best way forward. But at the same token, we can't allow them to hold these nukes over our head any longer. That's the key. They want back into the world market. They're gonna have to do something with the nukes. End of story.
And this is all about mitigation scenarios, right? And those are to come after. This is the bit I keep warning against. And just to piggyback on Darrow, whom I rather agree with on this, and there's other scenarios and other ones. That's not the point. The point is, all of this comes after assuring victory. But the preparation for that has to be done now. And instead of delaying it, assure victory sooner, but also be sure that you're prepared for all these mitigation work at the same time. George.
Yeah, fuck Russia. Okay, how's that? How about we just wall it off, cut off their food supply, and let them fucking, get on with their goddamn life. That's what should happen at the end of the war. Ukraine should build a 5-kilometer wide no man's land there on the border, and even cut any communications, train, rail, whatever, and that's it. And let them figure it out. Turn them into North Korea. But what I want to talk about is Biden's hometown of Scranton. Doman, do you know what Scranton is doing right now?
Filming another series of The Office?
No. They have a factory that's been around for 115 years. And recently, they've upped their production of 155 millimeter shells to the point where they're now making 90,000 a month. And soon that production is about to go up to 150,000 a month. Good luck, Russia. Fuck you. You fucked with the arsenal of democracy.
George, did you say one factory producing 150,000 a month?
Yes.
That's like 5,000 a day.
Yes.
That's as many as Ukrainians are now shooting per day.
What's that?
That's how many Ukrainians are shooting per day. 5,000 a day.
Yes.
Excellent.
It's one factory. They've hired another 300 workers, and their production numbers are now up to where they were during the Korean War. So imagine.
George, can you explain to people what difference that makes?
I wish I could, Doman. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm in a tunnel.
That sounds like a FAFO move.
It rather does, doesn't it? Now that is some bit of good news. Shaggy?
Yeah, I'm curious about this seeming taboo encouraging Russian Federation states to break off from the Russian Federation with a carrot approach.
I can hear Shaggy. If Shaggy is speaking, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, Shaggy, I can hear you. Doman has a problem, I think.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm wondering about the seeming taboo about breaking them up, or encouraging publicly to encourage them breaking up. I mean, the carrot and stick approach. The stick approach is pretty simple. You stay with the Russian Federation, and you're going to be subject to all the sanctions that they're going to be subject to over the next coming decades. But the carrot approach is, if you guys choose to break away from the Russian Federation, we're going to help you economically, militarily, rule of law wise, blah blah blah. Okay, you're going to be all back of the bus because there's lots of other countries that we're trying to help as well on their they're on the bus and they're in seats further forward than you guys are, the new prospective guys are. But you're on the bus. You're on the democracy bus, as it were. If you want to head that way, and if you don't, then you can stay on the bus that you're currently on with the Russian Federation. So I think a bit of openness and transparency on this, rather than trying to get the CIA to do it undercover, just openly say, yeah, break away from the Russian Federation, and democracy's arms are wide and open for you. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, money makes the world go round, eh? So it's basically they fall for the money.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be.
They can choose.
Yeah, it's democracy. The people in the satellite states can choose, and if they choose that they want to be more Western focused, then we should be like there trying to help them as well. But they need to know that we could be there if they asked. At the moment, they may not know. So I'd do it all openly. I'd say, yeah, we do want the Russian Federation to break up, because the smaller it is, well, it's divide and conquer, really, isn't it? Well, divide and conquer with democracy, with the offer of democracy, with the offer of help from the Western nations. Yeah, I'm very interested in listen to thoughts on this. I've been trying to do this for months.
Thank you. Danny, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just it wasn't that important. I just wanted to, what George said was fantastic. At the same time, sort of not surprising. I think I read Secret Squirrel writing something quite recently that he identified like 8 countries or something that could outproduce Russia single-handedly when it comes to artillery shells. So yeah, that's sort of what we should have done already. But yeah, happy news. And I think it's sort of obvious what kind of difference it will make at the Ukrainian fronts.
Exactly. Daryl.
Okay, I got one comment to say about these independent states. And I mean, the independence of these states. They have to be financially and economically viable to be in that, when they break off. If they cannot maintain their own economy via, whatever they have to offer the world, they are going to go through a lot of stages of grief because they don't have something to offer, which makes the people feel a difference from what they had under Russia. That's a economic, that's something that would have to really be worked out. How can they contribute to the world economy so that they are a viable nation, so that it does not go into rogue status? Because too many times we get countries that are poor, economically poor, and they become a vacuum. And we don't need that to happen. So if we do offer these carrots, maybe not in individual satellite countries, but if they are necessary, but if they can be economic blocks, and that would be the better way forward rather than the individual states.
I totally agree.
No. I don't. Depends on how it's structured, but it's since proven just about the best way to get rid of these imperial tendencies, and it's proven as one of the best ways to get rid of. I mean, either way, it's not something that's going to be affected from the outside, right? Or that it doesn't work very well if it's affected directly from the outside. It's not as though we have a choice anyway. But it really depends on what you're trying to achieve, and it really depends on what they want in the first place. And because you can't affect it from the outside, you can't go and say, oh, this is better, this isn't so good. Well, at some point, you have to deal with what you have. And with that, I think we might have gone too deep down this rabbit hole anyway.
I agree. Well, I agree with you. We can't do it from the outside, Doman, but if we could maybe influence in, like openly talk, they listen, and then let them decide. That would be something that we could do. We couldn't, say, hey, you guys do this. But if we openly speak on it, basically let the air flow east to these places to let them say, that does not sound like a bad thing. Yeah, we're not influencing them directly, but we do we do put it into the air for them to hear it, if they have not thought about it on their own. And that's just the aim of what I was saying when I was talking about, them creating blocks on their own, not us creating the blocks, but them doing it.
But that is a bit difficult if those countries you're talking about, Daryl, have the same mindset as the Russians. Then it will be very, very difficult.
Well, if they don't, they fall under the same. They will find that the economics don't work for them, because they choose to do the same thing that Russia did. Hey, why do we need to open up to them when they're no better than the sum of the parts right now? So we give them the carrot of some type of economic liberty, if they just so choose to decide to be that way. It's still, if we're looking at empires, we're not trying to create new empires. We're just trying to influence nations to see a better way forward. What can we do to let them see a better way forward where they have their own autonomy to do what they would like to do? And that's what it's all about, autonomy. And that's what I'm trying to get at.
For sure. As a bigger overarching context here, whatever happens will require mitigation. Mitigation is what should be planned for, should be worked towards. Mitigation scenarios need planning out. It's not about anything else really, because you can't do it well from the outside. And the biggest fallacy is that it is predictable. The biggest fallacy that can be done by anyone in a decision-making capacity now is that you can predict it which way it will go, or that even worse, that you can affect it in a very specific way which way it will go. That leads to probably the greatest degree of paralysis and the greatest negative externalities in the end. That's the bit that needs to be emphasized. The details of what happens, goodness, it's too far down. It's too far removed. It's far too reliant on chance. It's far too reliant on unpredictable events. So it's not even really worth touching upon, frankly. Where were we? Let's go to Laughing Tommy, then enter Nevo, Daniel, and Shaggy. Laughing Tommy.
So hi everybody. I just wanted to make two relatively quick points. First off, the Scranton plant. I'm reading this from Time magazine because I want to be sure of the numbers. So basically, the 90,000 numbers will be by 2025, and by spring they will be producing 20,000 shells. The idea currently NATO-wide is to ensure enough production, of course, in the shortest term possible, but until then there's stockpiles that are still being bought up from different countries to be sent to Ukraine. I don't, since there's like, as George mentioned, 8 or 9 countries I think are making shells, it's not going to be a problem to produce enough shells per month by the end of 2024. And the increase by 2025, I think, is meant to first replenish and second bolster NATO shell stocks. But we're not at the point where we can just click our fingers and have the 90,000 shells Ukrainians need produced each month right now. But we're getting there. I think by the end of 2024 is going to get there. And in the meantime, we have sufficient stockpiles NATO-wide and through allies like South Korea to bridge the gap. So that's on the shell things. And on the carrot for burgeoning democracies in the Russian sphere of influence, I think it's already being done, but it shouldn't be talked about openly, because that's as someone who lives in an East European country that has a large tanky segment, I would point out that this sort of proactive approaches that are public are perceived by the population, and especially that type of population, as meddling in the country's affairs, and they're one of the strongest talking points that the pro-Russians have when they're discussing such things. The stuff that's being done is already obvious. The West is housing governments in exile, like the case with Belarus. They're supporting people who want to train and fight in other conflicts so that they have the skills in the event that there's an independence movement in their own country. That's the case for the Chechens, I should say Ichkerians actually, the Bashkiris, the Tatars, all of those republics within Russia that have shown willingness to fight are already, there's units of them in Ukraine already gaining experience. Georgians were assisting a bunch of NATO operations. It's not only now in Ukraine, so that's that. And as far as diplomatic and economic incentives, you can see that as soon as the stuff happened between Armenia and Azerbaijan last summer or fall, was it? As soon as that happened, Nancy Pelosi was on a plane and in Yerevan. So that's the carrot, but the carrot cannot be seen to be an external force that's trying to stir up things within our country. It has to be when we demonstrate the will to move towards a Western and more democratic model, that's when the not only incentives, but mainly the support should come in. And that's been a successful approach, as we can see. For the greatest example, this is actually Ukraine. Basically, they had the desire and they were supported, not all the way to the hill, but pretty damn close if you consider what was the political thinking at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Laughing Tommy. This is really the important context here. And there's only so much that can be done from outside. And it should be left to it. Again, I will stress again, the issue is that there are people in Western governments who think that they can plan out what happens afterwards. They can avoid all of the undesirable scenarios that might happen afterwards, as Russia might disintegrate or there might be a civil war. And because of that, they're holding back on support to Ukraine. That is where they're wrong. Nothing should be limited now in terms of support to Ukraine because there might be something bad happening later on in terms of a civil war in Russia or sales of arms from Russia to somewhere else or a disintegration or a whatnot. These things are very likely to happen anyway, regardless of what they do, regardless of what scenario unfolds. And anybody who is now paralyzed and not doing the right thing with regards to helping Ukraine arm itself and kick the Russians out because they're worried of something maybe eventually down the line, they're the ones making the mistake. It is the same batch of people who think they can affect what can be done, who also don't realize their own limitations and keep thinking in terms of these very, very broad, very, very far-ranging, far-reaching abilities. In recognizing that so much of this is down to luck, is unpredictable, is important here. And especially recognizing that not all involvement is good involvement. helping Ukraine is the quintessential example of good involvement, because you have a well-established internal force that knows what is the right thing to do, that wants to do the one right thing. So let's support that, to totality, and forget about everything else pretty much. Enter the NAFO.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Ukraine could be that country that leads the way and shows a different choice than many countries have made before, where they, for historical reasons or whatever, have ended up in the Russian sphere. But I also think that if Russian is weakened as much as one could hope, then you kind of have to ask yourself what Russia actually has to offer to a lot of these, the countries that have allied themselves with Russia historically, to get weapons or economic benefits or exports and imports, whatever. If that's no longer, if that's not relevant anymore, then people aren't that loyal to a country like Russia if they don't have anything to offer. So I'm just wondering, if they're weakened so much that they can't offer them what they've been offering them before, how many will actually stick to that sphere of influence? How many will align themselves towards Putin, and also the forces that are against that? I mean, I'm thinking Syria and a bunch of countries in the Middle East and the all satellite countries as a whole. I just think there's going to be an incredible force that wants to go in a different direction and wants to change things, because things haven't changed like for 50 years for many of those countries in terms of wealth and development in their countries and so on, and it's corrupt. And if Ukraine can show the way and show that you can fight corruption and that you can choose a different path, then I wonder how much that will inspire a lot of these other countries. Thanks. And now what's it called? Yeah, going down. Right.
Thanks, Enter the NAFO. You're not going down. You are intentionally sinking yourself in order to build a coral reef because you're so ecologically minded. That's the proper terminology. No, but that's quite right, Enter the NAFO. And who is going to stay? Those who don't have another choice, like Iran and similar ones. No one else. You already see the soft power having waned in places like Central Asia and in places like the Caucasus, with Armenia, quitting the CSTO, or damn well near quitting the CSTO, with only Lukashenko wearing that glorious CIS ring that were handed out by the ringmaster, the ringleader there, the wannabe Sauron, Putin. So it's a lot of things like that have already happened. We don't really have to wait for it. But you're quite right. That's exactly the way that it ends up going. Daniel, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, the whole narrative of saying that what Russia is doing is wrong is based on that we need to preserve internationally recognized borders, and that they shouldn't meddle in any other country's internal affairs. So any sort of ideas, any breathing about sort of doing something to Russia and how Russia is built and so on is sort of going against that, and then we would lose that moral argument, I think. Of course, we can say that we don't want to trade with you. We don't want to. We will restrict everything and so on. But that's still outside of Russia. But as soon as we start to meddle inside of theirs, I think we're losing the moral ground, and we're also losing to their narrative, because then they can say that, look, the West is doing what we always told them that we would do.
Perfect. Thank you, Daniel. Shaggy?
Yeah, I mean, my view of the moral ground is we'd be fighting for the moral ground by inviting them to become democracies rather than staying with their totalitarian current master. Yeah, obviously you're not going to invite every single the 83 bits and pieces of the Russian Federation. You probably need a big list to see which ones have resources, oil and gas and people that they can use and sell. Which ones have the nukes on them on their territories, which would be really handy. So there's going to be kind of a fairly small list. Hopefully, the ones on the periphery of the current Russian Federation. But I don't buy the moral argument. Yeah, we can't do everything from the outside, and neither should we. I know that got climbed down to we can only do so much from the outside, and I agree we can only do so much from the outside. We can encourage from the outside. We can show, we can verbalize what dangly carrots we could offer if they so chose from the inside to join us on the outside of the Russian Federation. But I do think it should be public rather than private. Private smells of CIA and smells of meddling. Public, well, I mean, look at the previous eight satellites of the Soviet Union that have now become independent. We can point to them and Ukraine as examples of former Soviets or former imperial state places that have become free. So that's what I point to. I point out the positives and say ultimately it's your choice. Current area of the Russian Federation, up to you. But if you want to, here's the carrots and here's what we could possibly do for you. And if not, well, stay where you are and stew in the Russian Federation juices. Anyway, that's just my view.
And you see, this needs to be married with what Laughing Tommy was trying to explain. That you can't go, all out. You can't be dangling these carrots very obviously because A, it doesn't really work very well. B, it leads to inadvertent effects, unintentional effects, which are bad, frankly. And lastly, there needs to be a strong enough coming from the inside. You can't go and pick and choose. You need to deal with what you have and deal with what there is. And that's all you get to work with. That having been said, I'd very kindly like to return to the hometown of both Joe Biden as well as the office, the second office, I guess. And George, tell us more about the ramp up and what the timeline is to be getting to those larger numbers on a per monthly basis. Because what I see is they're going from 14,000 to 20,000 a month now. And then eventually they hope to get to 70,000 in a couple of years and then more later on. But only in 2 years' time will they be getting to 2,000 a week. And right now it's more like 2,000 a week.
Okay, so
George?
So I'm going to clarify something. 90,000 shells are being produced a month in the United States.
Not Scranton. Okay, that's much different.
No,
yes.
But here's a catch. Scranton right now is only using one line. There is the plant has a capacity for 3 production lines. Believe it or not, this is how crazy big this plant is. And they have a sister plant in Wilkes-Barre. The Wilkes-Barre plant has just ramped up production, and they're at about 8,000 shells a month. This one's at 11. They're going to right now. They're using overtime on the weekends, but what the eventual thing is by they say by April and May that they will be operating 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and will open up the 2 other production lines. So if one line's doing about 10 to 11,000 shells a month, you can understand what the other 2 are going to do. The United States total wants to go to 150,000 shells a month, not only for the Ukrainian war, but to replenish stocks in the United States Army, not only here in this country, but some of their overseas stocks that they have in depots. And I think they said something about floating depots. I saw the story last night on TV, and I think Daryl can talk about that. I think they have
stockpiles that are on ships or something like that. But this is great news for Ukraine, because that means we are not going to run out of 155 millimeter shells, no matter how bad the Vatniks hope for it. So right now, Pennsylvania is going to have 2 factories that are going to be producing 155 millimeter shells, and they're probably going to be somewhere in the 40,000 a month number sometime in May or June, as soon as they open up the other 2 lines, which is incredible. So not only is the United States the arsenal of democracy, but Pennsylvania is a major part of it. Go team.
And crucially, what this does, George, is it makes willingness to dip into stocks.
Exactly.
Right? It allows people to dig into stocks because you're in a situation where you know that those stocks can be replenished next year and the year after. It's fine.
Yes.
You can shoot the shells because there's more coming in.
You're right. Because before, a few months ago, before September, what was happening was you saw some of the countries that were donating shells were donating a percentage of their supply, because they were like, well, how the hell do I replenish them if X, Y, and Z happens, right? Now they know X, Y, and Z, if even happens, there is a huge pipeline of shells, that are coming. And that's the incredible part. You're talking about they're producing 90,000 shells in the United States alone as we speak, with a goal being 150,000. That's just crazy numbers. Think about that. And that's just one country. And I know there's shells going to be produced. I know that there's actually I know there's a factory in Greece that's going to up the production of their 155s. So, and there's other ones in Belgium, whatever, throughout Europe. So, the numbers are going to be crazy. We haven't seen production like this in the United States since Korea. So we can imagine what that means.
Daryl, what's in ships? Daryl?
Daryl? Can you hear me? I think Daryl isn't where he should to be.
I thought I heard him unmute, but it might have been you. Okay. In which case, we'll circle back to that in a little bit. He might be indisposed. Let's go to Laughing Tommy. Laughing Tommy, Bulgarian plants have, of course, been increasing production significantly, but it's a very different kind of thing, very much a here and now as opposed to a stockpile one, right?
Bulgarian plants have been basically working on the red line for months now, especially given what came out, what the former prime minister disclosed a while ago. So it's not even close. It's basically they produce, I think, the 152s, whatever the Soviet equivalent was to the 120s. It's
122.
122, yeah. So they basically they at one point they got to the point that they basically had hiccups in taking all the shells out of the factory was a problem. That's how fast they were making them. But also this kind of thing leads to more opportunity for sabotage, because we had a couple of explosions that really shouldn't have happened, basically with shells that were stockpiled. So that's one thing. But I want to also point out what George was discussing regarding the 2 plants in Scranton and the Wilkes-Barre facility. But there's also mention in the Time article about an additional assembly line maybe being established in Texas, and also investment in Canada. That's according to Douglas Bush, who's an assistant secretary of the Army and the top acquisition official.
Here. Daryl, do we have you back? Daryl, no, still? Okay. Klaus, afternoon.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning.
It's very good news that the production of 155 shells is ramping up. For the short term, they will be used in Ukraine, but it's also vital that we have a big stockpile if and when China attempts to invade Taiwan, because it will be quite difficult to bring shells to Taiwan otherwise. So, and another thing is, I don't think that we can appreciate all the layers of corruption and nepotism there is in Russia, but I'm very glad that it is built upon layers of corruption and nepotism. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Yeah, I remember when we were talking to someone in who's fighting in Ukraine. Actually, Ukrainian fighting. And he was asked about, what do you think about corruption? He said, well, I really love how corrupt the Russians are, because it's helping us to no end. And I thought that was very pointed and very true. But you're quite right. And, at the end of the day, there was a lack of realization for a long time across much of the Western world, thinking, it's the end of history. Don't have to bother with any of this, trivial stuff anymore, like having stockpiles of ammunition. Who needs that? Right? Now, at the end of history, all you'd ever be fighting here is some sort of counterinsurgency anyway. So why does it matter? You just need a handful of precise munitions, and that's it. And finally, that's been, that's no longer the thing that's being thought. And finally, all of those who are very worried about, but what if China can finally calm down as well? Because we have an answer. And when and if there will be stuff back in stock. So there isn't any reservations. There shouldn't be any reservations on the things that are currently being provided, which is crucial, absolutely crucial. Daryl, have we you back? I'm worried Daryl's having bigger problems, non-technical in nature now. Tommy?
Yeah, just regarding the Taiwan situation, I think that the stockpile issue is not going to be a problem, given that when everything's spun up, we're going to be basically overproducing and restocking both European and US stockpiles. And also, we should note that the nature of defense in Taiwan, maybe not the two islands that are closer, but the main islands are going to be based primarily in the initial stages on anti-air and anti-ship missiles. And if the US have any sense, which they've obviously proven time and time again that they're good at military stuff, they're going to be sending every possible air defense and anti-shipping asset that they can cram into Taiwan there right now. So it's basically look at what they've managed to do, like the West has managed to do in Ukraine, and that was when they were not openly declaring that they're going to fight Russia before the war. Now imagine that when Biden is saying that they're going to be committing US troops, imagine the kind of inflow of armaments that's happening.
Yes, exactly. It's well, it just isn't a problem in the way that it was long described and discussed. Daryl, do we have you back? Are you okay, Daryl? I'm really getting worried for Daryl now. Okay.
Also, just to point out that if you look at the island of Taiwan, it's basically a mountain with a beach and then a 200-kilometer moat. So there's very, very bad odds against China's attack there. If they try to attack, it's not really it's going to make Bilohorivka and those major operations where the Russians were losing entire battalions is going to look like that and end worse because there's no place to hide on the water.
Yeah, it's difficult to dig trenches in the sea, isn't it? George, you would know, because if anybody would consider trying, it'd probably be the Greeks, right? Dig some trenches in the sea. Is that possible? Can you dig a trench in the sea?
Yes, it's possible, Doman, but if you make a trench in the sea, it's not for using trenches in military.
You're saying it's not for very long. Yeah, that's a problem, right?
Well, you have to maintain the trench, otherwise it will be slipping tight again. So it gets full again after a while. So you have to maintain that trench to keep it open. Like for example, near harbors, you need a deep trench so ships can come into that route.
Wait,
And
Mr.
otherwise,
you missed the joke. It's okay. It's
oh,
fine.
sorry,
we know what
I'm too serious.
you're talking about dredging. You're
Yeah,
talking
but
about dredging, which is
it's a trench in the seaboard.
yes, it is. But I was talking about a trench in the surface of the sea. See, and dig one in the water in which you can have your defensive. That's why it was a joke, because it can't exist. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. That's part I didn't hear. Sorry for my
Yeah,
serious rant.
No, they're quite all right. It was very silly. That's why it was easy to go past. Anyway, Darrow, last orders here. Darrow, no, okay. Fine. We don't have Darrow. I do have something else. Not on Sweden. I'm very sorry, Daniel, but on Switzerland, because there's an opinion piece that came out yesterday evening. In the Tagesanzeiger, which is a Swiss paper, from a professor emeritus of law, or an emeritus professor of law. I always forget which way it should be around, but I know law comes last. Or maybe a law emeritus professor. Either way, and he was writing about what the Swiss can do under current conditions already, and we have a Florian around, maybe I'd love to talk to Florian about this, but what the Swiss can do under current legal conditions already. And he starts off by saying, look, Russia has created a complete new starting point for considerations about European security with its invasion of Ukraine. And because of that, there's already being a bit of a paradigm shift in the Swiss Parliament, and that was evidenced in their foreign policy report a few days ago. Now, however, Swiss Parliament and Swiss government are still refusing to grant re-export requests for Swiss-produced things to Ukraine, specifically the Gepard ammunition, German stocks, Piranha APCs in Danish stocks, stuff like that. And they're preventing them from sending those to Ukraine. The logic that the Swiss government is using is that the War Materials Act prohibits it, as well as questions about neutrality. But our dear professor here, Thomas Kottir, notes that neither of these actually legally holds up. So first of all, the War Material Act allows for an export ban to third parties, preventing weaponry to fall into wrong hands. If you think of when these re-export licenses on weapons really started, they started to prevent non-government groups from getting access to weapons, courtesy of less than scrupulous governments in third countries, and two, changes of government, significant changes in regime in third countries, allowing transfer of weaponry to enemies. The Swiss law specifically allows for a possibility of permitting re-export, quite straightforward, as long as there are significant new facts or extraordinary circumstances. Russian invasion of Ukraine definitely fulfills the condition of there being extraordinary circumstances, right? There's no right that Russia has for starting that invasion. Therefore, you can rely on things like the UN Charter to say, yes, fine, you can release these weapons that are in other countries' hands anyway. Now, the additional provisions that came into force only last year, starting in March last year, they were on the basis of things that happened in the few years prior, but actually the re-export laws became tighter last year, starting on March 1st, quite non-fortuitous timing. Categorically exclude exports to countries that are involved in an international war already. The logic being, if you don't allow weapons to go into a hot conflict, the conflict is going to last for a shorter period of time. Now here, obviously that's not true, right? Because Russia has this vast supply of things and a vast wish to keep on going, and Ukraine just needs to fight back, period. It's not a situation where, eventually both sides will run out of weapons and then peace will break out, right? Now, the crucial point here is these restrictions that came into force last year on the 1st of March cannot apply retroactively, and this is one of the driving points here in the of the opinion piece that he's writing. Is look, applying these provisions that categorically prohibit Swiss re-export licenses to for material made in Switzerland, owned by third countries, from being shipped to Ukraine, that condition simply isn't satisfied. That condition isn't there. That condition isn't possible simply because all of these things were exported to these third countries before March 1st last year already. Right? The Swiss-made Gepard ammunition has been in German stocks for years. Piranha APCs were bought by Denmark, a decade or two ago. This doesn't apply. The provision that they were relying on to make their automatic assessment just doesn't apply, and therefore the previous criteria are what applies, and it both can be and should be allowed by Switzerland to allow other countries to re-export war material, weapons, ammunition that is Swiss made, that is in their possession, to Ukraine. So I think that this is a really, really important point here. Now he delves deeper into stuff on the neutrality debate and what registers as neutrality and what doesn't. I don't really particularly care about that at this juncture, simply because it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, that's one of their internal issues to sort out. But this isn't really an issue. The one thing that they were relying upon in making the decision against allowing the re-export licenses to be given to Swiss-made munitions and weapons held by other countries, owned by other countries, simply doesn't apply. And this is likely going to be the way that the re-export permissions are going to be granted for Gepard ammunition, etc. Because there's no need for the Swiss government to refuse them as they previously believed. So I, for one, am very glad for that. Gepard ammunition is very much sorely needed, and if anything, it might even allow additional Gepards to be put into service if there's enough ammunition for those, even before greater volumes start to be produced by Rheinmetall in Niedersachsen and Lower Saxony. And if those can go, and just greater numbers of armor personnel carriers can go, maybe some Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns, standalone flag guns can go as well. That would be of some help to the Ukrainians. So fingers crossed, and hopefully that can be that can help Ukraine get weaponry that it needs to. help them fight off the Russian invasion. And I would think, Daniel, I would think that here we do have a Swedish component to this, actually, right? Because the other part that I don't really care to discuss here without any Swissers around, but the other part, the question of neutrality, is it right for Ukraine, for Switzerland to do this? Because wouldn't it go against neutrality? Sweden breaking with its very long-held neutrality policy, so much so that it had gone out and applied for NATO membership. I think this might be useful in the sense that Switzerland might be being swayed at least a little bit by this as well, and I think that shouldn't be underestimated. Switzerland followed Sweden in a lot of regards for a very long time, right? Armed neutrality at its best, but also a country that just hasn't been involved in a war in a very long time, since around the time of Napoleonic Wars in both cases, by and large. So Sweden shifting on that, I think, probably helps with the thinking, with the theory of this in Switzerland as well, and not just because the countries get confused all the time by others.
One could always hope. There is one big difference, though, between Switzerland and Sweden, even if people don't know any difference between those countries.
I know one big difference. If you buy a Swiss watch, you don't have to assemble it yourself.
There are actually recently come up with some really, really good Swedish watchmakers. I actually own a watch by Sjö Sandström, and it's apparently made by Swedish gun steel, artillery steel. It's a really nice one. No, but the big difference is that Switzerland has a neutrality, as far as I understand, that is guaranteed by others. Sweden has had a self-imposed neutrality that it's sort of a myth that we really were neutral, I would say, in many different conflicts, including the Crimean War. We made steps away from the neutrality, and that is actually what saved us. And to be honest, formally, we haven't been neutral since 1995 when we entered EU. That's a big difference to Swiss, I guess. But you could always hope that they will be influenced by it.
Do you reckon anybody stole the Austrians? That last bit,
No,
just
they don't
not been
seem to
neutral
know
since
that.
1995.
They are living in oblivion about that, and I've actually brought it up several times. I don't know, how do we make the Austrians understand this?
Yeah, it's really fascinating, and I bet it's a large part of the reason why the common security policy in the Lisbon Treaty is written in the way it is, because it says countries promise to help other countries to the extent that they can in the case that they're attacked, because it kind of feels like it gives Austria an out by saying, well, we can't, so go away. We're neutral, we can't help you. Here's a field hospital.
But that's what you see in Sweden. A lot of people have thought that we were in Sweden. I wouldn't argue a majority of the people in Sweden have thought that we have been neutral all the way up to when we applied for NATO. It's sort of a myth. I would even argue that it is sort of like the propaganda you see in Russia, where first someone has an idea of how they want to reach a goal by pushing out a narrative, and after a while they start to believe that narrative themselves, and they become a victim of the narrative. May I just wander away on the tangent of this?
Sure, go for it.
I mean, if you look at the Swedish security politics and how the politicians themselves have perceived this, if you go back to the 1960s, 1970s, we have Olof Palme as the Swedish prime minister. He was one of the very few that was interested in foreign politics, and he was coming from a really fine family with a long sort of history and like it was sort of a natural step for him to go into politics, and he chose the Social Democrats, I think, to some extent because that was the ruling party, and he had the easiest way to make a career there. If you should be a little bit mean to him, but he argued openly the Swedish neutrality, and he went basically into conflict with or at least argument with the United States over the Vietnam War. He was a really vocal opponent to that, and that led to some really sort of rifts between Sweden and the US diplomatically. But behind closed doors, he was pro being reliant on the US. They made secret deals that now has started to be open, where we had security guarantees, and we adapted our defense to be able to get help from the US and so on. So he was working with real politics. He said something and he did something else, just to be pragmatic. The problem was that the people that were sort of in the youth organizations of the Social Democrats in Sweden at that time, they are now at the highest tops of the Social Democrats. They are actually starting to also disappear because they are quite old now. But they didn't see these things that happened behind the doors, behind the closed doors. So what they got was the narrative that was pushed out, and that was what they believed, and that was what they were raised up on, which meant that when they came to power, that was what they acted on. So they were sort of victims of the propaganda that was made internally in both in Sweden, but also internally in the Social Democrats Party. And that is always the risk when you have a narrative that you push out, that sooner or later you or those who follow you become victims of it.
So has there been a thorough and complete volte-face even in those circles at this point? I trust there hasn't it, Daniel?
I think mostly it has, but I know I told you some time ago about an article in Swedish, one of the biggest Swedish newspapers, Svenska Dagbladet, this summer, where they had some inside information about how the decisions were going when we went into NATO, or applied for NATO, and they were oblivious up basically until the end when they had to take the decision to go into NATO because Finland was doing it. And they had a quote from the foreign minister saying that, "Damn those Finns! Now we have to go into NATO." They were sort of reading the signals from the Finns that they want to have some closer cooperation. We're basically making a local defense alliance with Finland. That was sort of the direction they were going to, and that was, I think, to a large extent, was because they were victims of the narrative that had been pushed for decades in Sweden. Now I think most have turned. Some, I mean, they are politicians. They do whatever they will gain from. And it actually went as far as, if you look at the Vänsterpartiet, which is the former communist party in Sweden, they had their former party leader, Jonas. Oh no, I don't remember.
Doesn't matter. Nobody knows.
It doesn't matter. His predecessor, she's a little bit of a kook. She started this feministic initiative party that never came into the parliament, but she's like having all these ideas going out with that, and she's still back in the communist days, but she gets too much media attention. And she was in an interview saying, at a debate, I think, with one of the guys from the right side in TV, where she was arguing a lot about that the fighting needs to end, and we need to negotiate and so on, and nothing could persuade her. The funny thing is that her successor, that is no longer, they have had several successors, he went out on Twitter and said that he couldn't believe that she said this, and he didn't agree with this. He said Ukraine needs to be able to they must be allowed to kick the Russians out from their territory, and that's the end of the story. And that is sort of significant that he even from the Communist Party. I mean, that was based on, well, I think when he was part leader, it was still sort of communist, or it was just after they just became a then left party. But that he says something like that is really significant. I think that shows the lappkast, as we called it, the turnaround.
Oh, for sure. And, this is, I think, something that Jørn was also speaking about in the case of Norway yesterday. With a new poll being out and everything was in the high 80s, even 90s percent for all of the question about sending weapons to Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, investing more in defense in Norway, etc.
Doman, I think we have Daryl back.
Do we have Daryl back? I think you're mistaken, Mister. Oh, Daryl, you're back. Okay, excellent. Because you had your hand up earlier, and I think you got a phone call, and we never could hear from you.
Well, you guys have probably moved on from whatever it was. I forgot what I was going to say at the time anyway. It was in response to something someone said, and I can't remember what it is at the moment. So all good. We can just continue on.
Very well. In which case, Daryl, I have a question for you that you might or might not be qualified to answer. The reason I'm saying might or might not is because the question regards tanks and maintenance, but it regards mud. How much of and I know that you were in warmer climes most of the time, rather than very wet and muddy ones, or drier ones anyway. So Daryl, how much of a pain is mud, deep, thick, rich mud, when it comes to keeping tanks running? Is there any danger to the running gear or some such to be in such a wet, encased in something so wet for a long time? The tracks, perhaps, anything along those lines, or does it just not matter? It shakes it all off.
There's the big thing is the type of mud. Really, you go through mud. We go through mud. The tracks create mud, so it's not like the mud itself is an issue. It's only if it gets really deep. And when I say deep, it's like that one track that they had the video of where it was up to the sides of the almost level with the side of the bottom of the turret, things like that. When you get into those situations, and it can no longer propel itself because the earth or the mud around it is it's called the track ruts. Okay, you move tracks through a certain area at too often, and they create the ruts, like like cars and trucks, right? Well, if those ruts get too deep and the bottom of the tank bottoms out, you can get what they can call a suction. It will create a suction to the bottom of that tank, and it will make it very, very hard to pull it out of that mud if it gets stuck. So typically, when they have like an area where it's gotten really, really, the ruts are starting to get deep, you'll see the track, the drivers, the tankers, they kind of go crossways through it to kind of bring down that center, high center in the track. If that way that the bottom of the tank does not bottom out on that solid mud or packed earth at that point. And that's really the biggest thing that you can see happen with the mud. As far as the tracks are concerned, if they are keeping the tracks tight, then you don't have the issue with the mud getting in between the idler wheels and the track to where it creates an issue where it could actually come off the sprocket. And that's why you really want to watch the tension on the track so that doesn't happen. The other part of tank track maintenance, as far as that's concerned, is to make sure the connector pieces on the end. Every morning, you get up and you are inspecting your vehicle. You're looking at those track ends, and they have, you'll see the pins on each individual track. They'll be either recessed or they'll be sticking out like they're supposed to. If you start to see them recessed in, then you need to be tightening, putting those end pieces and making sure those end pieces are on and tight. That may mean, taking a wrench to them, or it may mean just hammering them the little bit that they are off, not just knocking them back on. But you have to make sure that's on both tracks, on the inside and the outside. And it can be a little pain in the butt, but you get a good workout with a hammer that way. That's how you get real strong on the being a tanker, is slinging a hammer, tightening that track up, making sure that track is good to go.
Do you need to give it more attention in circumstances like this? Would they be going through cleaning, at all regularly? Or, if there's time, would that be advisable, or is it just not really necessary?
Well, I mean, you don't want mud building up on the treads. As far, not the outside, but more or less the inside, especially around the sprocket area. You want to make sure you get any dirt and that's built up inside the sprocket area, or any tree, limbs, anything like that. Because what can happen is if it builds up on the sprocket, that's where you can get a lift off on the track, and it can either break the track if it gets too thick, or it can just lift it off where the guide is, and that's really a pain in the ass. That if you really want, breaking track is a pain in the ass, because it's heavy, and it's something that should not have happened if you're doing correct maintenance.
In the circumstances where you're seeing the fighting happening now, Darryl, is there anything that you'd be kind of worried as a maintenance guy, that, oh God, I have to deal with this now, do I? Is there anything like that that might go away in drier times when the ground is more solid?
Mud is always a pain in the behind, because you need to get it off so you can do your inspections, and that's particular on the track. But I would say the biggest thing is it's cold. I saw a video the other day of the guys having to light a fire under the bottom of the tank to get the fuel moving, because it had either iced up or gelled up on them. And if that's becoming an issue, then they need to make sure that they're getting the fuel additive to those guys, so that they can put it in the tank and they don't get that gelling. Also, too, it happens, they may need to, the fuel filters could start gelling up as well. And that just creates a problem where the tank just starves for fuel. In the temperatures that they're in, it's, if they can keep them running as long as they can, I understand that they need to shut them down, but if they shut them down, just make sure that they do something to. They're gonna have to keep those filters warm, or they're gonna have to do like those guys did, keep just light a little fire. They had a roaring fire underneath that one, but if they can keep a little fire underneath it, that's what they need. That's what they'll have to do. because those temperatures are really bad on fuel, especially, like I said, if they don't have the additive. As far as the tank maintenance, um, you know, the greasing and the oiling, making sure everything that needs to be lubed up stays lubed, everything that needs to be greased up stays greased up. You get with a lot of mud, you can get water, and if you have wheels, because some of the bearings on the wheels, if they're oil filled, they can get water. If that water can seep in, and the last thing you want is for your bearings to run dry because the oil is no longer liquid. It's now turned to like a lotion from water getting into the seals. So that would be a consideration. Anywhere that gets wet, anywhere, any of your bearing seals that get wet, be careful and look out for them. Make sure that they're not getting contaminated with water. But other than that, you gotta stay on top of the just regular maintenance, making sure you inspect them, because an inspection can reveal minor issues that, if you don't do anything to them, create major problems for you later on. Particularly, like I said, with that track, you get mud in that track. That mud gets hard and frozen, especially around that sprocket, and now you got problems if that track breaks. And they don't break where it's nice and flat. They usually break somewhere like it's really muddy, and you got to dig that track out of the mud, put it all the way back around everything, and then connect it back up. And all the while, like I said, if it's in the mud, you're in the mud, and it's cold there. Hot, cold, wet mud is just an awful way to be. But that's what you got to do. You want to be a tanker, you got to take the good and the bad.
Yeah, doesn't sound like fun. Thank you, Daryl. Thanks for that insight. Hop, go ahead.
Quick question for Daryl while he's up. I've always wondered this. If Sergeant Schmuckatelli's driving by in another M1 or something like that, and you sort of see out of the corner of your eye his track's condition, are you able to, with an experienced eye, see, his track tension isn't sufficient or something like that? I was just wondering how obvious it can be. That's just my question for Daryl. Thanks.
Yeah, it's real easy to know if they're starting to have issues with the track being loose. Think about, if you're looking at the side of a tank, the track should be, level on the top. It may have a little sag, but not much. But if you're starting to see that track sag in between the idler wheels, and now what I'm the upper wheels, the wheels on the top, if it has the idler wheels on the top, because not all tanks have the idler wheels on the top, but most of them do. If you start seeing that thing sag down, you need to be pumping up that track, because it should not sag. It should be fairly. It should have a fair amount of tension on it, so that it doesn't do that. It's real easy. And with that commander, hopefully, hey, tell him his track loose. If his track is loose and they're not in an emergency situation, that somebody better be stopping to look, because everybody on board will have to get out to get that track back on. It's not just the driver, it's everybody. So if anybody on that track is walking around it doing whatever, and they see it, they better get on that driver and say, hey, pump that track up, or tighten up that track. And the tightening up is a one-man job. To put it back together is a whole team effort. So yeah, you can tell your partner next to you, hey, tighten your track up. The track is starting to get loose. They'll do something about it real quick, especially.
Did we lose Daryl?
He either got another phone.
I
Oh,
had
there
a
we go.
car. Yeah, nobody wants to get out there and fix the track in the mud. So, yeah, you can tell them, and they're better than. And if they're good, they'll know to stop and do something. It ain't always a 5 minute. It ain't always a quick thing, but it's an easy thing.
I'm guessing the second part of Hop's question was if somebody's not very, and I'm just projecting here, but if somebody's hasn't been treating you very well, might you forget to tell them that if it's not as bad yet and you just didn't see it?
I don't think you want to do that, especially in a wartime situation. You wouldn't want to do that. It doesn't help anybody. You get one gun down, and that gun could be the one that saves your life. When you're out on exercises, you do the same thing. Everybody's looking out for everybody. You don't want nobody going down. You tell them, but if they go down, they're on their own at that point. But nobody wants another one to go down. You work as a unit. You are a team, and everybody needs to see that. You are one crew, but together you are one force.
Thanks, Daryl.
No worries.
Daryl, going from one type of vehicle to another, is there anything we've heard a lot of about pilots, for example, having to unlearn what they know when they go from one jet to another, right? Because buttons are going to be in different positions, you need to react quickly, whatnot. We also had some tankers say that, hey, if you're used to driving one kind of tank, right, going from say T-72 to Abrams or Leopards, that they'll have to unlearn some things because there's just ways in which a tank is optimally in a different manner. Is there anything of that sort with maintaining heavy vehicles as well? Is there anything of the sort where it's best, where you have to unlearn something in order to be able to approach a new type properly, Daryl?
Having worked on multiple types of equipment, a lot of things are basically the same. You got transmissions, you got you got an engine, you got a transmission, you got a track, you got a turret, or you don't have a turret, you got whatever. And then there's the only thing that you have to remember is that there are special ways to check something. If a cylinder needs to be full, like in the tank, do you want the barrel down or do you want the barrel, level? When I say level, the gun in the rest position. You want to check all the hydraulics when they're in the rest position. You don't want it to be up. You don't want it to be elevated because everything's based on where the cylinders are. And if whether they're all the way in the in mode or all the way in the out mode. And in most cases, you want everything in the resting position. And that's where you want to do your checks. Engines, you want the engines off. Transmissions, you may want some of them, you measure them with the transmissions running because you want the fluid levels to be at a certain level while it is the fluid is going throughout the transmission. Those are different things. If it has to be hot, or if the engine has to be warm. You know, you want to check it once when it's cold and again when it's warm to make sure you got fluids. But as far as, you know, there's not a whole lot of difference. Now, it's driving, you may have certain conditions. Tanks, for example, they can climb certain grades. Um, if if and you know, and then other tanks can't climb that grade, and that's based on the angle of the front idler wheel or sprocket to the ground. If you look at the profiles of tanks from the side, you can pretty much see that angle from the last forward wheel to the wheel that's up on higher on the body, where the track goes over the top, and that would be where you those would be something where you can the attack angle that a tank can go. But maintenance is going to be pretty straightforward, though. It's you learn it. You'll go from one to the other. You just the grease fittings may change. You may have more grease fittings on one than the other. You may have to go open up the engine bay to get to the one if it's got universal joints from the transmission to the sprocket. Then you'll need to make sure that U joint is greased. Other ones, it's just a gear, and you won't have to do anything to it. So there's different things, but a guy that knows a mechanic that knows what he's doing should be able to go from one to the other with no issues. Really, I mean, like I said, I worked on 15 or so different track vehicles, and it really didn't. Once you know one, you know them all. Pretty much, you know what to look for.
Darryl, a lot of what you did was making sure the pre-positioned stock was in good shape, right? And can you talk to us a little bit now with all of these news coming out about Spanish Leopards that were in mothballs going to be cleaned up and ready to be shipped to Ukraine? On the other hand, there's older kit that's been in industry stock for a while that needs some love and attention before it's ready to go. The 99 formerly Danish Leopard 1s in Flensburg, at Flensburger Fahrzeuggesellschaft, I think that's the name of the company, are going to be cleaned up and sent to Ukraine after they've been parked there since 2010. What goes into, on the one hand, Darrow, ensuring that stored vehicles are stored well, but also what goes into getting them ready to be put in use again?
Believe it or not, the engines and transmissions are really they're going to be pretty much okay. You have to look for seeps and weeps, but for the most part, the engines and transmissions are going to be good to go. Where you're looking at the issues in your hydraulics and anything that has a fluid that is kept at a certain level, because they more than likely have seals that can dry rot, or they have seals that can they can just shrink over time. And that's where you're going to be looking for the issues, making sure that these seeps and weeps are taken care of. That was a lot of the times when we had equipment stored for a while, you could exercise some of it and things will seal on their own. They just need to have a little wetness between them and the surface to moisturize the seals, and then you're good to go. Especially with heat, will allow the moisture in the oil to penetrate that rubber a little bit and it creates a nice glide surface, and that's what you really want. The rubber creates a nice glide surface and a wipe, so that the oil does not come out. And those are the areas you really need to look at. The hydraulic cylinders themselves, to make sure that there's no pitting of the chromium on the outside of the shafts. Most of your hydraulic shafts are kind of shiny. You want to make sure that that surface hasn't become rusty, because if that surface becomes rusty, that rust will grab on that seal, and then it will pull and rip that rubber, create microscopic tears in that rubber, and then all of a sudden now you got a damaged seal you got to replace, and that's a whole nother ball of wax. Because if you have to open up a hydraulic system, typically you end up having to drain the entire hydraulic system, because once you introduce moisture into that hydraulic system, you have really messed up, and you need to make sure that there's none in there, because it will turn into a milky. Once it gets milky with moisture, it's no longer going to be, the pressure changes. You have pressure changes on the oil, and it will actually rust pumps and things like that. And that's the other thing, making sure your hydraulic pumps are sealed up and they're working properly. That would be something else.
So all of these things you really want to do in a factory, right? In a shop, because last thing you want is to send something that hasn't been gone through thoroughly out onto the front line, just for it to have to be returned and then cleaned up and then everything done again and then sent again, right?
Well, to be honest with you, as long as you have a decent work area, that can be a flat, grassy area, where you can get out there and you can look at everything and inspect it in a good, nice environment for the, people to work in. Or it can be just a concrete, like if you got an old bay, old warehouse, you can bring them in there and do everything you need to do. There's nothing really special you need to have, unless you're looking and you need to have cranes to pull engines and things of that nature. But if you're not pulling any engines or what have you, you just need a nice, decent work area to work in, especially if it's on the warmer side rather than on the colder side.
Then why are they saying, it's going to take months, it's going to take 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, for some of these things it's going to take even longer to be taken out of storage and be put into a usable condition? Why does it take so long? What are the time consumptive steps of this operation?
If there's nothing really majorly wrong with the piece of equipment, because what you want to do is you want to go in, you want to inspect. All right. That's the first thing you do. You get everything that you're going to get, you inspect it. If you have parts that need to be ordered, order your parts. Get it all ordered up. That way you know what you need once you bring that piece into the shop to be actually worked on. Get the inspections done. Get the parts ordered. Bring the equipment into the shop. And what you would do is you would look at the ones that have if there's no parts on order, then you can bring that one in the shop and have that one in and out of the shop within hours. You basically just exercising, cleaning say like on a tank, cleaning the barrels on the tank. You making sure everything's greased up. You make sure the optics can be an issue. You want to make sure that the optics are good to go. Like on a lot of Western equipment, a lot of our equipment, some of the optics have nitrogen charges to keep moisture from getting into the optics of the sites. And so they make sure they check nitrogen. They make sure there's no fogging. They make sure there's no moisture or anything like that inside the optics. and they may have even moisture meters on the sides of them to determine how much moisture is inside of it. If not, they can take them, charge them, or they can take them, vacuum them out, and then recharge them to get that moisture out. That would be something that they would be doing at the same time, because most of your optics are removable. It doesn't take much to take the optics out and reinstall them. But while they're doing that, the mechanics can be going through the engine. You change oils if necessary. You don't, like I say, you're not really changing hydraulic oil unless you got a problem. But like the engine oil, transmission oils, you can drop those and have those back in no time flat if they need it. If the oil looks good, we do oil analysis on it. Much like many of today's cars, rather than changing the oil, sometimes they'll just go in and suck out a little bit of the oil and put it through an analyzer. If the oil is good, you don't need to even change the oil on them. And that's technology that that's how cars today no longer need a mandatory 3,000-mile oil change. They figured out the oil can last a lot longer, especially some of your newer synthetic oils. And that was all done because of how militaries check the oils in the vehicles. Because you got to look, that's a lot of oil if you got to change an engine oil. Change the oil out in these vehicles. If I can analyze it and there's no viscosity issues, I don't need to change it. And those would be the things you'd be doing first. Get the ones that don't need a lot of maintenance, get them in and out of the shop. The ones that you're gonna need a lot of parts for, those be the last ones you work on, because you want to give time for those parts to come in. And so that's the real biggie, is making sure you got that logistics line to get the parts to you. So as far as it taking months and months, I don't see it unless you don't have that logistics line set up and you don't have qualified people to work on it.
On the other end of the scale, Daryl, there's been some chatter about the Challenger ones that have been in Jordanian service for the past 20 years after being in British service for 15, 20 years prior to that. And there's some concern saying, what if they weren't maintained really well? What if they weren't really taken care of? If you have tanks that just weren't maintained quite right for a long time, let's say hypothetically, what goes wrong? What are the bits that can kind of deteriorate without making the tank not drivable, not shootable, but still can lead to a deterioration in a tank and making it less useful than it otherwise would be? And how difficult are those things to address? Let's say it's not been just treated very well for a decade, for example. Daryl?
Okay. First of all, did they change the oils out? Because if they haven't changed the oils out, that means you got excess wear on journals and bearings within the engine itself. Some engines you have to adjust the racks, which are the intake and exhaust valves on. If those aren't done correctly, then you could have excess buildup of carbon on your valves, and that will create a lot of smoke, a lot of compression issues. And so you would probably need to do a compression check on the cylinders. Now you're talking about a lot of time-consuming process. Now you're talking about a lot of time-consuming processes, because that means you have to get that engine in, that vehicle in, open up the deck plates, open up the valve covers, more than likely take out the injectors, which are the other problem with that. If you haven't been maintaining the fuel filters and the quality of the fuel that you're getting, your injectors could be fouled up, which means they're not spraying in the cylinder as they should, which means that you got cylinders that have a lot of oil in, they have a lot of fuel in them, and the vehicle smokes like hell. So you'll be changing out injectors. But again, going back with the compression, you put a device inside of each one of the injector ports, and you turn over the engine, and you look at the compression on each one of the cylinders. If it's been run dry, if the engine hasn't had the right oil, the compression will not be as high as it should be, and they'll have to have the book to know what those compressions are for that engine, what's a go and what's a no go, and and then once you determine if that engine has proper compression, then you can move on to the next stage and see what else is going on with it. But the engine is probably the biggest thing, and then on the transmissions, some of them they need the bands. And when I say bands, it's basically how the tank can brake. They don't have brake cylinders on the tank. You don't have discs or the old type brakes that move out on the drum. Most of the braking is done in the transmission, and so you'll have to tighten up the bands. And if the bands are worn out, then you have to replace the transmissions, and that can be another time-consuming job. Pulling the engine out, separating the engine and transmission, and then having a transmission to put back on it to reinstall. So those are the issues that are primarily big on the outside. On the turret, the barrels themselves, have they done any checks on the barrel where they actually check for microscopic cracks on the inside of the barrels? You go through, you clean the barrel, and then you run what they call a bore scope and a pullover on that barrel, where you looking inside. One, you checking for droop on the barrel itself, and then you're checking for microscopic cracks. Is the barrel rusted and pitted? Have they not, cleaned the barrel and lubed the barrel to keep the rust out of? And then you have the cylinders, and on most of your barrels, when it raises up and lowers down, it has a hydraulic cylinder that helps raise it, but you have what they call a recuperator to help it lower down. And what that recuperator does is it puts a nitrate. It's like a bladder. It puts a negative force onto the one side of the cylinder to help it cushion the lowering of the barrel, so that it just doesn't drop. When you release the hydraulics, the barrel just doesn't drop. It gives that barrel a cushion to drop, and the pressure just goes in, and it goes against a hydraulic bladder to do that. And if those things are not charged up, that's when you will have the barrels just drop on you, and it'll feel like you don't want to be under that barrel, and you don't want to do that too often, because it can ruin your cylinders. So you have to make sure that those recuperators are charged up, so that you don't have that happen. But those are the major issues that I can remember off the top of my head, Doman.
Thanks, Daryl. So, you say these barrels just dropping in a condition like that. It makes me think like where you have a ramp in front of a parking lot, and then you're walking out the parking lot on foot, but sometimes the ramp kind of closes on you a little bit. But luckily, it's just a light, aluminium profile, that it's made of. So when it hits you, it's okay, and it's moving kind of slowly, and then you think, yeah, that barrel is many hundreds of pounds of very, very solid steel. That doesn't sound good if you're nearby it now.
That's for the hydraulic. If they're raised up by gear, that's one thing, because a lot some of them are raised up by gears, but those that are not raised up by gears, they'll have those recuperators, and yeah, it will shake the whole damn vehicle if that barrel just comes down too fast, and yeah, you don't want to be nowhere underneath it because it drops like a rock. We've had people, they had a hydraulic cylinder and forgot to put the barrel in the rest position. They opened up the hydraulic line, and all of a sudden that barrel just slammed down. They knew what they had forgotten real quick because they should have secured it.
But really, what I hear from you there is, if I find the tank in a shed somewhere, in a farmer's shed, and it's not like pre-Cold War, I can bring it round to your place, and you can tidy it up and have it going in no time. Frankly, as long as you have competent mechanics, you're basically saying, well, you need the parts, you need especially the softer parts, right? But unless it's pretty rusty, you can rehabilitate most things, frankly, right?
Get a wire brush and a wire wheel and get to stepping. You're gonna be busy getting rust, making sure you get a lot of rust off the gear surfaces and things like that. But yeah, you're just gonna need you're gonna need somebody. You're gonna need guys that really care about what they're doing and know what they're looking for. And that's you don't want to take a guy that's working on cars all the time and do it, because there'll be pressures and things that he's not aware of. But if you got old tankers, they will be very cognizant of what they need to look for as far as getting that thing back up and running. You start seeing smoke, you know what to start looking for. If you start seeing, and there's different colors of smoke, white smoke, black smoke, and different other color smokes for like fluids. I mean, water puts out one color, oil puts out one color, and fuel puts out a different color. Once you read the smoke, then you know what you're looking for.
Pink smoke?
Pink smoke?
Is there ever a pink smoke?
Nothing I can recall, unless there's something in the water that changes the color. It makes it turn pink if you got a water leak.
Nah, just kidding. No, but Daryl, no, this is really good, right? This is really good to help understand. Even if you've had some tanks that were a little bit mistreated or not, not treated all the way right, they can still be gotten up to serviceable. Actually, and on that, what kind of operating environments or what kind of storage environments are the biggest problem for them, Daryl? Hot, cold, dry, wet. Where do you want to have it, ideally?
I'd rather have them inside. If it's a humid climate, that's fine. If it's dry, that's not too big of an issue. I just don't want them to be left outside, because once you start leaving stuff outside, optics can become a problem because the glass starts fogging up. The rubber can dry out if it's outside in dry climates. So you want to, and that's through oxidation of the rubber. You don't want that to happen, and that's the biggest thing. In cold environments, just make sure that they are not wet, Really make sure they can stay as dry as possible. If you got to leave them outside in a cold environment, at least tarp them up. Make sure that there's a tarp over the top of them to keep some of the moisture from building up from at least the top. You're going to get a certain amount of moisture coming upwards from the ground, but that's a lot less of an issue than the moisture just getting down inside, going through seals in the hatches, and water building up on the inside of the tank. And you start getting into water, your electronics and things of that nature.
So we dealt with all of these, big things, the metal bits. How about the insides, right? The breach of the barrel, or as you said, any of the optics, any of the electronics. At the end of the day, these things are really made to be modular. A lot of these, right, to be replaceable. Take one out, put another one in if need be. I'm guessing that's quite a straightforward operation, right?
It can be. I mean, the breaches, there's a lot of tolerances you have to make sure you got right. But the optics, yeah, they're plug and play. A lot of your electronics are plug and play. You take a piece out, you put a piece in, and then then somewhere else can take the sub-assembly apart and say remove the board that needs to be removed. And but you don't want your first frontline mechanics to be doing that kind of stuff. You really want guys that have a shop that's really set up to do that. Because you start getting into cards inside of a box, you want to make sure that there's static guards and other things there so that they don't, throw a static charge on something and ruin it. But yeah, inside the tank, you want to inside the vehicles, you just want to make sure that there's no built up water anywhere that can create rust. And that's really going to be it. You don't want moisture to be all up in there like that.
I guess the worst thing that could happen there, Darrow, is if the connector between your electronics module and the tank itself, right? If that is rusty, or if that is made untenable, because that's a whole lot harder to replace if you have to go through the hull, right?
Yeah, most of your electronics, they should have waterproof connections. But if it's sitting down inside water, you may be looking at some issues, because while they're water resistant to a point, they're not made to be underwater. And so you'll be taking apart connections, getting oxidation off and things like that. Believe it or not, even your ground cables on the engines and transmissions, making sure that connection is a good connection everywhere. Make sure your grounds are good to go. But you don't want connections underwater. Nowhere underwater. That's just causing problems you don't need.
Okay, so water bad. What's the other big problem? Is it dust? Is dust the other really bad one?
Nah, dust ain't a real issue. They're made to be in dirty environments. You just blow and go. Making sure, if you need to be able to clean your glasses and all that kind of stuff. But dust isn't a real issue. Just change out your air filters and you should be all right.
As long as no fine dust, fine sand got itself into the hydraulic system, right? But that's where you check the oil.
Yeah, and that's really going to be something pretty hard to do, because your hydraulic systems are pretty sealed off. It's only, like I say, if you open something, will you have that possibility of putting something into the system that wasn't designed to be there. And that's why a lot of the hydraulic systems, the filters on them are really easy to get to, and they are made to such that you should not be able to put something into the system that shouldn't be there. You want to change the filters out, not when on the windiest day when you got sand blowing. That now you're screwing up if you do that. But if you're inside somewhere doing it, you'll be fine.
Thank you, Daryl. I have to thank you for all of this, not just in my name, but our dear Romanian friend Daniel wrote to me specifically and said, "Can you make sure to thank Daryl for his detailed explanations and excellent explanation on how to keep tanks running and get tanks running?" And I agree with what he says, frankly. So thank you, Daryl, for that look in depth there.
I hate that sometimes I go into the weeds with stuff. It's just how I think of it when I'm working on things. You have to think of everything, and I can get a little detailed with it. And I'm sorry about that for folks. I don't want to lose folks when I do that, but I hope I give a good explanation for everybody so they understand.
That I'm a fan, Daryl. I'm a fan. So as long as I'm around, I will keep asking for all the weeds. Big Papa, good morning.
Yeah, if Daryl's still on, I got a couple questions.
He's here.
Okay, yeah, Daryl, I was just wondering if when you first got out of the service, if you ever did any work on, big equipment like Caterpillar. That seemed like it might be similar to the hydraulic construction equipment, and also would someone be able to, I'm sure they have construction equipment in Ukraine, whatever. Would that be something that someone could learn pretty easily to work on a tank if they've already have experience working on big hydraulic equipment like that?
Absolutely. I can tell you this: after working on tanks and other track vehicles in the shop that I was a contractor for a while, and the shop I was in, they could roll a dozer, they could roll a pan, they could roll a motor grader in there, and we could just work on it. We would just have to know what was particular, say about Caterpillar, Pettibone, or the different manufacturers. If they had a different engine, there may be something that we have to look out for or have a special tool for to do it with, because some of these manufacturers are notorious for needing a special tool for different for crap. I'll say that. But for most of the stuff, yeah, if they know how to work on dozers and things like that, they'll understand a lot about a tank.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
At some level, Daryl, how much is it really about the weight of things, right? Because when you get into from something that weighs single digit tons, low single digit tons, like cars and most things people might deal with, to something that weighs tens of tons, everything just has to be done differently, right? So it doesn't kind of collapse under its own weight, so it can keep moving such a big piece of machinery, and that's really the differential, right? So if you've done stuff on big tractors or big industrial equipment, that's the similarity fundamentally, isn't it, Darryl?
There's two big differences. In the civilian world, you work on a piece of equipment, it's all about the dollars that are lost on operations. For military equipment, a down piece of equipment could be somebody's life. that could be a mission that cannot be completed. And you have to really think in those terms. Every time I finish working on something, and my boys gonna come home, and that's what I think about. I want my boys to come home. The tanks are my baby, but I want the boys to come home. That's what I'm there to do, is make sure that they don't have no problems while they're out there. Sometimes I can be with them. If I'm assigned to a line unit, my job is to make sure that all my babies are ready to go, to make sure that the guys are able to do what they need to do, because we're in it together at that point. My life depends on it just as much as theirs, and I don't treat my life no better than them, because we're all one. But it's how you think of it. One, it's a money thing. The other, it's somebody's life. As far as the size and weights, it's kind of irrelevant, because the maintenance and mechanicking, the mechanics of it all they're similar, though they may not be exactly the same. They're similar, whether they're heavy or light. But you want to know that the boys can come home with what you do, and that's where I sit.
Cheers, Daryl. Clyde, good morning.
Good morning. Question for Daryl. General Keane gave an interview about 10 days ago now, a couple of interviews actually, and he talked about pre-positioned stocks of tanks, Abrams, that we have. I think he totaled about 7,000, including a couple thousand in Europe and a couple thousand in Asia. What kind of shape are those tanks in?
The ones that I dealt with, they should be in really good shape. The ones that are in warehouses, I've never been to those warehouses, so I'm not sure what they look like. But I would assume if they are under the same requirements that we were under for the pre-positioned forces, that they should be in pretty decent shape. They are not allowed, at least where I was, the stocks were not allowed to be let go into a situation where they are in disrepair. We regularly offloaded them, exercised them, maintained them, made sure they were in good working order before they were sent back out to be in storage. And I would hope that they do something similar with a lot of the stuff that's in warehouses around the globe. We had, warehouses in I think it was Keflavik and Iceland and places like that. Yeah, different places around the globe. We had stuff in storage, but there's a lot of floating equipment as well, and that stuff I know for a fact is in decent shape.
So what's the deal with the delay with 31 tanks or whatever it is? Is it all about this depleted uranium that they're worried about the Russians getting their hands on? Is that why they can't just say, okay, we'll take 30 out of these 2,000 or 50 or 100 out of these 2,000? They'll be in Ukraine in a week. I mean, it's is that what it's all about? Is security reasons because of the technology that's in the tanks themselves?
To be honest, I think that's what it is. However, my thought on it, the Ukrainians are proving themselves. If our tanks are as good as we know that they are, the idea of a battlefield loss is, to me, at a minimum, and it's not something that could not be recovered. I don't see the Russians being able to overrun once all the equipment's on the ground. I don't see that as I don't see how that can even happen. But if they have everything, if they have all the kits that we're sending and it's used effectively, as we know the Ukrainians are able to do, I really don't see the reason why they couldn't have the armor that they have. If they want to keep certain pieces of electronics out of it, you know, that's one thing. But as far as the tank itself, that's on them, because I think that they could use what we have, and if we want it back, give it back to us. And we do for a one-for-one swap when they come available. That way, that Ukrainians have what they need to finish this war out. We can worry about the rest later. And I don't think the Russians will be able to do very much with a piece of armor that they don't already know about any damn way.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Clyde. Thank you, Darrow. And it seems to me, Clyde, as well, that it's kind of a self-imposed limitation in the US, saying, all the DU stuff, we can't be selling this, we can't be sending this. And it's not really based in anything terribly important or terribly sensible, and it's just being limited just because. And that's really a shame.
You know, Doman, the only thing I would say is if we have treaties, you know, where that armor would be a violation of a nuclear treaty of some type, that would be the only thing that I see that would stop, that should be able to stop this. Why is it self-imposed? Then we go back into the rules of our exports licenses and whatnot, which we've talked about before, where some of these rules that we have in place for exports were designed against rogue nations. I don't see Ukraine as a rogue nation as much as I do seeing us sell tanks to Saudi Arabia. To me, that's more of a rogue nation than Ukraine will ever be.
And yeah, and it's not a nuclear anything. It's there are plenty of rocks just lying around in the field that are more problematic from that perspective than the armor. That is to say, it's really not. Depleted uranium is really incredibly low levels of this, and Darrow, who spent quite a lot of time around it, can attest that he's perfectly fine. But I trust that Tim has something far more incisive and sensible to say. Tim, how did your hunt go?
My hunt?
Your hunt for a person who might be able to, do what Darrow used to do, but on a much, much smaller scale. Fix things.
Repair a really tiny tank.
Yes.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, I broke my phone last night, and finding somebody who can fix a phone in Zaporizhia while not speaking the language is apparently a challenge. So I had to call for backup on that one. Fortunately, it is now fixed. Came in halfway through this conversation. This issue of sensitivity and armor seems to have come up again. Were we talking about the armor technology or the mere fact that Abrams armor contains depleted uranium? Is it the radioactive, the radionuclides they're worried about, or the actual armor, the armor technology, or both?
I think, if anything, it's the armor technology. It's the way that it's constructed. Just forget about the nuclear component of it. There isn't any. There really, really isn't any relevant bit there. So, I mean, in theory, a little bit, but in practice, completely, really irrelevant compared to so many other things that are around in daily life. So it just isn't the problem. But maybe the way that it's constructed, the metallurgy of it, the metalwork of it might be the question.
This is already out of the bag, right? So the armor on the Abrams tank is basically substantially based on the Chobham and Dorchester armor developed by the UK over the last 60, 70 years, right? So the Dorchester armor is found as applique armor on the FV 432 Bulldog armored personnel carrier, and the UK has just given 100 of those to Ukraine. The UK is also giving Challenger 2 to Ukraine. So this armor technology, which is British in origins, it may have been tweaked by the United States, I don't know, but it is substantially the same stuff, is already in Ukraine. So, you know, this is a total red herring.
Yeah,
There you go. Thank you, Tim. It's a non-issue.
it's sheer bureaucracy is what it is, right? There's somebody who once wrote a rule book that said, well, we're not going to let such and such things go anywhere, and now they're not because it says so in black and white in a rule book somewhere. That's all there is. It's not, you know,
I mean,
it's not any good reason.
Sorry, my mic is going bonkers. I mean, the only thing I could imagine being a bit of a problem in this is if the UK didn't approve of the American export, because the decent thing between allies is to say, if they've shared sensitive technology to you and you want to re-export the application of that technology, you ask the country that basically owns the IP. The UK seems to be far more keen on sending this stuff to Ukraine than the United States is, so I don't imagine Whitehall's going to raise any objections. Yeah, I can't see any valid excuses in this regard regarding armor technology.
Exactly. Big Papa.
Yeah, another question for Daryl. I was just wondering, pretty much, I guess, and I'm probably going to get the terms wrong, but I guess they probably won't have too much problem with the first level maintenance, I guess, which would be done by the crew itself. And then I guess the second level would be a little bit bigger jobs that they have to pull the tank back and work on something, but still mostly plug and play. But that third level maintenance, I guess, where they actually have to do, you know, have all the tech manuals and everything, and do the more you know, specific repairs and stuff. How long if they're okay in the first and second level, how long before that third level starts taking effect really, and we'll know whether they're able to, you know, having any problems or not? Like if we're 6 or 8 weeks in and we haven't seen any you know, mass breakdowns or whatever, does that mean they're accomplishing that, or is that immediately come into play, you think? I hope that makes sense.
I would say let's look at past practice. And I'm going to leave the desert out of this because the desert presented a totally different set of problems for a lot of the mechanized equipment that was there. Different environment, different problems. I would look at what type of maintenance issues have we had in Europe with the same equipment as it was fielded in Germany and all the other places where we had it. When we talk about first level maintenance, that's crew served. That's anything that they can readily touch without a basic wrench to open up a check point. Okay. Second level maintenance, yeah, I'm gonna have to have a maintenance kit to you know, toolbox to take care of stuff. And as a second, and the only reason it's a second level is because those are the guys that are out in the field with the equipment. You can basically service anything, adjust anything. I can replace the engines, transmissions, what have you, and with no problem. I'm not really dealing with sub-assemblies per se. We get into third level maintenance, that's when I can go into the sub-assemblies. I can take I can get the turbos and change out turbos. I can go in and say silly stuff like that, that we call third level. Because sometimes they want to replace the whole engine when I can replace the transmission in the second level. Um, but that's water pumps, that's things of that nature. Really, now on the second level, I can change out a starter. Um, I can probably change out a turbo on some engines. But when you start talking about replacing blowers and stuff like that, they really want to have guys to have that in a shop somewhere to repair it, because you don't want all that stuff, dirt and what have you, getting into the innards of the engine and stuff like changing the bands and whatnot on the transmission. You don't want those sub-assemblies opened up out in the field. The same thing with your electronics in the turret and whatnot. Okay, so those are the different levels at a glance, and the reason why you and at what you would do at each level, and basing what our past maintenance issues were in Europe. What time frame have the British had to do major work while they were on operations? How the Americans have had to do it with theirs on the M1s? How the Germans have had to, and all the other countries with the Leopard? At what time frame would they be looking at doing major maintenance on those pieces? So, and that's not something I can tell you just by looking at the piece of equipment. I would have to know that from operations in the field.
Okay, yeah, I figured it's more complicated than that. I just wondering how many weeks of heavy operation, aside from battle damage, before that stuff becomes an issue. I didn't know if it was just a few weeks or if it was a few months or what to expect. Never been in that situation myself.
Well, I mean, you got to look at this. If you run this stuff hard, you're going to be doing a lot more maintenance. Some things can probably wear out. You got to make sure that you keep an eyeball on them while they're out in the field. If an engine goes down, it goes down, but because that's not something that you can really know for a fact what's going to go down. Maybe an injector. It was a Monday injector. You got to go in and you got to replace that injector. Something happened, a starter burn out, because they can just do that. They can just burn out. You have to go in and replace the starter. But what you should not be looking at is major malfunctions. Hopefully those are able to be seen well ahead of time. You start seeing smoke coming out. You start seeing levels of oil go down in the engine more frequently. You know that something's up. You're using too much oil, or you starting to see smoke that you should not have seen, like at startup, which means that you got a seal a seal or an injector or something going, because it's starting to leak into the cylinder, and it'll smoke right at the start, but you won't see it for the rest of the day. So there's things like that, but you really want to have the guys being aware of it. When they crank it up, when they're doing their checks, they'll be able to see and they'll know. And just, God bless them, make sure they're doing it. And they got the right people looking out for them to make sure that they do it.
Good deal. What about, I don't know what you would call it. We call it maintenance spares. If you see that on the last tranche 109 Bradleys were given, for instance, just as an example, how many of those do you expect to be available most of the time, just as a percentage?
I would hope at the initial part that they're all up, but on a working basis, if they got 95 to 90, to 90, If they got 90% up, they're doing real good. You don't have any maintenance. You don't have any hanger queens. And hopefully the ones that go in and have something major, something go wrong with them, hopefully it's not something terribly major. But if it is something major, hopefully it's an expected item and they can get it back up pretty quick.
Good deal, man. Thanks for answering my questions. That's very interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, you got to understand this. A lot of machinery, you have common issues, and those would be the type of supply items that I hope that they would supply Ukraine with, so that they were out on hand for. And if you know that they, on say like the M1, the igniter. If the igniter is the issue, make sure you got igniters for them. If the injector is the issue, make sure they got the injector, so that they're not down for more than a couple of hours to maybe a day until you can get the part from a central supply point to them. And that's the one thing you want to make sure that those supply runs are no more than a day away, because every minute counts.
Well, one last thing. It's my hope that they won't have to run it hard for about 6 months, and then maybe they can rest. So let's pray for that. Thanks.
Cheers, guys. Latin, go ahead.
Hey, Daryl's still there. Good. Daryl, good to see you, one of the track heads here, because I had a question that somebody raised yesterday, and maybe it had already been answered, but I haven't heard the answer yet, and I'm kind of curious. Is some of these images we saw in the last couple of days of T-72s being fixed up in Czech Republic, and there was mention in some of the posts about upgraded optics. And I know that's one thing I've learned from you guys, is that optics is a very important thing when it comes to main battle tanks. So do you know anything about what they've been doing there and what kind of gear they're installing, if it's something that could really enhance the I know it ain't no Abrams, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I think that the night vision device, they're putting better night vision optics, I think, on them, and just better optics, because not all optics are the same. If I give you a Russian optic and I give you one that's one of ours, you're gonna see the difference. At a good distance, is that image fuzzy, or is it very clear and sharp? And that's the kind of stuff that you really are paying attention to in these optics. How clear is the image at what distance? What type of night vision are you getting? Are you getting night vision that's fuzzy at night, or are you getting night vision that looks very clear for the condition, for the night conditions? You don't want a lot of halo around the images just to say, oh, that's somebody there. You want to be able to, you really kind of want to be able to look into that optics and says, oh, okay, that's a man carrying anti-tank weapon. If it's that clear, stuff like that. It's really about the precision of those optics.
Right, and kind of follow-up question. From what I'm hearing, because I'm kind of hearing a situation with main battle tanks that is a little bit similar to what might be shaping up with on the aerial side. That there's kind of like the first tier, and then there's some of the things that are already in theater, some things that might be brought in that are not quite cutting edge, but could still be useful. So with tanks, I'm thinking something like this, like the upgrade, some upgrades to T-72s. We've seen some of that already. And now Germany announcing Leopard 1s, a significant number of them. So everything I've been hearing is that those, let's call them the slightly lower tier, slightly older main battle tanks, that they still have a role to play, right? And maybe not right on the edge of operations, but kind of in a support role.
Okay, my mic was coming in and out for a second.
You're good now.
Okay, when I look at I've mentioned this before about upgrades. When they're talking about the upgrades, particularly on the bodies of the vehicles and armor, this, that, and the other. My first question is, can that armor withstand what they will be facing? Or are we looking at armor that was increased for a different, for other reasons? You know, they just wanted more armor on the tank. We know that they went through a process with that with the Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s, to where the two chassis are not even the same chassis. So I would look to, you know, can that Leopard 1 take a hit? If it can't take a hit, then, you know, okay, maybe not the tip of the spear, but damn it, give it a chance somewhere near that tip. You put the tips out there, but it's got to be better. If it's better than what they have now, to hell with it. The Ukrainians will use it like they need to, or they want to. We just let them know, hey, this really is not supposed to do this, you know, but if you want to do it, that's, you know, go for it. We know that it can at least take this. You know, it may not take a T-72, but if it can take an RPG, then you'll be all right. If it can take a hit from one of their anti-tank rounds, okay, you know, anti-tank man pads, okay, you know, it can take that. Just know that if you go gun to gun, you may not make it. So make sure you shoot first and get out of there. You know, that type of thing. That's like with the Bradley. It can't take a hit from a tank, but it can damn sure take one of their tanks out. So, you know, make sure that, you know, they know the liability of the equipment that they're getting. So I don't see a problem with first generation. Just make sure that they understand it's not second generation with that.
Cheers there. And Latin, let me be clear on this one. It's not just the Germans, but also the Danes who are behind the Leopard 1s that are going to be going, per reporting in the Danish national broadcasting. So it's a joint effort, or a distributed effort, maybe. All right. Thank you. Janali, go ahead.
Good morning here. Maybe there. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here with you, and I want to say that this space is a great space, very important to me, and for Ukraine, to support Ukraine. I want to be a volunteer there when I finish my course here. I want to be a nurse there, saving lives there. Thanks so much. I'm adding new vocabulary here with you. I'm hearing about the news, information, a great job you have here. My declaration is this: my heart is with you in Ukraine. Burned my heart when I saw some news there, and Slava Ukraine.
Heroim Slava. Thank you, Janali. That's very, very well put. Thank you. Big Papa, go ahead.
Yeah, it jogged my memory about someone was asking about the Leopard 1 tanks. I've been seeing a few things about Challenger 1 tanks, which from what I understand, it's the same chassis and everything, and it can be upgraded to Challenger 2. But I've been seeing about 400 Jordanian Challenger 1s that are in storage. Is that a possibility, or is that just someone noticing that on the internet that they have 400, and so it kind of starts a rumor? Or is there anything to it that they might be able to get those? Have you heard?
So I'll touch upon a little bit, and I think then Tim's going to touch on a whole lot more. So those 400 all Challenger 1s went to Jordan about 20 years ago, in very early 2000s, as Britain was introducing the Challenger 2. And they were sold at, I think, £1 a piece or something. They were basically given for free to Jordan. And now Jordan is getting Leclerc, the French tanks. We'll mention France, and Thanos vanishes as soon as we mention his cousins there. They're getting those secondhand from UAE, so they're getting rid of all of their Challenger 1s. And they're also getting Centauros, which are like kind of like a striker mobile gun, but Italian kind of thing. So because of that, they're no longer going to be in service. They're younger than Leopard 1s are. They have been kept reasonably good shape, probably, maybe at least. And they have, big guns on them. So the question was, why wouldn't you just send those to Ukraine? And it's down to what state they are, I guess, and whether Jordan would be okay with it being seen as helping Ukraine publicly in front of Russia. I guess that's more of a question. But Tim, what else do we know about those Challenger 1s? Thomas Tyner seems quite excited about the prospect of possibly sending them.
Well, the Challenger 1 is a decent tank. It's an older vehicle. So it's kind of 80s, early 90s vintage rather than 90s, 2000s vintage. It cannot be upgraded to a Challenger 2. The Challenger 2 does indeed share a chassis, but that's it. So Challenger 2 is, I've read somewhere that it's 93% of the parts are not interchangeable. Only 7% of the parts are interchangeable. The Challenger 2 has a completely new turret. It has different armor. It has the same gun, I believe, but yeah, it's not a question of just pimping out a Challenger 1 a bit and it becomes a Challenger 2. It's a totally different tank. In terms of Jordan, well, Jordan is basically a British client state. So I would be.
Is that too strong a statement? Maybe that's a little bit too strong a statement.
I mean,
but the military, the Jordanian, you can say that the Jordanian military is in very good relations with the British Army.
Yeah, and so is the king, and it is an absolute monarchy. I don't think.
Well, he went to Sandhurst, didn't he?
He did actually, in his
properly, not like some of the other ones who kind of showed up for 3 weeks, but like properly.
I was once inspected on a parade by his late father, and this was at a time when it was fashionable to have those name tags on your uniform, which the Americans did. It was kind of an Iraq II vintage thing, to have a name tag on. It was very fashionable for a while, and everybody started doing it because the Americans were. The King of Jordan inspected a parade, and he had his name tag on, and it had all of his names and titles on it. And so it was King Abdullah al Hashem al Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Muhammad, guardian of the two holy mosques, etc., etc., etc. It was about 4 lines long because his full title is just absolutely glorious. But anyway, Jordan does have a very close relationship with the UK. It's perhaps not a client state in the same way as Oman is, but it is. It does care a lot about its relationship with London. I don't think it cares an enormous amount about its relationship with Moscow. So I wouldn't say that this is going to be an enormous problem for them. As far as I'm aware, you can't upgrade a Challenger 1 to a Challenger 2, but the Challenger 1 remains a viable and respectable armored vehicle, albeit a little bit old.
Younger than the Leopard 1?
Yeah, but there are geological measures that are younger than the Leopard 1.
So yeah, in other words, as fire support is having additional tubes to put shells through, probably a good idea. Probably.
Yeah, it's just been pointed out to me in the DMs that the Jordanian Challenger 1s were substantially upgraded, and they were maintained by BAE. So there was a British company involved in maintaining them. So if they're in a terrible state, then that's BAE's fault.
I thought BAE was Swedish.
No, it owns everything.
Didn't really.
It owns everything Swedish.
There we go. There we go. That explains it. I didn't really. I know that B doesn't stand for both of us. Latin, please.
Some of what Tim is talking about there with the earlier challenges reminds me of, and as we're getting every day a little closer to this much anticipated next Ramstein meeting, the big picture is important here. That the Ukrainian military will not be turned into a NATO military overnight. The cutting edge, for lack of a better term, equipment in all of the domains that we're talking about is primarily air and ground right now. Those are going to be incredibly useful, and especially in upcoming offensive operations. But the again, for lack of a better term, lower tier Western equipment that can be provided plays a very important role in what's happening in Ukraine's defense. And we've seen that with artillery. We've seen it with battle tanks. We're going to be seeing it, I think, with aircraft, where we may not get an announcement on F-16s next week. I'd love to hear that. I'd love to hear an initial announcement on that, but we may get something else. And that something else will, everything that I've seen that seems to be on the radar right now will be useful. It will contribute to Ukraine's defense. And we know that it would be ideal. Since the beginning of this, we've all been, pick your weapon system, right? Everybody wants the best and the latest sent now. Well, the reality is we know it just doesn't work that way. But unfortunately, accepting that situation, seeing it for what it is, we have to expect that things do come sometimes more slowly and not always the latest and greatest that we want, but that doesn't mean that it's not of any use. And the Ukrainians have shown that they will put it to good use.
Exactly. And when you're in a very large conventional war, you just need a lot of conventional weapons. Even if they're not all the best weapons, you just need a lot of them. You need some of the really good ones for particular tasks, ideally. But at the end of the day, you just need a lot.
Yeah, Doman, if I could, I just add to that what you just said there a minute ago. The quantity is a factor, but also if you have something that is maybe less capable, not quite as new, what you do with it is very important. Finding that place for it, that where its capabilities can be maximized. And like I said, I think we may be seeing that taking shape on the aviation side. And one of the big takeaways I took from Thomas's time on the space on Sunday was the idea that some of these older tanks, I think he mentioned, like the Leo ones in particular, the way that they could be used as fire support. And that goes back, remember back in the fall, I remember when the Ukrainians were capturing T-62s and this sort of thing. And I remember that was, it was George that started talking about that. I remember asking him about it, that he said, yeah, they can take those and use them for fire support for infantry. And I remember Major Giroux, our Canadian Army friend, saying the same thing at the time, that if looking at that particular scenario and with tanks and infantry, that if you're the infantry on the ground and you're trying to take a position, any firepower behind you is going to be welcome. So it's more than just, what I'm getting at is that it's more than just symbolic or piecemeal. It's less capable, older equipment can be put to good use by well-motivated, well-trained troops that know how to get the most out of what they've got.
114% Latin.
Was there a joke there? Did I just miss? Did that just go over my head?
I'm sorry about that. It did a little bit. In the past 30 days, the average rate of killed Russians over the entire invasion has increased by 14%. So that is to say, it's 114% of what it was a month ago because of the higher rates of. Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to get it. But, yeah. You should see what Peace for Ukraine's been posting. Big Papa.
Yeah, another question I had for Tim about the Challenger 1 is the Challenger 1 that's the one that we always hear about that was in the first Gulf War with the 300 to 0 kill ratio, and then also the longest tank kill recorded. And I was wondering, he mentioned that it was, or sorry, Tim, you mentioned that it was upgraded. Was it the ones that Jordan has? Were they upgraded since then, or was that is that basically the same tank that was in the Gulf War?
Some of the upgrades were done after the transition, or as the transition was happening from Britain to Jordan.
Oh, good deal. I say, I vote if we're voting, I vote for them to get all 400. So there we have it.
That's two of us, Big Papa. That's two of us. Tim, third.
Yes, you are correct. That during the first Gulf War, the Challenger 1 tank destroyed around 300 Iraqi tanks and didn't suffer a single combat loss. The Challenger 2 is also a notoriously survivable tank. There was a case in, gosh, I can't remember where it was. It might have been Azra.
Can I read this out? I have this in a tab, always open.
About the RPG hits. Do it.
Yes. Okay. So, did I lose it? No, here it is. During the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the Challenger 2 tank suffered no tank losses to Iraqi fire. In one encounter in an urban area, a Challenger 2 came under attack from irregular forces with machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. The driver's sight was damaged, and while attempting to back away under the commander's directions, the other sights were damaged and the tank threw its tracks, entering a ditch. It was hit by 14 RPG-7s from close range and a Milan anti-tank guided missile. The crew survived, safe within the tank until it was recovered for repairs, the worst damage being done to the sighting system. It was back in operation 6 hours later. According to the British Army, another Challenger 2 operating near Basra survived being hit by 70 RPGs in another incident.
Right. And just to, in case nobody is familiar with Milan, Milan is, I think it's French. It's a kind of 1970s generation, 1960s, 70s generation man-portable anti-tank missile. So it's kind of the generation before NLAW and Javelin. So it's not a weapon to be trifled with. It certainly isn't an RPG.
It's what comes with Armadas, right? So Bradleys come with tows. Armada doesn't have an integrated anti-tank missile system, but the commander can open the hatch and climb out halfway, and there's a place to shoot a Milan from. You can also use it to shoot a Spike from there, but until Israel allows those to be sent to Ukraine, it will have to be the Milans. So that is to say, right, it's still something that is going to be used now by Ukrainians. So it's not something that's so terribly out of date to be useless. Tim, is that why it weighs 75 tons?
Why it weighs 75 tons? Because it's really, really hard.
So armored, yes.
Yeah, I mean it is. Challenger 2. I'm not that familiar with the weight and the up armor on Challenger 1, but Challenger 2 is as advertised. So off the shelf, the no frills version, the Tesco value version, is about 65 tons, I think. and once it's been up armored to its maximum possibility, to the maximum possibility, it comes at around 75, which makes it heavier than Abrams. It's also, I believe, about 2 meters longer than Abrams, and slightly wider. So it's a big chunky thing. It's a very, very heavy vehicle, and it is incredibly survivable.
Yeah, apparently there was another one that was hit by T-72, a Challenger 2, and didn't even notice it. Which I mean that's just not paying attention, then, isn't it? If you get hit by another tank's round and don't notice it.
It feels like cheating. I mean, you should at least acknowledge it. Beat your horn or something. Oh, well done, guys. Yeah, you did. You hit us. Yeah, I mean, we're fine. But I just want to make it. I just want to, I don't want to belittle you.
Exactly, right? It needs to be done appropriately. Sorry, Darrow, please.
What can't that thing belittle? It's a behemoth. It just looks around and I'm the big dog. It's going to belittle anything, Tim.
Absolutely, it's kind of it's like the Maginot Line, but mobile. That's how I like to think of it. Did I lose audio?
No. All good, all good. Do you want to tell us what you've been up to the last few days, Tim?
Yeah, sure. So I'm in Zaporizhia, which is it's an interesting city. Superficially, it is a very, very large steel mill with a slightly smaller city attached. And to give you an idea of the scale of the steel mill, the city has a population of about 1 million. So there is an absolutely colossal industrial complex, Zaporizh style, next to it. And it has an appropriately dreary industrial city attached to it. Zaporizhia, more interestingly, is known, of course, as the birthplace of Cossack culture. So before there was an enormous industrial city here, there was the cultural nerve center and birthplace of the Cossack, the nomadic Cossack culture of the Ukrainian steppe. So it's considered it's considered of great cultural significance to people. Although I had a chat with Chef Zhenya, who has his field kitchen here, and he said he doesn't like what the Soviets did to this place because they built this industrial city where it should be more historical, in his opinion. So what I've been doing here, as I said, I interviewed Chef Zhenya in Kiev in his training center, and I felt the segment would be incomplete without coming down to Zaporizhia to film some people actually doing some cooking, because otherwise it's just sitting down talking to a chef. He doesn't have a kitchen operation in Kiev for his efforts to feed the Ukrainian army. He does have ramen bars in Kiev, but he does all of his field cooking in Zaporizhia. So I went out to visit him. We had a whiskey. We had dinner. We made some macaroni cheese. That's mac and cheese in American, and that was great. And we did some filming. He did a little dance while he was making bechamel sauce, and it was all very fun. He's got a number of volunteers there. Chef Zhenya, for those who don't know, he is on a quest to improve the nutritional state of the food of the Ukrainian army. The Ukrainian army food is apparently notoriously bad, according to Chef Zhenya, and the catering establishment of the Ukrainian army is not desperately competent or motivated. And Chef Zhenya is out to change that one sausage at a time. So he's preparing thousands of meals every day for the Ukrainian forces, and delivering them east into the field. He works with a number of volunteers in his kitchens. When we were there was a French chap, a couple of Ukrainian chaps, and an American who had come in specially to volunteer, who was actually a trained chef, which must have been welcome support. But he has a massive following on social media. He's a really, really nice chap. We've had him up on the show a few times. So it was really, really good that he was able to make time to be included in our little documentary. Latam, your hand has gone up.
Hey Tim, just I'm curious about what you've seen in your travels, because this is an interesting subject of the what the Ukrainian army is eating in the field, because especially in winter, that is a very crucial thing. And I heard Chef Zhenya a while back on a Sunday when he was speaking. It was really interesting. He gave me some indication of what the average ration is like for troops on the front, sustaining but pretty drab. Have you seen anything? Have you seen anything in kind of like what their daily food looks like?
I actually haven't. I've not been out to the front, and I've not really interacted with the armed forces very much. So I've mainly been hanging around with the Yugoslav guys, with Chef Zhenya's guys, and a few kind of hangers-on. But I've not really met the army. There are plans afoot for me to do that. I am hoping to head out east at some stage. The security situation, well, depending on the security situation. A little drab, I think, describes a lot of the hotel cuisine I've been experiencing, particularly on the breakfast front. Ukraine is a country of many, many virtues and talents. Breakfast is not one of them. I've not seen beans since I arrived. Sorry, no breakfast segment is complete without beans here on the Maria Report. I know how much of a fan, particularly our American co-hosting team are, of baked beans, particularly first thing in the morning. So no, I've not seen Ukrainian army field food. I probably will get that delightful experience, but if it's anything like hotel food, I don't have my hopes particularly high. Shaggy.
Was my mic? Yeah, my mic's working now. Yeah, I was wondering if your phone breakage has anything to do with whiskey, or did it just fall out your pocket?
It just fell out my pockets. Well, I took it out my pockets and dropped it. The hotel here, I'm in this actually rather pleasant kind of 1950s hotel, and it has nice marble floors, and so I got my phone out my pocket, dropped it, and it gave up the ghost. So I had to get the screen replaced.
Oh, bummer. Yeah, I hope you got that sorted out. It didn't cost too much. I was just wondering, the chefs, the size of the chefs group. Is it like about 20 people, or is it about 50, or kind of what kind of size? Have you got any? Can you talk to that?
Yeah, he generally has between, I think, 5 and 10 volunteers cooking. So it's he does have a shortage of people. The problem is people who aren't chefs don't understand how hard working in a kitchen is, right? So I cook. Many people on the space cook. I'm pretty sure Doman cooks. There's cooking, and then there's catering. And working in a professional kitchen is a very stressful and hard, a stressful job, a very hard job. And finding reliable volunteers who know what they're getting into is therefore commensurately difficult. So that's one of his pain points. He does have a lot of international goodwill. As I said, he currently has a guy in from Paris. He has a guy in from the US. I believe both of them are properly trained chefs. He has had a couple of American chefs come over as well to help him. So he really appreciates the professional help, people who are able to give up their time away from their busy restaurants, etc., to come and help him. So I think he has generally between 5 and 10 volunteers. Another issue he's having is volunteer training. So he's setting up a training center in Kiev, where he can both train his volunteers and give them somewhere to unwind. Because these guys, the volunteers generally do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. So they do 2 weeks in Zaporizhia cooking, and then they go back to Kiev to decompress. And he's got like a little youth hostel thing that's attached to his training center, where the guys can stay and they can go out and have beers and stuff, and generally unwind from the hard work in the kitchen. Shaggy.
Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I was I would say I was third chef, but that's just back in the day, but all that meant was it was doing starters and desserts and man the dishwashing machine basically when I was a third chef. So yeah, chopping vegetables and all that kind of stuff is probably the hardest thing. So I was wondering, what kind of chef is he? Is he kind of a vocal chef? I hope he's not like that shouty chef that sometimes see on television that I can't stand. He's a bit more friendly than that. But is a good night tight knit team? Did he have volunteers like coming in for a couple of weeks and then going out, or has he just got a core bunch of people that are with him?
Well, I think he's one of these very schizophrenic chefs. So he's a shouty chef in the kitchen, and then he's a genuinely lovely, chilled out guy outside the kitchen. He's said that the famous chefs he most admire are Marco Pierre White and Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay trained under Marco Pierre White, and quite famously, Marco Pierre White once made Gordon Ramsay cry. So there was I might give you an idea of just how shouty Marco Pierre White is in the kitchen, despite his relaxed veneer. So he's a shouty chef in the kitchen, and he's a genuinely lovely bloke outside the kitchen. In terms of your second question was, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the.
Yeah. Second question was, is it more of a core team, or does he have like volunteers, a couple of volunteers flitting in and out for a couple of weeks and then buggering off after they've peeled 200 kilograms of potatoes and got no hands left?
From what I've gathered, it varies. So he has local Ukrainian volunteers who are kind of regular, and they pitch in. They pitch in when they can, but they're kind of trusted and competent and hardworking. So he likes working with them. He also has people drifting in from outside. I mentioned Americans are quite frequently in his kitchen. And he's got this French chap working with him at the moment. One of the guys I interviewed, actually, he started off as a volunteer. He was in IT before. He was an IT project manager, and he started off working for Chef Genia as a volunteer in the kitchen. And Chef Genia was so impressed with him that he actually gave him a job. So he now works for Chef Genia's restaurant empire, as well as organizing the volunteers and helping out, which I guess is a nice outcome for him.
Yeah, that's quite cool. I got an IT background. Maybe maybe I'm going to be chief spud peeler. Okay, this is one of the things I thought of doing actually when I went to Ukraine. I mean, I'd either be a driver, or I'd be helping with animals, or I'd be chopping vegetables. So yeah.
So when Chef Genia was with us a few times ago, he said, if you want to come to volunteer, I think it was like minimum like 3 months, 4 months, something like that, because he doesn't want people coming for a really short time, because the induction takes too much time and so on. So if since you're asking about how many weeks, that his concept was quite long, not a couple of weeks.
Okay, cheers for that info.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. I guess you've gone the other way, right? You've gone from commie chef to IT, whereas this other chap went from IT to commie chef.
Yeah, I went from when I was about 19, went from a hotel, so I helped build the hotel, helped paint and decorate the hotel, and I found myself in the kitchen doing kitcheny stuff, and then I was a waiter, then I was a barman. I think I did every job in that bloody place actually. Anyway, the Rufford Arms up near Lancashire. I'll shut up now.
Did you ever get to wear a housemaid's uniform?
No, I didn't actually. Thank goodness I didn't do that. I mean, I could do and send you some pictures, but I don't think you'll want that.
It's fine. I've got the internet. It's all good. Latan.
Tim, on the subject of food, I'm kind of curious, because I know you've been moving around quite a bit, and I wonder whether you have gotten any sense of what the average Ukrainian, say, outside of central Kyiv, because I mean the economic situation is really it's pretty bad right now, and I'm sure that people are there's a lot of people in Ukraine, I imagine, that are living more simply, right? Like, I don't get any sense of mass starvation, and we're not there yet. Hopefully we won't be. But do you get any sense of how people, what are people subsisting on, especially outside of more, like rural areas, more austere parts of the country?
Well, there's absolutely no shortage of food here. It's I guess part of the problem. I don't want to use the F word, but part of the problem in many famines is not that there's no food, is that people can't afford the food that there is, right? And there is a case that there is a certain amount of that here. I'm not saying there's famine here by any stretch of the imagination, but Ukraine does produce an enormous amount of food. It produces, exports an enormous amount of food. There's absolutely no shortage of food, but there is poverty. There are severe economic problems caused by this war. The government is limited in its ability to help because it has this enormous, rather expensive war going on. And one of the NGOs I spoke to was talking about the people abroad often think that sending food to Ukraine would be a good idea, and this lady was saying that actually no, that's not the issue. The issue is buying and distributing the food that is already here, right? That's the challenge they're facing. I've not seen any evidence of food shortages at all. All of the supermarkets are running well. They all have generators when the power's out, which it is quite a lot still. There doesn't seem to be, there are no empty shelves. There's always fresh stuff as well. So there's a lot of fresh meat. There's a lot of fresh bread. I would say it's cheap, but knowing the average salary and the average salaries in Ukraine, which I don't know, it's only a couple of $100 a month or something. I can see how people are struggling to afford it. Yeah.
Now, when I'm curious about these breakfasts you were talking about, that's often one of the first contacts with local cuisine that travelers have. What have they given you so far?
Well, it's kind of a Soviet approximation of an English breakfast, right? So it's there's this notion in hotels, particularly hotels that are popular with travelers, that you have to do, rather than doing a locally authentic style of breakfast, you should do a sort of international style of breakfast, and that means you have to do something that's basically a full English. So you have to do sausages, bacon, eggs, maybe hash browns, and some other things as well. Obviously beans, and you also have to do a continental thing of croissants and bread and cheese and salami and all of that stuff that the French eat. And the problem is that so far the hotels I've stayed in here haven't really nailed either of those things, right? So they try and do both of them. They just don't do them very well. And I feel like they would be better off concentrating their efforts on giving a good breakfast that is actually Ukrainian, rather than this pale imitation of empire that they're trying to lay on. So what you see, the bacon here is not particularly great. Eastern Bloc bacon is not really what I'd call bacon. It's too thinly sliced, and it's
Tim, to be honest, bacon is one of these really fascinating concepts. I'm sorry to interject, but it's one of these really fascinating concepts because every country kind of has, or small group of countries kind of has bacon a whole different way from everywhere else. And what you think of bacon is made in Denmark, but I don't think really is sold in Denmark an awful lot, which is very, very ironic on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, in my country, the United Kingdom, there is a bacon to suit every budget, right? So you have the good bacon, which tends to be English or Welsh, and is nicely thick cut. It's not full of water. It's not overly salted. It's often smoked. Comes in two types: the back bacon and the streaky bacon, what Americans would call Canadian bacon and bacon. And it's pretty good, but it's not that cheap. It's not crazy expensive, but it's not that cheap. If you want really cheap bacon, you buy the Danish bacon, which is about 60% injected water, and it's not very good, but you can get six rashers of it for about 50 pence. So yeah, as Doman says, everybody does have their own version of bacon. The properly Ukrainian version of bacon is, of course, the speck they eat, the salo, which is, I guess it's a bit like, I would just call it speck. I guess Americans would call it fatback. And it's a kind of it's a big slice of fat with a tiny slice of meat on the bottom, if you're lucky. and that's really good. That's really nice. It's often eaten here just raw, so it's kind of a condiment. Like you go into a pub, you get given a beer and a plate with gherkins, bread, and sallow on it. But you can also fry it, and it does work rather well. Yeah, so that's quite nice. But the bacon you see in hotel breakfasts is kind of streaky bacon, but it tends to be overcooked. It's not really thick enough. The sausages are a bit of a nightmare. They're basically just frankfurters, but not quite. Yeah, it's just breakfast is not done well here, Latam. It's not done well at all.
I'm fascinated how we've gone from Polish what do you call it, Polish petrol station food to now breakfast food in hotels of Ukraine in wartime. Tim is gaining specialisms in some very, very particular places. Michelle, please. Michelle? Otherwise, I have to start making very obscure mastermind jokes.
I can't hear Michelle.
Me neither. In which case, Michelle, if you can kindly cycle down and back up, because neither Tim nor I can hear you, I threatened with it. I have to come through on it, otherwise it doesn't work. Tim, if you ever gone mastermind specialist subjects, Polish petrol station food.
I'm thinking of publishing
Ukrainian breakfast.
Thinking of publishing the cookbook. Is there already a Michelin guide to petrol station food? That sounds like the sort of thing that would already exist. Maybe.
Sounds like the sort of thing that will get you a copyright lawsuit. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Tim. I saw an article and they were talking about, the availability of diesel in Ukraine. Are you finding that there's any shortages of diesel / gasoline? Well, particularly diesel, but even gasoline in Ukraine, or is fuel has not been an issue?
It's absolutely not a problem. The only issue I've ever had buying fuel in Ukraine was when I was at a petrol station. The power and the internet went out, and they couldn't use the card machine. They had a generator, so the petrol pump still worked, but the only thing they couldn't do was process card payments. I've never seen a filling station that has a sign saying no fuel. The fuel is reasonably priced. Last time I checked, it was approaching about €1 a liter. So it's a lot cheaper than it is elsewhere in Europe. In terms of fuel availability at a macro level, the army obviously has a strong preference for diesel, so for example, there was they don't like petrol things. So if you're organizing aid, say you're delivering a generator to somewhere east, then there will be a very, very strong preference for a diesel generator, because that tends to be the more common fuel here. But no, I've never seen any shortages of fuel at all, Daryl.
Let me just say, Daryl, maybe the article you were reading was from last year in sort of March, April time, when there was diesel shortages, but that has been rectified since and hasn't been a thing since spring last year.
The article is mainly talking about military equipment and blah, and it was mentioning different fuels for the tanks and blah and all of that. And I was just wondering on the economy. I was just wondering on the economy, was he seeing anything like that? And seems to be not the case.
Not in my experience. As I said, one of the aid deliveries I did was to a military administration in eastern Ukraine. One of the things we delivered was a petrol generator, and they turned their nose up a tiny bit at that, saying, "Great, we like it, but diesel ones are always better." That's the only hint of any kind of preference or whatever that I've ever seen.
All right, appreciate it, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Daryl. Let's try Michelle again. Let's see if we can hear you this time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Woohoo! Okay, awesome. I was jabbering away and like sort of going, can anyone hear me? Okay, so I came up because of Shaggy's question and something that's been mentioned repeatedly on the report. And I want to kind of give a different angle. This saying that you need like this to be a volunteer. Obviously, specific places will have their requirements, right? But to be a volunteer, as long as you kind of choose the right place. So, for example, I don't know if you've heard of Frontline Kitchen. He's a fella. His name's Richard Woodruff, and he is part of Lviv Volunteer Kitchen, and they will take people for a few days. They are desperate for volunteers. So telling people not to go and not to volunteer is depriving places like Frontline Kitchen of desperately needed volunteers. I'm going for 2.5 weeks about in March, and like they are very happy. He's constantly putting out like sort of calls for please, we need volunteers. He's created a website to help people who want to volunteer. So there is no minimum amount of time. You can go for any amount of time. You just have to choose the right place. So unfortunately, off the top of my head, I can't remember his website, but Frontline Kitchen is the Twitter handle of Richard, and yeah, he's in Lviv. You won't be doing anything fancy. You're going to be peeling vegetables. You're going to be packing vans. You're going to be moving stuff around. You need zero experience, and they'll literally take you for 1 or 2 days if that's all you have. So please don't be put off going to volunteer in Ukraine. There's a desperate need for volunteers right now. Thanks, guys.
Michelle, those are in response to mine. I was specifically only talking about what Shevchenia wants to for his guys. That was all.
Like sort of other people say that unless you have like a month or more to put towards it, don't bother going. So I've like in different contexts. So I'm just saying in any context, as long as you choose the right place. So for example, Lviv Volunteer Kitchen, there is no too little time. Obviously, if you've got 2 weeks, that's fantastic. But if you've got more, even better. But if you've only got a few days, contact someone like Frontline Kitchen, Richard, and he will definitely make use of your time and your effort.
Thank you, Michelle. Let's go to Jaggo. Jaggo.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to thank Daryl for the explanations like other people did. I think I like it when people get into the weeds. Charles used to do that too, so I miss seeing Charles on here. So thanks for that. But I wanted to ask you, so you were saying that prices and distribution are problems, and I think that's a problem like, in Ethiopia, anytime there's usually a lot of food, but getting it to people is usually the difficulty. So I'm curious about people who aren't living in the big cities. Like how are they, are those people, maybe, I don't know, are those people having trouble like really getting the right kind of foods, or are they able to get a variety or I don't know if you know that, but because you can have a lot of food, like you said, if they're not able to buy it or they're only able to eat potatoes, that can be an indication of different needs or something.
I mean, it's like any country, right? There is a diet to suit every budget. Otherwise, people just wouldn't, people just wouldn't live. As far as I'm aware, there are people who are, particularly internally displaced persons and the people who are living in, outright war-torn areas such as Bakhmut. There are still people living in Bakhmut. There are about 2,000 people who, for various reasons, are unable to leave. and so they're heavily dependent on food aid being delivered and medical aid being delivered. Also, when I toured the refugee center for in Odessa, which covers it's responsible for internally displaced people from the east, giving out food, particularly baby food, seems to be a large part of what they do. They have partnerships with UNICEF and with the World Food Programme, and this is also something that the Howard Buffett Foundation is doing on quite some scale. I actually met Howard Buffett. He's a great friend of Ukraine. I'm sure his father needs no introduction. And he's been here on the ground, actually personally supervising his efforts. He's been in country for a few weeks now, so kind of a real hands-on philanthropist, especially for a guy of a certain age who has mobility issues himself. He's really doing quite sterling work. So there are people in rural areas who do seem to be, if not reliant on, but appreciative of food aid. There are also people who, refugees who have not established themselves internally yet, who are being given assistance by the Ukrainian government, assisted by international bureaucracies. But I mean, like I said, there's no shortage of food here. I would say relative to incomes, this food I've seen in the supermarkets does seem to be on the expensive side. But there's certainly no mass hunger or starvation that I've noticed. No.
Yeah, and it's accessible to people. They're not blocked off from it in some places or whatever.
Of course, yeah.
And Tim, maybe the important thing to stress, right, it's not so much an urban-rural divide as much as a very close to the front line versus not very close to the front line divide.
Yeah.
Because if someone in Zakarpattia or in Chernivtsi Oblast, and very much in a rural area, not much has changed because you're very far away from where all the kinetic war is.
Yeah, and they've destroyed so. I mean, you only see what you see on media, but they've destroyed so much of the infrastructure and stuff that even, you'd have, I don't know, let's say down power lines and things like that to where getting, your mobility in different areas. Who knows what that's like if you're not there to see it. But anyway, that's good to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and another thing you see in rural areas, in rural areas, the issue is obviously getting supplies through, right? The economics of the area may be what they are, but if it's war torn, then you're going to have trouble actually delivering the food to shops to sell. That does seem to be something of a phenomenon in Kherson Oblast, in liberated Kherson Oblast, to the right bank of the Dnieper River, where there is still Russian stay-behind activity. So, when you're driving around there, you do quite well. For a start, the shelling is quite frequent, particularly at Kherson City. But you also hear small arms fire from partisans is the wrong word, but you know what I mean. The kind of Wagner stay-behind operations they're running there. So that that's going to cause supply chain issues. Simply because it becomes a high-risk job to deliver stuff to places where that kind of activity is taking place, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. So, what else have I been doing? So, Chef Genia, we've talked about him. I've also been down to Odessa, where I have interviewed a number of interesting people. One was the tour of the internally displaced refugee aid center, where the lovely Oksana, who is a travel agent by day and an aid worker by night, showed me around. Met some interesting people there, saw the good work they were doing with the internally displaced refugees. Hung around with Alexander Kamyshin, the CEO of Ukazaliznitsa and great friend of the space. We went to Kherson, where we met a number of local government officials, and one of the issues that Kamyshin is helping to solve is the issue of rural power lines, a lot of which are still damaged, and so he's helping because he has substantial teams what are they called, linesmen, power line workers who are able to help out local power companies where they can. And so he's been down there cracking skulls, sorting that out. I've also come east to Zaporizhia, where I am at the moment. I'll be leaving tonight, where I've met a number of interesting people, one of whom is Natalia Andreeva, who is a multimedia journalist and a regular visitor to Bakhmut. She sat down and had a really good interview about, I would say it's actually quite philosophical. It was about the nuances of propaganda versus journalism and things like that. She also showed me some of the videos she's been taking from Bakhmut. I also met Ivan Fedorov, who is the mayor of Melitopol in exile. So he's still responsible. One of the curious things here is the local government is your first point of contact with the state, right? So the state, if you want to talk to the state, you talk to your local government first. And that means that as mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov is responsible for everybody who lives in Melitopol and now doesn't live in Melitopol. So everybody who is from Melitopol, but for whatever reason for obvious reasons, is internally displaced or indeed an international refugee, he is still the part of the Ukrainian state that's responsible for them. So he basically has three constituencies. He has international refugees from Melitopol, internally displaced refugees from Melitopol, and the people who still live in Russian-occupied Melitopol. And he has to do his best to provide the basic government services to them that it is his duty to provide. So he has this interesting tripartite constituency of people who rely on him for public services, some of whom live under Russian occupation. So he has a rather unenviable job, but he's exactly the kind of person who could do it. He's a man of enormous focus. He is extremely patriotic. He's thoroughly pissed off. That was the overwhelming impression I got, was a man who's just tired of this nonsense and just is absolutely laser focused on the liberation of this country and their victory in this war. He's very impressive. He's quite young. He's an elected mayor. He won 60% of the vote when he was voted into office in 2021. They were achieving great things in Melitopol. Melitopol is a very kind of cosmopolitan city. He said, I believe they have 40 different nationalities living there, or at least did before the war. They achieved a number of things. There was large housing developments. They built a new ice rink. They built a new stadium. And then the Russians came and ruined everything, which is what Russians do. So he is very proud of his city. He thinks his city has a great future. But as a wartime mayor, he is now focused on playing his part in the war effort while delivering the services to his people as best he can. So a very interesting guy. There'll be a full interview with him in our upcoming documentary. So hopefully when that finally gets finished editing, you will all be able to watch that through the MriyaReport Twitter account, where I'm guessing it will be released, I think. Gosh, what else have I been up to? Met Boris Johnson. That's old news on here. That was fun. He was in town a couple of weeks ago on the Boris Express, his special train, which I thought was fun. So yeah, I'm looking forward looking forward to leaving Zaporizhia in a nice way, and cracking on with the journey across Ukraine, possibly even going to the east at some stage. Who knows? I see we've got a couple of hands. Let's go to Kylie.
Hi, Tim. Thanks for giving us an overview of the food situation. I hope you were able to try some of the ramen. I wanted to ask if you've kind of got an understanding of the medicines situation. So from like your basic painkillers, Tylenol, ibuprofen, to like life-saving, sustaining things like insulin, heart medication, that kind of thing. Is that a problem, or are they able to access those easily?
My only real experience of that has been in the refugee center in Odessa. The refugee center does have, I believe, Oksana said it was 2 doctors and a number of nurses. It also has its own dispensary. Now, there are a number of things in Ukraine that are kind of over the counter. So weirdly, antibiotics are over the counter here, so you don't need a prescription for antibiotics, if I understood her correctly. So there are a lot of fairly common ailments where you don't really need a doctor's appointment. You can just go to the pharmacy, and the pharmacist can sell you stuff. The refugee center seemed to be pretty fine for medicine. They did have a large. She showed me the medical room, which was mainly basic stuff. So first aid equipment, painkillers, things like that. In terms of medicine for chronic illness, I honestly don't know. Things like insulin, I don't imagine that the diabetes rate in Ukraine is as high as it would be in some Western countries. But honestly, I don't know what the situation is with chronic illness medication, I'm afraid, Kylie.
Okay. Did they talk at all about like contraception or birth control opportunities for women in the refugee centers?
Don't know. No, sorry.
Okay.
I don't really know. It didn't really occur to me to ask, and frankly, a big ugly bloke coming and asking a girl that in a refugee center would probably not quite the done thing. I don't know, honestly.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Raver.
Hey, good morning, Tim. So going back to the mayor of Melitopol, so is the Ukrainian government trying to keep IDPs from a specific area geographically co-located with their governments in exile, or are his constituents now spread out to hell and gone? And does he have a staff?
He has an extensive and very effective staff. It was one of the things we talked about in our interview was when the eastern cities were occupied by the Russians, the local administrations were, of course, given an opportunity to collaborate with that occupation. And one of the things he was particularly proud of was that not a single administrator under his responsibility agreed to collaborate. So everybody resigned en masse and left the city. So everybody from him personally, although he was actually taken prisoner by the Russians, everybody from him personally later on, down to primary school administrators and teachers, just completely refused to entertain working under a Russian occupation government. In terms of where his people are, they're spread all over the place. So he's got constituents in the UK, he's got constituents in Germany and Poland, all around Ukraine, and obviously the people who still live in occupied Melitopol. Whether that is a lack of joined up thinking or just luck of the draw, I don't know. Simply because, I'm not entirely convinced that it matters that much, right? Because a lot of these services that he provides, they can be delivered electronically. So if he's responsible for housing them, that rent can be paid anywhere in the world, right? It's not like you have to be in Zaporizhia, where he's based, in order to deliver that service. A lot of what he does, especially in the occupied city, is communication, right? He tries to him and his staff aim to keep spirits up. And they try and convince people that that your government is still here, Ukraine is still here. You may be living through a pretty shitty time at the moment, but effort is ongoing to liberate you. Don't believe what the Russians tell you about anything, because it's not true. And so there is a lot of that kind of positive propagandization going on, and that is the responsibility of his office as well. So yeah, he does have a staff. They seem to be pretty switched on as well. He was obviously very, very busy. It was very good of him to make time for me. But yeah, I left there with a great deal of confidence in the state of local government in Ukraine. David, welcome up.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning here from Florida, and good afternoon, good evening in Europe and around the world. Everybody listening, please retweet and share the space if you've been enjoying listening, as I have, to Tim's report and following his progress, or perhaps regression, as he moves across Ukraine. show your support, retweet, share the space, visit MriyaReport.org, donate what you can if you can. In answer to the lady who had asked just now about various pharmaceuticals or medicines getting to Ukraine and how is that done, there's a wonderful organization, I believe a lady spoke to us here, a pharmacist by trade, called medicinesforukraine.com. Couldn't be more simple, medicinesforukraine.com. I know it is being run in the United States in close conjunction with various Ukrainian faith organizations, having plugged into the existing charitable structures here that have permits and permissions. And so I do believe if you go to medicinesforukraine.com, you can find a very swift and useful portal to connect with pharmacists and directly with folks who know what is needed and what you may be able to supply. But I would always bang a drum for MriyaAid.org. Pretty sure there's some excellent aid ongoing being delivered and work being done. So I would always encourage folks to give what you can to any of the favoured Ukrainian charities. I wanted to say congratulations to you, Tim. I saw your piece on television on the Polish TV. I thought it was excellent. I really enjoyed your choice of lighting. Maybe get an eyebrow piercing while you're there or something, just to jazz it up for your next one. But it was great to see, and also wonderful to hear the MriyaReport getting shouted out by the journal. So great job, congratulations, keep moving, and support and retweet the space, please.
Thank you very much, David. Always a pleasure to have you up. Thank you for your encouragement. I had a last minute interview with Polish TV, English language Polish TV, which is the channel run by Michal. Is it Michal Roman? Michal Rachon, called Sport Rachon, something like that.
The Rachon Report.
Rock Rachon.
Rock Rachon, that's it.
Rock Rachon, right. Rock Rachon. Sorry, memory's getting a little hazy.
And Tim is an avid watcher, as you can tell.
Clearly an avid watcher. No, I'm afraid I'm not, but I'm going to become one. I'm going to become.
He watches it in Polish. Is the problem? It's different in Polish, you see.
Exactly. When you're a multiglot like I am, then you can watch just regular Polish telly. But it was very nice of them to have them on. So I will do them the courtesy of becoming a watcher of Rock Rachon now. So I got. It
will pair well with your treatise on Polish petrol station food.
Exactly. Maybe I can be their petrol station food correspondent. I don't know. I think maybe that sounds like a job. I had a lovely interview. The video is on YouTube. I'll see if I can tweet it and nest it later on. But they wanted to talk about what I'm up to on Ukraine. Michael Rachon is a MriyaReport listener. He may or may not be lurking down there somewhere at the moment. He's a good chap. He's also a seasoned troll. So I think I remember reading he was once arrested at a demonstration during the state visit of Putin to Poland in 2009, dressed as a Putin penis. So he was wearing a giant Putin penis costume, and apparently the Polish police didn't like that very much and arrested him. And he's also been active in, I think, law and justice. He's been a SPAD to various MEPs and government ministers. So an all-round good Polish chap who annoys all the right people. So it was jolly nice of him to have me on. It was a really good chat.
You know what the problem was, right, Tim?
What's that?
Well, the scale. Right?
So, Brian,
it was just so out of proportion.
That was the problem.
That was one of the many problems. The scale, how do you mean, Devin? Was my face massive? I mean, my face is massive.
No, not the interview with the reason why he got arrested at the protest. I mean,
the massive costume, I got it.
Are you doing a small willy joke, man?
No, just a big one. Raver?
Yeah, well, the thing is, if Putin wasn't compensating for something, he wouldn't need to try to create an empire.
Shots have been fired.
Oh, and David, it sounds like you need some chicken soup and a shot of whiskey. You sound plugged up, brother.
Well, thank you very much. I have to work for a living, so unfortunately I've got to be here. But I appreciate it, Rav. It's great to hear your voice. Sounds like you're working yourself somewhere in America.
Thank you, brother.
David, I trust that a hot toddy qualifies as a hot beverage rather than an alcoholic one.
I'm absolutely astonished and ashamed to say I'm friends with Europeans with such loose morals. This is working time here in the United States. We don't drink until after 5 o'clock. I don't know how you carry on back east, but here in the puritanical South, we're far more rigorous with no drinking on the clock. Damn it, Doman.
It's as they say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and where Tim is, it is 5 o'clock. It's past 5.
Oh, cheers.
That is to say, just a little joke. Apologies, David.
No.
I hope that you recover quickly.
Well, while we're on the topic of both hot toddies and breakfast, here in Tallinn, a number of the more seasoned alcoholic bars will sell you something called a Finnish breakfast, which is a double espresso, a double vodka, and a cigarette, and that's apparently referred to as a Finnish breakfast. So, David, if you're looking for breakfast ideas, that will really perk you up, I can thoroughly recommend it.
I've had whiskey and tea, never vodka and coffee.
I've had sherry on Weetabix. I can't recommend it.
Jesus.
It was a bet. £5 is £5. What was I supposed to do?
Drink the sherry, eat the Weetabix. It's simple.
Oh dear, very silly. I see our friend Victoria Wojtycka is up. Victoria, very nice to see you. Victoria, are you talking into a muted mic?
Yeah, I had to unmic myself. Yes, I'm here. Glad to hear you all, and especially you, Tim. And I have to admit that I've seen only a trailer of your documentary, and it's very impressive. And I do hope that you will have time to come to Lviv for a day or two. We have really very good cuisine here, lots of nice restaurants, and a variety of food that you can only imagine. So I hope that you will be here this time. You will come and we will meet in person.
Absolutely, I would very much like that, Victoria. I'm unsure of my exact schedule or whether or not Lviv is on it, but I'm sure something could be arranged. Are you here to defend the honor of Ukrainian hotel breakfasts?
It really very much depends on the quality of the breakfast, depends on where you're staying and the quality of the hotel. So I don't know where exactly you stayed in Zaporizhia. Zaporizhia is not well known for its restaurants, but I can assure you that in Kyiv or in Lviv, as I was saying, you could definitely enjoy good breakfast and the lunch and dinner, you name it. So the Zaporizhia story is not known to me because I wasn't staying in good hotels there, and I'm not aware of any good restaurants there either. So unfortunately, I cannot be of any help for you on this regard.
Well, there is. I won't reveal exactly where I'm staying, but there is a wonderful restaurant not too far away from me, which is a Ukrainian restaurant. I've been there a couple of times. It's very, very reasonably priced. And before my train this evening, I will be going there for dinner again.
Okay.
Yes. My comment was restricted purely
You're
to
heading
hotel.
to Kyiv, right? You're heading to Kyiv, right?
He's heading to Kyiv.
Okay. I just came back from Kyiv. I was there for a day yesterday, and most of restaurants and even new restaurants are popping up, and it's amazing the resistance and the willingness of people to continue doing business and trying ways how to survive even when there is no electricity for half a day or longer. But still, I mean, in Kyiv, I think it's a little bit different story than in Zaporizhia. But anyway, yeah, I hope you will have a safe trip to Kyiv and will achieve whatever you're planning to achieve in Kyiv in particular.
I will be on his case, Victoria, that he has to get in touch with you and get in touch and get himself to leave, because somebody needs to show him a proper Ukrainian food as well, if nothing else, if he was going to go on that tangent so decidedly. Victoria, since we have you here, and Tim had to go through because I think somebody called him. I think I heard that in the background. I have to ask you, Victoria. Last week, when the EU-Ukraine summit was in Kiev, are you looking forward and seeing something positive coming from events like that that go quite a bit beyond anything that has been previously achieved in that direction?
Well, we are all, of course, looking forward to turning the page of just discussing the options of opening the real negotiations to actually starting the negotiations and starting to work on particular chapters for EU accession. So I do hope that we will get to that point sooner rather than later, and I hope it will happen this year. Although I have to admit also lots of things have to be done on the Ukrainian side, on the lawmaker side, and not just that. So we had lots of positive emotional benefits, so to say, motivation coming from that story, but now the story needs to continue, and for that I think it should be a both ways street, where both the European Union is demonstrating not just its willingness, but actually going into negotiations, not just preparing for the negotiations, but actually doing that. And I believe that if EU indicates clear dates, deadlines for that, it will be also very, very beneficial for all of us here in Ukraine. So to see that there is a real progress, not just the words, but actual commitments being delivered. We all know that those countries that went through this process, once the chapters are opened, then certain lines of funding become available, and this is what we also need to start the emergency recovery, reconstruction of especially our critical infrastructure and in general infrastructure that's being destroyed by Russians. So that is what I'm looking forward to. Hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Victoria. You've answered absolutely perfectly, and it spurs another one. Have you observed any progress when it comes to the supply of Ukraine with parts needed for infrastructural repairs over the last 2 months, 3 months? There was a lot that was talked about. You went to a lot of places across Europe and elsewhere to try to help with that. Did much amount from it? And of course, I know you can't go into details, but at the very highest of levels, or not so much, and it's a much more precarious situation than many might realize.
Well, let me put it this way. We're still at the stage where 50% of our energy infrastructure is being destroyed. We're still at the stage where we don't have major energy generating capacity being restored. We're still at the stage where the issues related to our energy security, and in particular when it comes to nuclear power plants, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant safety and security, is still being open and not solved, and we don't see much of the progress on that side. But when it comes to providing help and support in terms of particular equipment, the situation now is much better, and new equipment is coming, including generators, transformers. And just today, for example, I had a nice exchange of emails, and I hopefully we will have a good conversation with the German authorities that are responsible for construction and building at the federal level, because they got in touch with me after reading all the articles in German and Swiss press, and they've expressed their interest in providing the actual help in kind. So yeah, I believe we've done a good job in terms of mobilizing the world and especially European partners for the help and the that we need. And it's moving forward, not as fast, of course, as we would want to, but come on, we are dealing with major obstacles, starting from the fact that the world was not prepared to produce more of the equipment that we right now have. So the production lines were not tuned or calibrated for the extra needs that emerged due to the destructions caused. But still, companies and governments, they're looking for the options how to help us, and this is the most important part. The willingness to help is not decreasing, but it's increasing. It's just the technicalities, the issues with the logistics, they are cumbersome, but they are not unsolvable, and lots of parties are working on finding solutions, and this is the most important part, because comparing with the mood that was there back in June and July of the last year, when we were warning that all of those destructions are coming, that we need to have spare parts be prepared and the stock being formed. Unfortunately, there wasn't any reaction at that time. Only when the destruction started happening, when we had over 10 waves of attacks from Russians, and so it's moving forward. It's moving forward. That's most important.
I'm glad to hear that the willingness to help is not decreasing; it's rather increasing, especially in a situation where that aspect has kind of been dropping down the list of priorities, maybe at least as far as coverage is concerned, right? So I'm very glad to hear that, despite it not being in the mainline media across Europe nearly as much as it was previously when attacks were happening on electric infrastructure were happening on a regular basis. I'm very, very glad that they are now. Something I've just learned from one of our dear listeners, who also says hi, is that apparently the German defense minister is in Kiev today, and he brought some models of Leopard 2 tanks, promising that the real ones will soon be arriving. And I'm at least glad to see that that finally a German Minister of Defense bothered to show up to Ukraine. That's nice to see.
Yeah, it's amazing, Doman, to see that for months and months, all of us together and separately were pushing Germans and German government to make the decision on Leopards. And now, as we're saying, what we're watching and the information that we're getting is actually Chancellor Scholz himself personally and his team are working on convincing other countries to provide Ukraine with Leopards. That's amazing. It's like 180 degrees turn. It's amazing. And we're saying, well, now it's a German chancellor who needs our help in pushing for the Leopards to be provided by other countries, not the vice versa. It's interesting trend that we observe right now.
It is interesting. I do think that one report that came out over the weekend is probably to a great degree the German chancellery leaking stuff in order to push others to be more public, so that they feel better about themselves. Not doing it alone. And there were some interesting comments this morning by the Finnish Foreign Minister Haavisto, saying that yes, we're talking to the Germans and the Poles about the Leopards. Now, stop making us talk about things publicly that we really don't want to be talking about publicly. I suspect that has a part in it. Victoria, I think we have a few people who might have a question for you. If you don't mind, if you have a few
I don't
minutes.
mind. It's just on that particular matter. Let me just make a final comment. The timing is of the greatest importance right now, and unfortunately, lots of time has been wasted, and I wish the world would move faster. And I think at this point, it's important to make proper lessons, learn the lessons from this leopard campaign and the hesitations that were there and the dealings with the hesitations from all sides. And I do hope that those lessons will be learned by everyone, and especially politicians who are making the decisions, and they will not drag their feet when it comes to other type of equipment and ammunition that Ukraine needs now. And so that's the point that I wanted to make, that we need to learn the lesson, all of us, including European, American, and other countries' politicians, that it doesn't make any sense, actually. I mean, there was no sense in dragging the feet, and there was no sense in postponing the decision. None whatsoever. That's the point. And go ahead
Couldn't
with
agree more.
questions.
Couldn't
Go
agree
ahead.
more, Victoria. Couldn't agree more. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, question to Victoria, if she may know, regarding nuclear fuel for the Ukrainian nuclear reactors. I'm just wondering where that's going to be coming from. I thought it might have been Rostom or something like that. Hello, can you hear me?
Shaggy, I can hear you. Victoria can't hear you, but I can tell you that Westinghouse is doing that. That has been done years ago already. So that's the quick answer to you. Sorry, Victoria. There was a glitch where you couldn't hear Shaggy, but I could. But I already resolved that. And let's go on to Latin.
Thanks, Doman. Victoria,
I cannot hear questions.
Oh, can you hear me?
Can you hear Latin now?
I can hear only you, Doman. I don't hear anyone else.
In which case, what I will do is I will ask Latin to be very brief, and I will convey it onto you. Latin?
That's weird. Okay, go ahead.
Question is Victoria hearing anything about reflecting the confidence that I'm hearing in some comments that are coming out of government about getting combat aircraft from the West?
Latin says that he's hearing a lot of positive comments out of the Ukrainian government about getting combat aircraft from Western partners. He's wondering if you're hearing anything along those lines, or if that's the sense that you're getting about it as well.
Well, the Ukrainian side indeed is, for some reason, not known to me. It's certain that we're going to get fighter jets soon, but just today I received an opposite comment from some people from the other side of the world, and they are saying that the decision hasn't been made, and it's quite doubtful that it will be positive. So unfortunately, I don't know yet whether it's true or not, but everyone understands. I hope that everyone understands that without fighter jets, it will be extremely hard for us, for Ukraine, to win this war this year. And in general, that will be a major issue for Ukraine to be able to deter and defend itself without air support. It is going to become more and more crucial to have this decision be made as soon as possible by our allies. So that's all I can say at this moment.
Thank you, Victoria. Latin, follow-up?
I'll just say, in case she can't hear me, Doman, I just wanted to follow up on the comment that you made, which piqued my interest there about hearing something from the other side of the world. I'd like to hear what it was, if she can, what she heard, and where did it come from?
Victoria Latton's curious if you can expand on the thing you heard from the other side of the world, what it was and where it came from, to as much as you can say.
I've said everything that I could. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose anymore.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's understandable to everyone. All right, thank you so much, Victoria.
Should I drop from the space and try to log in
No,
again?
it's fine. It's okay. If anything needs to be done, we can handle it. And then, but 9 minutes.
Yeah, this is strange.
It's
because
weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I've heard everyone speaking and making comments before we started. I've joined the space as a speaker, so it's really weird.
There are some odd glitches going around, and this one's been present for a bit. Sometimes it affects me as well. Somebody comes up and I can't hear them as well. It's very odd, but can't say too much more.
Yeah, what I can add to this subject is that even if there is no decision made at this Rammstein, International Center for Ukrainian Victory, representatives of this center, the advocacy platform, 3 of us or 4 even of us were planning an advocacy trip to first Finland and then DC, end of February, beginning of March, and we will continue pushing this subject for sure, along with other issues such as the confiscation of Russian assets, sovereign assets, because we see that there are more and more concerns being vocalized by different parties in different parts of the world that the war costs certain countries and regions and businesses too much, and in order to have a counter narrative or argument, we will be trying, and we're trying to push for this idea of starting confiscating Russian assets and use them to finance the needs that we have here in Ukraine, for at least those emergency recoveries that we definitely need ASAP, especially for those regions, those cities, those municipalities, those communities that being left without basic social assets. Schools, hospitals, kindergartens. There are hundreds and thousands of them being destroyed, and that causes a major disruption for people to come back, to people to be able to join the workforce and restart businesses or go and work for someone else, because basically people cannot find the place where their children can go get education. They cannot get basic medical services. So these are the matters that we're dealing with right now, and we're talking about lots of money, and for that the confiscated assets of Russian state could be easily used, in addition to dealing with the budget deficit that is growing, obviously. And so that is one of the subjects we're going to push as well as other matters, but I don't want to overload the all of you with what we're planning to do.
Thank you, Victoria. It's important to keep the country functioning. In other words, the country to functioning for its people, including away from the front lines, including not the things that affect directly the front lines, because otherwise, what's the point of a country? To some degree as well. Mikhail, please. Let's see if Victoria can hear you first.
All right, I'll.
Unfortunately, I hear nothing.
Oh, Mikhail, if you have something short, go ahead. Otherwise,
I'll just do it short. I think and maybe you can relay it, Doman, then to Victoria. I think it just goes to show how important it is for all of us and all of our network to keep pushing decision makers in the right direction. This war is not over until Ukraine has won. And we need to keep on pushing, even though the leopards are coming and all that jazz. That's a good thing. But if freedom is to prevail, we need to keep pushing the decision makers.
Victoria, Mikhail's just commenting on that. This illustrates how crucial it is for all of us here and for everyone to keep pushing and pushing within their networks, pushing decision makers across the free world to keep helping Ukraine. And despite leopards now coming and all that, nevertheless, it's not done until Ukraine is victorious. And frankly, even then, there will be a lot of work still to do.
Yeah, I cannot say better than what you just mentioned. Indeed, it's not just about leopards. It's not just about jets, but the magnitude of the issues that we're dealing with on a daily basis is significantly greater. The damage cost is hundreds of billions of dollars already, and the needs are unfortunately only increasing, not decreasing. Still, I have to say, it's not. You also need to recognize the ability of Ukrainians and the willingness of Ukrainians to try to find ways how to withstand all of those obstacles, trying to find ways how to organize businesses, even in those circumstances where, for example, in the city of Lviv, for the last couple of weeks, we had electricity for like 4 or 5 hours a day. But still, businesses are adopting, people are adopting, schools are adopting. Like we've bought a big generator for our schools so that our kids could go to school, and when there is no electricity, they can still continue their studies. And this same happening with other parts of the economy and the lives of people. So it's a
I think Victoria cut
not just the
cut out due to technical problems. If you still hear her, that happens sometimes when the reception is bad and it's trying to sync up. But alas, it can't.
That is what we call a true ghost speaker.
Yeah, there's buffered speech still, which is still in memory, and it slowly tries to push it forward. What I'll say is Prince, hi, how are you? And in 2 minutes, I think we'll transition to Colonel Jeff's segment here. But Prince, before that, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Doman. I actually had a question for Victoria from her perspective of what she's hearing on the ground, because she's very involved in the energy stuff. Because I keep occasionally, like once a month or so, seeing stories about Turkey possibly providing the power ships, but I never see that they've actually gone into use. So I wondered if she had any information on that. And of course, now with the earthquake in Turkey, that may all change, but it was just that was what I was wondering, is what she's heard about that I haven't seen in the news.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get Victoria back in time. But I can tell you, Prince, that the idea was to park it in Romania, or the coast of Romania, somewhere in Constanța, and hook it up to the big power cables there to then supply it through Romania to Ukraine. But as you say, nothing's really come of it. Sometimes problems with these things have been that the contracting would have to be done for a very long period, which kind of defeats the purpose of a movable generating facility like this. So I was always ever so slightly confused as to how that would function. Oh, we have Victoria back. No, I trust that you'll get your guest up yourself, and then when you do, we will transition. But until then, we can keep carrying on this.
Yeah, I am here, and I can actually see our guest for the dish with fish this week. Unfortunately, he's stuck as a listener, and I'm trying to cycle him up. So I guess the issues of Twitter have got us over a barrel again today. He's going to log and try and log back in. Stu, thanks for joining us. Colonel Braden, thanks so much for joining us. Go ahead, cycle out and cycle back in, and we'll see if we can get you up.
And thank you very much, Colonel. And in the meantime, Victoria, if you heard Prince Heather's question about those power ships, nothing's going on really with those, is it?
No, nothing is going on. We have gas generators being brought to Odessa that will help as a temporary solution. And but no, with the ships, it didn't work, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you so much for all your inputs and help and insight. With that, thank you so much, Victoria. With that, I see that Colonel Jeff's guest is here with us, and I will pass the reins over on to him.
Thanks a lot, Doman. And look, we're only 2 minutes past the top of the hour, not like 20 minutes as last week. So my guest this time gets kudos for actually getting his Twitter to work on time. It's somewhat sad that an electronic warfare officer, the guest from last week, was Twitter challenged. You'd expect that not to happen. Anyway, I want to welcome our fan base to the Dish with Fish. I want to thank my fan base. You guys are sending phenomenal, great notes, well wishes. For those who were following me on Twitter, you saw that I now have a mini icon that one of my followers made. I think I need to contact Starkist Tuna though to make sure that I'm not breaking any copyright laws. It's very nice that you folks out there truly appreciate what we're doing. As I mentioned earlier, last week we spoke to the president of the largest electronic warfare international organization out there, the Association of Old Crows. This week, we are honored to have the current CEO of the Global SOF, or Global Special Operations Force Foundation, Colonel retired Stu Braden. Colonel Braden served in the United States Army for decades. I won't say you how many years he served there. If he wants to say how many years he served, he's more than welcome to do that. He had some really unique assignments and some that tie to Europe. For example, he was assigned to Special Operations Command Europe from 2003 to 2006, and then at the NATO Special Ops headquarters in Belgium from 2011 to 2014. Today, as the CEO of Global SOF Foundation, Colonel Braden oversees a nonprofit organization that aims to build and grow international network of military, government, commercial, and educational stakeholders in order to advance SOF capabilities and partnerships to confront global and network threats, much like the ones that's going on at the illegal invasion of Russia into Ukraine. So, Stu, without further ado, I hope I got most of that right. If you would, I'm going to turn it over to you. You can correct me to 100%. On the lower left-hand side of your screen, you'll see a little microphone. Just go ahead and click that, and you'll be live.
Hey, thank you, Fish. Appreciate it. I did 32 years. I'm a quitter. I got out after 32 years, but I wanted to keep serving the special ops community, so I helped create the Global SOF Foundation. I've been doing this, start our 10th year in May, and we're a nonprofit, but we've got over 200 corporate partners, about 5,600 individual members from 60 countries, and we basically work with host nations and governments, also parliaments, Congress, ministers of defense, to kind of make sure that they form their special operations correctly and that they resource them properly and stuff, and employ them. I was a big part. I would, helping the Ukrainians stand up their special operations joint headquarters in 2015, help them craft the language to get it changed and to get their national holiday on the 29th of July every year. So right now doing a lot of work in Eastern Europe. They're changing a lot of the capabilities, a lot of people divesting themselves from the old Russian Soviet equipment, and they are expediting their acquisition of more modern and Western technology. That's pretty much it.
Awesome. Yeah, this is great stuff, and this leads right into our questions. I will remind everyone that you're listening to the MriyaReport, another 501c3 nonprofit, and our mission and effort is to share information about the Ukraine war, as well as raise funds for non-lethal aid in Ukrainian relief. So as you're sitting there listening to us, if you find any change in your sofa cushions, feel free to send it on to us. Or if you like listening to Stu, I'll give a plug out for the Global South Foundation too. I'm sure he'll be happy to take a little bit of your money. For our listeners out there, if you're interested in asking Colonel Braden a question, please go ahead and ask to get the mic and raise your hand, and Doman will, if we don't recognize you, we'll go ahead and ask, make sure that your question's a viable one. I just will warn you that Stu's a very close hold kind of special ops guy, so there are times where he's going to say he can't answer your question, and you just have to understand that that's part of the nature of his line of work. But hopefully he'll be able to give us a little peek under the tent. And with that, Stu, I'm going to go to our first question, and that is, there was a recent decision to send heavy tanks into Ukraine, and that's been welcomed by most of our listeners and by most of the people in the West. Obviously, tanks are more of a conventional asset, not a soft asset. To help our listeners understand soft, could you talk about what vehicles soft forces would actually use, and then in a broader sense, what are some items that the Ukrainian soft forces might use that would be somewhat surprising to our listeners? I understand some of them are classified, but some of the ones that might be more interesting to our listeners.
Yeah. So if you go back to 2014 and you look at how the Ukrainian special ops were used, it was the driving function and force behind getting their parliament to create a joint special operations headquarters. What they did is, I mean, at that time, the Ukrainian armed forces, the conventional forces, they weren't very good. They hadn't put a lot of energy or time or money or resources into them. They were just a bunch of kids, and they were getting wiped out. They took Ukrainian special operations and threw them out into the Donbass, almost like conventional forces. And many of those special forces units were attrited down to about 30%. I mean, they fought like tigers. They were able to stop larger formations, but at the cost was phenomenal. And that's just really not how you use special operations. You don't use it in that manner. They had to, though. They had no other option to do that. And so you fast forward in 2015, they've got their new joint headquarters, and the majority of the Europe NATO powers special operations were in the Ukraine consistently for 7 years, building them up, making them better, getting them stronger, getting them back up to their full strength, and just working with them and building relationships and exchanging. The U.S. and most of their Western NATO counterparts, I mean, they've been at war for 20 plus years. And so combat, how it works, how do you do things in different environments, a lot of the training and stuff was, instrumental in, as we brought on these new Ukrainian special ops folks. My assessment is they're as good as you're ever going to find out there. They are still having high attrition rates. A lot of what they're doing is they're operating behind lines. They have multiple partisan battalions that are operating behind lines. They've been building that infrastructure for the better part of almost a decade. And so there's a lot of, what I would say, Ukrainians that are patriots that are doing a lot to even behind and capture air territory to support the Ukrainians. I don't want to get into detail of how they support, but I can just tell you that a lot of the targeting is extremely accurate. And it's because, they have the ability to put eyes on a lot of what's out there. The special ops folks are pretty good at using autonomous systems as well, not just the drones you see, but there's other types of sensors and things that they can put out there. And so I think a lot of what you're seeing as far as targeting comes from the special ops. They've got everything from dune buggies to commercial vehicles that just blend in with everything else. So they're out there all over the battlefield, and they're being huge force multipliers. Often you'll read an article, you'll see something where special forces is being thrown into a part of the area, something like Bakhmut or something like this. They don't show up in mass formations. They show up in smaller teams. They have phenomenal night vision capability. They have great, radio communications capability, and they just hunt. And they'll kill a few folks here and there, and they'll just create disruption. They'll have the enemy, awake all the time because they'll be too afraid to sleep and stuff. And they'll do just enough disruptive stuff to kind of slow things down to let them stabilize the region and stuff. But you'll see more and more of them here. I think things are pretty, what I would say, neutral right now. We're kind of at an operational pause. Everybody's waiting for the next entity to make a move. The Russians are, been contemplating an offensive for probably 3 months. It keeps getting delayed. So, I don't know where we are with that. Over.
No, that's an awesome answer. And it's soft guys, they get all the cool toys that everybody wants to play with. So I completely agree with you on that. And one of the things that you and I both realize, especially at working in SHQ, is that leaders of countries who've never really had good soft before, they either misuse or overuse their special operations forces, because these are very, very capable. But the problem is you don't, there's too many nations out there that want to use them as a conventional force. And that's the, as you've said, and you're 100% correct. It's the misuse, right? That's the wrong use of special ops. As I said, we both served at NATO Special Ops headquarters, although I think your time was a little bit more enjoyable than mine, since I served as an executive officer to a 3-star SEAL admiral. I wasn't the chief of staff, which would have been a little bit more fun. If you want to, this next question, if you want to talk about Ukraine, you're more than welcome to, but I think it might be a little easier for you from a broader sense to talk about Europe and NATO in general. And that is, can you share with us, why is NSHQ so important, and not only to NATO, but also to, PFP states or partners for peace states like Ukraine. So what does NSHQ do that helps Ukraine or other NATO nations?
So, really, it's all about interoperability, right? So the whole genesis of the NSHQ came about. It was originally called the NSCC, the NATO Soft Coordination Center. And so in 2004, we had the Summer Olympics in Athens. It was right after 9/11. 6 million Middle Eastern immigrants flow into Greece every year to pick grapes. The intelligence community worldwide was freaking out. And you got to understand, every nation brings their athletes to these events, and they bring small security detachments with them. And everybody was, they envisioned the 1972 Munich all over again. They just didn't want their athletes being, hostage, killed, blown up. They just freaked everybody out. And so, from a U.S. perspective, it was a political decision that we can't cancel the Olympics. It would be a win for the terrorists. So Secretary Rumsfeld was the secretary at the time. He had U.S. SOC. I was the deputy J3 there to start to work the problem. And we put in a bunch of safe houses all over the place. We started working the venue. About 10 months prior to the Olympics, I put a liaison officer in the embassy to work our stuff. And we were pretty far along. Like, we were completely capable of taking care of U.S. interest. As we got closer and closer, we rented the old Luxembourg embassy in Athens. It's right down there next to the Starbucks. We created a coalition support center. And we just said, hey, any nation that wants to deconflict security, come here. Now, this is above and beyond outside. Everybody wanted the U.S. to run it. Secretary Rumsfeld kept telling the Greeks, you need to go to NATO. You need to get them involved. This is why you're in alliance. Quit calling the Americans You need more than the Americans, right? We are a part of the answer. We're not the answer. And about 30 days out, the Greek government finally sent a letter to the NATO Secretary General that said, hey, help. They assigned that to JFC Naples. JFC Naples then designated an American two-star, happened to be an armor officer, to go there and take charge. The only thing he was taking charge was all the infrastructure and stuff that we had built. And so nice guy fell in on it, realized he didn't really, understand everything about special operations or anything about it. Had Van Smiley, was a lieutenant colonel, basically was the forward guy there, great guy, came out of the 275 Rangers, and he ran it. And it was joint, and it was multinational, and it was basically a big deconfliction center. And the reality was we were very, very lucky that nothing bad happened. And we're not sure why it didn't happen, because it was too easy of a target. At the end of this, we had a bunch of pissed off young junior field grade officers, majors, and lieutenant colonels that said, why doesn't NATO have a special ops headquarters? We have one for maritime, land, air, all this stuff, right? But NATO didn't have anything for special operations. And the reason is no nation trusted NATO with their special ops, because it's a national entity, and they never felt compelled to be, to put special ops on the force generation list. But with Afghanistan going on, it was becoming more and more of a special ops entity, and they were needing more and more special ops, and everybody was demanding that NATO do something, and sending more conventional forces, frankly, wasn't the answer. So a bunch of those folks that were at the Olympics at a barbecue before they left in Athens wrote a one-page paper. We took that paper. I think Mark Rosengard and myself went up there, and they briefed it to General Jones, who at that time was SACEUR, and he loved it. That's what he said. We didn't hear anything. 6 months later, I get a call. I'm now a colonel. They tell me, hey, you got to go brief the plan. And I was like, there is no plan. It's one-page paper. That's it. They said, great, you have about 72 hours to make a plan. And I didn't really.
That sounds very soft-esque, by the way.
Yeah, and so I just did a couple slides. I did a slide that said, here's the mission. I did a wiring diagram of said, here's what it looks like. And I had SACEUR, I had JFC Brunsum, JFC Naples, JFC Lisbon. Then I had SOF headquarters. I put a 3-star thing on it. And then at the bottom of that slide, I put the end state. And I had 3 slides, and I briefed the 3 4-stars. I briefed SACEUR, I believe the Brit 4-star DCOM, and the German 4-star chief of staff. So they all liked everything. And then they said, how much? And I said, to do all these functions and to do everything, it's going to be about 300 people. And they were like, too many people. NATO was going through a reduction in headquarters. And at the same time, they're asking for another headquarters, which is kind of bizarre because NATO can't walk and chew gum at the same times. And they were afraid that, you're asking to downsize here, but increase here. It would just complicate things at the NAC. So they asked me, what's the lowest number? And what I recommended was to the generals, I said, hey, look, just take out the deploying piece. That reduces the numbers down to about 100, 150 people. That number they could swallow. That was politically acceptable. They can make that work. We gave it the name, the Soft Coordination Center. I can't remember how he made it up. Steve Meir and General Jones literally just made it up. He goes, can you live with this name? I said, well, that's the name a 4-star gave it. The answer is yes, sir. So, but the plan all along was to make it deployable and make it a 3-star headquarters. We just had to do it in iterative process and stuff. And so we did that for the first 3 years. It was a Soft Coordination Center. We stood it up there in Mons. And the biggest thing about it was never supposed to have anything to do with the schoolhouse or training and education. That was never part of the original design. It was all about ops. None of the nations would provide any support to anything other than ops. They just didn't have the manpower or the bandwidth to do it. But we immediately took, at that time, in 2007, we had 345 NATO special operations in country. It was mainly Italians, Brits, at that time. And Americans had their own OEF thing, all standalone. Within 9 months, we had 2,600 that were sustained from, I want to say, 16 countries. So it went from nothing to a pretty big operation. And what we realized is that we didn't have our act together. And so the demand signal for a schoolhouse to bring in the interoperability and get everybody on the same lexicon, using the same type of doctrinal terminology mattered. And so we had to create stuff like soft doctrine for NATO. And, that's not sexy work. In fact, it sucks. But really important, right? No one really understood what we were doing. And so we invested heavily in getting the doctrine right, getting the language right, getting everything right. At the same time, the EU was looking to do this. I just basically gave them all the NATO stuff and asked them to use that. I think NATO told me I couldn't do that, but I did it anyway. Then the reason is there's nothing classified in it. What we wanted we wanted to get as many countries using the same doctrinal template and the same terminology. So I think when I left, we were up to 44 countries that all accepted that task units, task groups, all that stuff. Everything was defined and codified. So you have the EU and NATO pretty much synchronized and stuff. I think we were trying to work that into the UN as well, so we could have a global special operations piece. But you ask, when we started, there were 3 nations, France, US, and the UK, that could actually stand up a component headquarters. But to be frank, if the UK and French did it, it would completely decimate them. They could be only one thing happening at that time. They could only do one. America's massive. We'd gone from 25,000 to 75,000 special ops people. So we could handle multiple component commands. We could do that, but we were the only country. And what we said is our goal was to bring in more nations that could actually do that job. So it wasn't just 3 constantly rotating, doing the NRF rotations, the Rapid Reaction Force in Afghanistan. We needed more nations to build out their special operations. Well, you fast forward to today, there's 16 that could do it now. Like if you'd have told me in 2007 that we could do, I would have laughed at you. I was like, no way, absolutely no way. But what you've seen across the board is many of your nations have quadrupled the size of their special operations in size. So they've got really good land and maritime special operations. We are just now seeing them build out soft aviation and airborne ISR. I call that's a deferred cost, because people looked at the price tag on that and they had to take a knee, because there's a lot of zeros on those. And so you're seeing, but that's happening now. I mean, people are spending the money, they're growing their organizations out. And, irregular warfare, hybrid warfare, asymmetric, whatever term you want to use for what I call modern warfare, is highly dependent on soft cyber intel. Most of your conventional assets are deterrents. A lot of what you see in the Ukraine are burning in wheat fields. It's not, the precision weapons and the autonomous systems and the space-based, what I call detection, early warning sensors, make it almost prohibitive to be in anything that's wrapped in iron or metal. And you're seeing greater proliferation of special operations and stuff. They're more mature. They get better schooling and education, better training. And from a political standpoint, if you're an elected official, they have a higher probability of success. And so when you're looking at political risk, they tend to defer to the special ops side of the house. So I don't know if that covered everything. That's pretty long-winded, but that's kind of why the NSHQ is what it, why it was built and what it's for and stuff. My big push now is the Europeans, we need to do for the Indo-Pacific region what we did for Europe. And that requires Europeans getting off their butts and going to the Indo-Pacific region, just like we did for them, and build them out. Almost every country in Europe has about 60% of their economy tied to that region. So if they think they don't have a vested interest there, they just need to look at their GDP and where they're getting their stuff and where they're sending their stuff, and that would definitely change the way they think. And I think that's the direction that that Europe is going to be forced. Most of their energy is coming from that part of the world, so they're going to have to think that through, and they're going to have to be involved, and it's going to be a big change for everybody. Over.
That is an awesome answer. And for those that are listening, Stu is the guy who stood up in SHQ. And when he talks about that he was briefing 4-star generals and how important this was, if you ever show up on NATO shape the base in Mons, NATO headquarters for the military aspect is still in what I was told is an old hospital building from like World War II. And NSHQ was so important, and they needed a place so quickly. They actually built a brand new facility. So the newest facility on the base is actually NSHQ, which is a beautifully nice building, and it's wonderful. And it's often the envy of many of the conventional warfare guys over there. And aside from talking about great buildings, I don't know if Stu, I don't know if you know this, but I was actually a PRT commander in Afghanistan, and owning my own FOB, I often had special forces guys roll through, and it wasn't just U.S. special forces. I had Lithuanians and many others. And as Colonel Braden mentions, the ability to bring other nations in to the same game plan and the game and the playbook, the verbiage, everyone's on the same sheet of music was instrumental at actually getting SOF to be effective, more effective. And as my old boss, the commander of NSHQ, used to say, Vice Admiral Kilray, he's like, we started at deconfliction. We're now working together, and now what we need to do is we need to maximize synergies, and that's exactly it's a wonderful good news story, and I'm glad that we can share it with our folks because it is paying dividends in Ukraine. We might not be able to talk about them directly, and I know that discussion a little bit offline, but it is helping Ukraine, and they're doing some wonderful things. I sent you the third question, and I know we prepped for it, but you've already talked a little bit about Global Soft, so I'm going to get a little edgy with you. I'm going to spitball with you. And by the way, if there's anyone else out there that wants to ask a question to Colonel Braden, please raise your hand, and Doman will cycle you up. But if you look at the pictures or the aerial photos of what's going on in Ukraine right now, they're very akin to looking at World War I battlefields, right? You have trench lines, you have munition divots on the earth where there's impressions. Aside from tanks coming in and being able to break those lines from a conventional warfare aspect, in an academic sense, can you talk about what Ukrainian SOF or just SOF in general would do in a modern day trench warfare scenario to kind of free up the battle space and get a nation out of trench lines? Can you talk fundamentally what SOF would be able to do in that situation?
Yeah. So one of the biggest things that's not reality is everybody thinks that's like World War I and the trench lines are all contiguous connect. That's just not reality. It's a non-contiguous environment, right? So they're lumped together in little areas, and those areas have ranges and coverages, and they shoot over there, and they can. I mean, you can, if you're stealthful, walk between all those areas. You sneak through there. The Russians' night vision sucks. It's not good. I would say it's poor at best. Now their airborne guys do have it, and they're better fighters at it, and so, I would avoid that. But their ATGMs, their anti-tank guided missiles are pretty good. They're just like everybody else's, and so when you start rolling around in armor, you're in trouble. I started out in the Army as 11th Armor Cav guy, a Cav scout on the East-West German border during the Cold War, so I have a little bit of background in of how to maneuver warfare. What I would tell you is that in the special ops world is what they are doing, and what I presume they're doing is they're going after the ammunition and food. Russia, their entire logistics operations are built off trains, and they have a certain amount of trucks. If you've seen the Russian trucks, are crappy. They barely can go around the block, but they they are limited, and they do what's called the last 40 miles. Anywhere between 60 and 80 kilometers is what they'll do. They'll truck in the final stuff. You get the trailheads, the trains that close to the front nowadays with, precision weapons, and you're vulnerable. You saw it when they brought in HIMARS. You saw it when they brought in the 270, MLRSs. When you see the small diameter bombs they're bringing in is double the range. If they brought in ATACMS, it would change everything because they could range to anything in Crimea, anything. And that they would just destroy all of the logistical hubs that the Russians have. So, but if you look at the soldiers right now, they don't have a lot of food. They don't have a lot of ammo. They damn sure don't have a lot of leadership and stuff. And so SOF would just take advantage of that harassing. I am confused. I do not understand why we do not see IEDs yet at this point in time. I watched IEDs with the Fedayeen bring the U.S. Army to its knees. And I thought I would have seen more of those. You see a lot of minefields now, anti-armor minefields, a lot of surface laid stuff where they just throw it down there and they just cause people to move in different directions. You see a lot of the shipping and stuff. A lot of the port facilities have been attacked. I think you'll see more of that. Most of the ships are tied up in Sevastopol. The Ukrainian SEALs, they sunk the hell out of them in 2014. I mean, they filled the harbors full of sunken ships to ensure that the Russians couldn't kick it out. So I think you'll see more of those types of attacks, but it's got to be in concert with something. It can't just be disparate things where people are just pinpricks out there. It's got to be a part of a bigger move. And I think you'll see that. But when you start pushing those people forward, you can do it several ways. Aviation's risk, if you get more than 100 feet off the ground right now with active IR from S-300, S-400, you're done. You have like almost a 99% probability of death. And so this is why you don't see much flying out there and stuff. But having said that, I think as they start to reduce the radars that are forward, or I think it's going to limit the coverage of those S-300s and S-400s, and it's going to allow certain types of aviation platforms to get a little bit closer to the forward edge of the battlefield. As a tanker guy, look, most armor doesn't work. I will guarantee you that most of the Russian tanks are running with lots of deficiencies that they have. They're just not. They're hard to maintain. They are really, really, really hard to maintain. And so I got no confidence that the Russian systems are going to be sustainable over time. They just don't have the logistics to do that. They're already using T-62 tanks, and the T-62 factory closed in 1973. They're pulling optics and stuff off that, putting them on T-72s. So they've been degraded significantly when it comes to armor. I just think, I think that you've seen artillery be reduced across the board. They've destroyed tons of their logistics. The Russians just dump the stuff on the ground, because they have to go offload these trucks from the railhead. So they just plop it on the ground. It's not covered, concealed. There's no revetments. It's just kind of thrown there in some wooded area. Easy to spot with drones, easy to take out with drones. And I think they've attrited those down significantly and stuff. So you get them, what I would be doing as a special ops person is I would make them cold, I would make them hungry, and I'd make them stay awake all night. That's what I'd be doing.
I really enjoy talking to you because every time you talk, I come up with like 18 more questions. But I know I said I'd only have 3. I'm going to have one real quick one. When you saw videos on YouTube and of Ukrainian forces in what was small team tactics, 1, 2, 3-man teams where they're out launching javelins, would those have been special ops guys, or would those have been actually conventional forces gonna just pushed out into different areas?
I think it's both. Look, you can take an 18. This is why I'm not an armor officer. You can take an 18-year-old kid and in 45 minutes of instruction, teach him to fire a javelin that's over 98% accurate. If that doesn't scare the hell out of you, I don't know what should. But that is, and that will take an M1 tank and turn it into a burning hunk of metal because it's a top-down attack system. It will penetrate. It's that good. And so do I think it's special ops? I know they had a lot of their folks forward. They have been a lot of experience firing it. But I think now you'll see the javelins are proliferated across all of the Ukrainian armed forces. Even the one they make, the Stuga, which is Ukrainian made, it's like 1/10 of the cost of a javelin. It's like $20,000. It's phenomenal. Works great. It's even got greater range than a javelin. They've got the Carl Gustavs, which is like a modern day bazooka. That's doing great. The In-Law's good. The In-Law's a super fast round, but 600 meters with a tank is damn close. And I don't know if you've ever, hunted a tank before, but 600 meters, man, it gets a little bit sporty there. It's like trying to hunt a lion with a pistol, not smart. But in an urban environment, it's phenomenal. You can take a shot with that where you can't take shots with javelins and stuff. So yeah, as they start to, now they're in these wide open ranges and stuff where the fields, these Ukrainian fields are massive, thousands and thousands of acres or hectares. And so you can't run across it because it's, knee deep in mud and, it's not ideal. So you pretty much got to stay on the roads to do this. It's really road warfare. And I would say probably in the next 45 days when things start to thaw out a bit, the amount of mud you're going to see is insane. It's going to kind of freak you out. And all this heavy armor just doesn't do well in mud. So it's been that way throughout history. Go ask the Germans how it worked and the Russians. It just doesn't work very well. But I think you'll see special operations. I think they'll start to do more incursions. I think they'll get behind lines. I don't know how deep they'll go because I don't know how long they can sustain themselves. There's not a lot of food. You can't live off the land like Moonscape. The Russians have turned it into, the surface of the moon. So I don't know, how deep you can put them in there without being able to resupply them and stuff. But the forward folks, they'll make them want to leave.
Yeah, and the good news is even if you do have soft behind the behind enemy lines, which is a normal operating area for them, they probably have plenty of people who are supportive of their efforts. So getting them food, equipped, places to sleep, and security is probably a wonderful thing. Hey, Colonel Braden, I appreciate everything you've done. I'd like to turn it over to a couple people to ask questions. As you heard earlier, I let them know that there are times when you're going to tell them that you can't answer certain questions. But I'm going to start with Doman, who is my co-host for this show. He's been looking at people who've been raising their hand and cycling up. So we've got a couple folks for you, and then when you need to draw an end to it, you just let me know, and we'll go from there. So I'll turn it over to Doman. Doman, go ahead.
Thank you, Colonel Jeff. Colonel Braden, thank you so much. This is really insightful. Just absolutely fantastic having you with us. I'm curious, how do you leverage non-SOF elements like artillery, like aviation, in this mass conventional conflict, in this mass conventional war that is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, to maximize the effectiveness of SOF units? How can you connect with other branches to just deliver the maximum effect?
So most of your soft units will, if they're going to have liaisons embedded with the conventional forces, right? To deconflict, so you don't kill them. There's no blue on blue, we say. You got to do that. You also rely on them for support, right? If I need a quick reaction force, they're most likely going to provide that stuff. So there is actually really good coordination between them and stuff. And that I actually do know is happening. And you got to remember now, Ukraine has multiple special ops. They have the DIU, the SBU, they have the regular, so they've got multiple special operations entities inside that government. And they're pretty good at deconflicting from my knowledge. I haven't seen the day-to-day stuff. I don't watch that or talk to them about it, but they're pretty good about that. Targeting is everything, right? So where are we today? We're everybody's short artillery ammo. And the reason is because they have what I call dumb or old artillery ammo, where it was an area weapon. You just sling it out there in mass, and you would hope to kill, something. Now, that's not the case anymore, right? So with the Excaliburs and the GPS fuses, I mean, you're sitting there watching an artillery round land and hit a tank. That, the Russians can't do that. They're not doing that. Only the Ukrainians do that because they're using 155 Western modern precision artillery rounds. So what does that do for the Ukrainians? Well, it's less wear and tear on the gun barrels, right? Most of these gun barrels will droop after a while and they'll be inaccurate. And we say, well, it's, how much? Well, it could be a lot. So if someone's shooting around in support of you and they're off by 200 meters and it's landing on you, that's not a good thing. So you preserve your equipment, you fire less rounds, it's less costly. Your logistics train is smaller, right? If you're firing dumb ammo, you're just slinging it out there. The logistics to bring forward all that ammo is huge. But precision has changed the scope of things. The other thing is targeting, right? So you have sensors, you have drones, you have human beings that are out there, and they're able to laser range find to the target to make it accurate. So the gunners are much more precise in doing things. Aviation, listen, I mean, if you're 100 feet above the deck, you won't be up there very long. I mean, they're just shooting everything down at this moment. Even the old Bayraktar 82s, you see videos of those. Let me tell you, they shot down a hell of a lot of them once all the air defense assets got in there. You don't see strikes on Kyiv anymore because they built up of enough of an anti-aircraft belt. What you hear about is they'll launch 100, 6 will get in, they'll kill like 90 of them. You never hear them talk about the 90 that were just decimated, that saved thousands of lives. You only hear about the 6 that got through. But the Ukrainians are doing a phenomenal job of just, taking them out. And they just get better and better every day. I mean, time is on the Ukrainian side. It's not on the Russian side. I mean, I don't know if that answered your question or not.
That's perfect. Thank you, Colonel.
Yeah, it's a great answer. And let's see. Daryl's one of our longtime listeners. So, Daryl, why don't you go ahead and go with the question?
Good afternoon, Colonel. This is concerning the beginning of the war, where you said that they had gotten down to 30% of their SOF personnel. And my question is, do you think that was just a factor of the leadership just trying to do something? Or was it the fact that they had so many targets that they needed to hit that they risked it all, pretty much? Was it leadership or just the actual target-rich situation?
Yeah, let me clarify something. That was 2014. I would say the first Russian invasion is when they threw the soft out there and they were retreated down. In 2015, all the Western NATO special ops guys started working with the Ukrainian special operations, and we built them back up. And they're really, really good. Like they got new equipment, they got better training, they got more of them. We kind of filled in, where the casualties were. They started bringing in the partisan battalions. So, when the second last year when they invaded, the Ukrainian special ops was in a good spot. I'm telling you right now, and I'm not saying this because I'm a special ops guy, but I know for a fact that they were huge in turning the tide of the war. And I know for a fact when they went into the Antonov airfield area up north that they were instrumental and critical to turning that whole thing around. And so they were just, they were dropping IL-76s filled with airborne soldiers like, nobody's business, just all of them out of the sky, 150 dead. I mean, they did phenomenal work, right? They're not bragging about it. They're not talking about it. It's just, they're too busy to celebrate, I guess. It's, that's not their concern. They're still in the fight. They're a long way from it being over. And so when you talk about target-rich stuff, you know, I mean, a lot of times people see the conventional force doing a lot of fighting, and everybody's like, well, where the hell are all the special ops guys? Well, I can assure you they're not bored, but they're not going to run around and talk and say things about what they're doing because of its sensitivity. And so people, you know, everybody feels as though they need to know, and the reality is you don't need to know. And you know, the whole purpose of having a compartmentalized secret operation is so it's secret. And in America, we're horrible. I really love the way the Ukrainians don't report losses. They'll talk about the Russians all day long. And if you want, they'll give you any detail you want about the Russians, but they don't talk about their losses. They don't talk about their vulnerabilities. And that's the way you're supposed to function in a war. Our country, the United States, and most Westerns, you know, we're free press, and they're content driven, and they're on a 24-hour-a-day cycle. They're dying to hear anything, and so they're constantly asking the government for information, frankly, that should be confidential. And unfortunately, we have generations of government officials that tend to open their mouths and say things that they believe are not important, but end up, you know, being able to fuel the intelligence systems. Open source intelligence is the worst nightmare we've got because everyone has a cell phone. Every human being's a sensor now. They can record things, they can Snapchat it, Instagram it. And so it is very hard to do anything without people being visible of what you're doing. And so my hat's off to the Ukrainians. I'll tell you something that's interesting. So the Joint Special Operations Base in Ukraine, when they attacked it, the Russians went right after their military information support building. That's what they tried to destroy first, because the Ukrainians are really good at this stuff, man, like really, really good. And so, you know, they know how to do the information warfare piece as good as anybody I've ever seen. And so that's a long answer to your question, but the special ops people are all over the place, and they are suffering high casualties. I'm just going to be straight up with you. They're, you know, it's not an easy way to make a living, right? And so, but they are, you know, and they're doing really, really, really great work. Everything they do is meaningful. Does that make sense?
No doubt.
Lose lips, sing ships, Daryl, right?
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
I agree 100% with what you said about the media, the 24-hour period. You know, I grew up you know, I was in the service in the 80s, and, you know, we were Cold War. You didn't talk about movements. You didn't talk about nothing. It was the same mantra from years before. And so when you mentioned that, it just, yeah, exactly. You know, I heard that loud and clear.
Yeah, I think it's you know, Colonel Braden, I think what you said is very salient in the sense that we can talk fundamentally how you would, you know, break up a trench line, or how you would, or academically how soft forces can operate. And the mere fact that you're here and you're letting our folks know that Ukrainian soft is engaged, that they're doing great work, I think that's awesome for our people, because you're right. There's an insatiable appetite for information in the American and broader European area, right? So I think that I get it. We're not trying to push you too far, but we do appreciate you being here. Axel is our next gentleman coming in. He's kind of my pseudo boss in this nonprofit, so be nice.
No. That would not be fair. No. I am very glad that you are around with us and impart all that knowledge. And by the way, thank you, Stuart, for joining us today. It's sincerely appreciated. And we benefit from the many good guests Jeff has brought us. So that dish with fish has become an institution very quickly. So we're very glad. So, but apart from all that praise, one key thing, you touched upon insertions beforehand. We all have heard and learned, unfortunately, that the Ukrainians have not yet been provided sufficiently with Western rotor aircraft in that regard. How would you describe this? What kind of capabilities could we impart by giving them, say, a few Black Hawks, Chinooks, maybe some Little Birds, to support them, and some firing support from Apaches so that they can do that better?
None of those aircraft will survive. Not a single one. You know, the only thing that's going to survive with active IR with an S-300 or an S-400 is fifth generator. That's a Joint Strike Fighter. And so the way, I mean, you know, without getting into, you know, I'm not an Air Force guy, but I've been involved with enough, you know, invasions that they spend a phenomenal amount of energy and time to reduce the air threat. And so and you know, going up against S-400s and S-300s, even the U.S. Air Force would lose a lot of their inbound stuff because the systems are really good. And so you can arm, you know, I mean, look, they were doing flights in the MriyaReport up until the day it fell. They lost a lot of helicopters doing those flights. And so you got to be smart about it. You know, there'll be a moment in time when the small diameter bombs are able to target all the radar sites that operate the S-400s. And then once you create a gap in the defense, you know, the network, then you can exploit it. But you're not really there yet at this time. I'm a believer more in fires than, you know, I mean, if you have an Apache, it's just shooting a Hellfire missile. You can shoot the same damn thing from the ground. The optics on an Apache are phenomenal. There's a lot of great things you can do with that, but you're still, if you get above, you know, treetop level, that thing's coming to the earth. And so I would use my fire systems. You know, the other thing that's replacing a lot of the stuff now is spatial technology, right? And so the commercial satellite systems are able to give you some of the most amazing detection and early warning with, you know, and quickly. It's not like the old days where the satellites would pass over the same thing twice in a day. No. No, some of these systems can punch them out every few hours, some of them less than that. And so I think just, you know, those are really high resolution, good photos. They really help you what's called tipping and queuing. You can put your intelligence assets against those, and you can do some really phenomenal targeting. The Russians also are lazy, right? They don't move around, you know, as much. They don't have to because there's not as much counter battery fire. So when this thing kicks off, you're going to see a lot of those folks just smoldering in some field somewhere, because they've been lazy. They haven't been constantly displacing and moving the radars and the assets, because it's painful, it's a lot of work, especially in the cold weather. You know, soldiers, they want to take a break. You know, they want to get warm. And, you know, if you do that, you may not live very long. And so it's a long answer to your question. I'm a big fan of giving them F-16s because it's going to take them a while to do it. We're getting rid of them.
That would have been my follow-up.
No, you might as well give it to them.
Question.
You know, look, if it was me, I would start I'd do the same thing we did in World War II. I would put the Ukrainians on a Lend-Lease program. I'd say, hey, look, you're gonna sell these to you like a bond issue. You can repay us when you recapture all your lands and you reestablish stuff. I would do the same exact thing we did for Western Europe, you know, when the Nazis rolled across it. I mean, you know, if money's an issue, then take money off the table. They'll sign an IOU, which is a Lend-Lease bond. They don't care. I mean, as an American taxpayer, anything I can do to sell my hardware to an ally is a smart thing to do. And I wouldn't do it just for the Ukraine right now. I'd be arming up all of Eastern Europe in a big way. Poland's doing it on its own because it's got a really robust economy. Romania, to some degree, you know, Romania's always had they've always walked a little bit more gingerly. Because they haven't they haven't been invaded as many times as Poland has. I think the Baltic states, you know, they would arm up in a minute if we had some sort of Lend-Lease program. We could do that. You know, our manufacturing would be in trouble because we're not set up to manufacture that at this pace. But you know, it's America, man. We could, you know, Western Europe, we could generate more. You know, we can do this. I mean, hell. We've done it before. It's not rocket science. We did it for COVID.
That is what I was leading at.
We did it for COVID.
This is exactly. We can do this. We are the West.
Yeah.
We
do it all.
do
Business
this.
does it all the time. This is, you know, I'm out in the private sector of business all the time. They do this every day. You need protective masks. The president invokes the War Powers Act on the industry, and boom, next thing you know, we got more masks than you can count. They're everywhere. You know, you need rebreathers, boom, they're out. You know, I mean, this is, you can take the mass, especially in our engineering is phenomenal in, you know, the West. It's just really good. And they love challenges and stuff. So you throw a bunch of these chuckleheads in a room and you tell them, hey, make these into this, give them a week, they're done. You know, and they're just, our engineering is really good. And because people see it as a challenge and they get up for it, you know, and they want to do it, especially if they're helping people. So I don't think any of this is insurmountable. I know, you know, the current administration, the Biden administration is trying to, you know, they don't want to turn it into a nuke. They don't. First, they didn't want to turn it into World War III. This is World War III. This is 1938, 1939. You know, they're in the Sudetenland. I mean, if you have any delusions of grandeur that Putin's just focused on the Ukraine, you are smoking weed. That's not reality. I mean, he's trying to ensure that Russia has, you know, a longer lifespan than it is. I think he's completely miscalculated and everything he's doing. But yeah, I think that we should give them.
Hey, Stu, I don't know if you're walking around, but I think you're starting to break up. You might be losing your signal, or it might be me. But for all the people out there that are sending direct messages to me, yes, Colonel Braden and I disagree. A gentleman's disagreement on air. I'm not as sold as he is on S300s and 400s capability. They are very lethal, but they weren't as lethal as I think what we had originally talked about. He and I will have beers someday, and we can talk about that. But we're not going to talk about it here. We both do agree that F-16s are a good thing. By the way, Stu, I don't know if you heard because I think it's
he just dropped. Oh, he might have gotten a call.
It sounded as if a call was pushed away and then came back. Yeah, but please go on.
I think he was so mad about the S300 400 comment that he just quit on me and just cycled away. So he'll try and cycle back. I'm sure he'll come back in. Let's just watch the request to see if he cycles. There he is. Hold on, I'll bring him back up. Let's see. And he's cycling up. Let's see, he's already there. Stu, you there?
2 seconds.
Sure. Stu, are you there? Hello? And I'm not. Let's see.
It's a yes and no, but he will be. I think it's taking a little while to connect.
Okay.
So it's reading the tea leaves here.
All right. Anyway, for the listeners out there, that one of the things that yes, you know, Colonel Braden and I are just around here, but we see things fundamentally the same, right? We both believe in F-16s. I don't know if you saw my article in Newsweek about the you know, getting F-16s into Ukraine or not, but yeah, he and I both agreed that that's the right answer. The other thing is, and I see that you know, Colonel Braden's listening in. I don't know if he's familiar, but Major General Sandor, someone both he and I know, he is the Hungarian SOF commander, and Hungary has actually done a lot of work with the with NSHQ. And I wanted to let him know because I don't know if he's aware yet, but he's actually been nominated and is taking a new position. He's actually going to Belgium to be the NMR for Hungary at NATO shape. So wanted to let you know that. Are you back with us now, or are you not?
Yes, I am. I talked to Thomas a week ago. He's being replaced by Attila, who was actually the exchange officer here in Tampa with U.S. SOCOM. So, yeah, they're doing some shuffling around, which is, you know, not unusual.
Yeah, I there is an article I wrote about. So they're actually doing a big, a pretty big reduction in forces at the senior level to be able to keep and move guys up and down, or move guys up and keep as you know about European military forces, right? There's this retirement where everyone has to stay, so you get way too heavy. Hungary has decided that they want to actually try and for lack of a better term, call off some of those senior guys so that they can keep the dudes moving. Not necessarily a bad idea. They're going to give them early retirement. I think that a lot of folks in Europe are hesitant to listen to it because it's Orban and they're concerned about him. And then the other thing is the defense minister actually has judge, jury, and executioner, so there's no real board that's selecting them. Well beyond the realm of our discussion, I just wanted to let you know that. And let's see, we will go on to George. George, what's your question?
Sorry, I was all thumbs with the buttons here. No, I was going to say, because Stuart was talking about production. Well, we mentioned this morning that our artillery shell production went up just in a few months. So why can't we just start producing other stuff?
We can. I think I just read the other day our artillery 155s were doing about 19,000 a month. They've added a new factory facility, I want to say in Arkansas and Indiana or somewhere, and they're going to go up to 90,000 a month. So they are. It takes a while, man. It's not the people and the thing, it's the actual machines, that actually do it. You got to put those big boys together, and they are a beast of machines. And so then you got to haul them all around and stuff. So it takes a while to get those out there, So the good thing about the Ukrainian situation is it has highlighted the global crisis with supply chain. Between it and COVID, it has exposed, we have what's called just-in-time logistics. That is that's when the thing is made, and there's very little bit of time between delivery and installation into something. In a peaceful world with no disruptions, it's phenomenal. In a world that's full of chaos with hurricanes, earthquakes, wars, stuff like, pandemics, it don't work. And so you're going to have to, they did it because it reduced the number of warehousing, which is expensive, right? A lot of times it's not, you just store it. You've got to store it in a certain way. It's got to, certain types of stuff. And then how long is is the material there? And I'm not a supply chain expert, but there's a lot of nuances to it. And now what people have realized is they've got to have greater production capacity, resiliency, like more than one. And then two, they've got to have greater stockages and stuff. Could we do it? Yeah, we could. Absolutely.
George, did you have a follow-up? I saw your hand back up, buddy.
Yeah. Just a correction. The we're actually pumping out 90,000 shells a month now. That's affirmative.
Yeah, that's good.
We were pumping out 90,000. I think the goal is 150.
Yeah, which probably means we probably need 250. We cheap about it. So, yeah.
That is probably true because the Ukrainians were targeting shelling 80 a week, and that was in slow times.
But the whole
meaning when they had less kit.
But the precision fires is changing. I meet with chiefs of defense. I talked to like 5 of them in 6 months, and they all wanted to talk to me about round rates and all this other stuff. And it was all based on, God bless them, all Eastern European dudes, and they just want to sling that crap out there because they were trained by the Russians. Nowadays, everything coming out of the tube damn near is precision or could be precision. And so what you're seeing is, every round will count. And that's a big difference, man. When, what you're shooting actually hits what you're aiming at with one round. You see the battery 5s and all the old things, we used to do, you don't do that. You don't have to do that with these new precision weapons, which is really cool.
Yeah, I it's interesting, right? I was doing research for another article that I'm about ready to push out, and in World War II, and look, aviation was very important in World War II. I'm not trying to dismiss aviation. We took a lot of casualties, but it was really important in the war. With the modern top secret Norden bomb sight, right? The Norden bomb sight, which was supposed to be the gnat's ass of being able to drop bombs. The rate of being able to drop a bomb within 1,000 feet of your target was 16%. So we just dropped a shitload of bombs, just kind of like you're talking about with artillery. And then you move to Desert Storm, and you see these images, right, from Desert Storm, from the air, where revetments of aircraft have just one small hole in it, right, where a precision weapon came in and just plunked it. The rest of the earth is unmarred. but you're saving thousands and thousands of man hours of production, of logistics, just like you're talking about. It's absolutely amazing. And I couldn't agree with you more on that. It's got to probably be frustrating to talk to those chods and say, look, your heart's in the right place, but you're asking the wrong question, right? And it's interesting. Hey, Doman, did you have your hand up again? I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, I didn't, but I do have a question now that you've turned to a little bit more of a historical perspective, Colonel. And maybe Colonel Braden, when you think back, what kind of what operation would you really have liked to take part in? Anything from the annals of history where you think, hey, with the knowledge and the skills I have now, even with the equipment of that time, whenever, Second World War, whatever other time, what would you like to have taken part in yourself?
World War II, I think we'd have killed Hitler and Mussolini early on, and that thing would not have had 40 to 60 million people die. I mean, with the tech stuff we have now, so when I started Special Ops in 1987, we couldn't manhunt. I was living in Panama and just trying to find Noriega. I never forget my father, who's a retired colonel, telling me, I don't understand why you guys just can't capture Noriega. I said, hey, Dad, you were in Vietnam twice. How'd you do capturing Ho Chi Minh? Not very well, so shut up. It's hard. It's difficult. It's not easy to go find people. But you fast forward, you go to, to Mogadishu in 93.
Oh no, it could be another phone call. Yep.
Yes, indeed. I was excited to hear the rest of the story.
I like what he said about his dad. That was real. All right. So as Stu cycles away and then cycles back in for his phone call, what I do want to let everyone know is that we've been we're at an hour point, and it's kind of what I promised Stu. I won't make him stay longer if he wants to. We will. But I would like to point out that next week, for those who are interested in, hey, hold on, we're gonna see if we can get him back. Just give me a second. I saw a thumbs down. So next week we have another outstanding guest, and that guest, I think we're going to have a lot of people listening in. He's the current Nebraska 02 Congressman Don Bacon, is currently lined up to join us. He was a former U.S. Air Force officer, retired as a brigadier general. His call sign was Bits Bacon. He was an electronic warfare officer and also Ramstein Air Base commander, 55th Wing commander, which is the wing that is in charge of some of the United States Air Force's most sophisticated national intelligence assets. I see Stu is back as listener, so we'll invite him to speak and see if we can cycle him back up. So Bits Bacon is lined up. I talked to his staff just before I got on this phone. He's still planning on being able to be with us today, that next Tuesday. His wife's name is Angie, for those who want to wish him a happy Valentine's Day. They've been married for a very long time, have a bevy of children between them, and they're an awesome couple. I think you're truly going to enjoy the time with them. Stu, I see you're back up. I wasn't trying to cut you off, but I think you might have gotten a phone call, and while you were gone, I just wanted to introduce our next guest. So I'll turn it back over to you.
No,
you were in Mogadishu.
Yeah, I think in Mogadishu, Farad, we couldn't find him, we couldn't hunt him down, but since then, we've gotten really, really good at finding human beings and being very accurate about it. And I think that capability alone today would be amazing if you put it against people like Adolf Hitler and Mussolini and folks like that. So that's I think you could end a lot of pain and agony by taking out, key leaders like that and stuff. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to target some of these folks early on and save more lives. I don't know if that answers the question.
I think that's actually really telling and kind of it's somewhat humbling, right, where your heart is, because there's probably a lot of guys out there that would want to take part in a given war because of the heroic nature or being part of it. The fact that your desire was actually to try and mitigate suffering of humanity is quite impressive, buddy. So I I give kudos to you. I also agree that hunting down bad guys is a wonderful capability we have. There's an Iranian that is no longer with us because he decided to smoke some luckies on an Iraqi ramp, which was probably a bad move on his part. So I agree with that. We're at 1 hour and 10 minutes. So Colonel Braden, you tell me when you got to cut off. We got 2 more questions right now. So if you can stick
I
around.
I could do 2 more questions.
Awesome. Okay. Hey, Daryl, go ahead.
All right, Colonel. This will be a question on training, per se. I know that you guys train for various environments across, around the world because threats don't come from one source. For the Ukrainians, have they been trained? When you guys were training them, did you give them the same type of training in multiple environments so that they would, kind of understand that not every target that they may encounter will be in the same locale or type of environment? Did they receive that type of training as well in the depth that you guys would go?
So the answer is yes. You got to understand, they've been at war since 2014. So we weren't just at some training facility on a training range. I mean, these guys were constantly practicing what they learned. And I will just say perfecting what they've learned. And so they're stone cold killers. Don't kid yourself. They're very good at what they do. Then
Did they happen to come to the Americas course here in Georgia?
I won't answer that.
All right, copy that.
All right, so I got it back. I got the hammer back real quick. And then for Colonel Braden, for your last question, we're going to go to Michelle. I think this is a female, so that way we're being fair to both sexes. Michelle, go ahead with your question.
Thanks. This is probably a really rookie question, and I'm only asking it because of what you said about you would have got in there early and killed Hitler and Mussolini. So the question, I'm sure you can guess the question, why haven't we taken Putin out then?
It's not as easy as it sounds. If you want, you'd have to have the Ukrainians do it. Ukrainians have tried to assassinate a lot of the Budanov, who's now about to be the minister of defense, who was the chief of intelligence. Good guy. I mean, they've tried to kill him 10 times. I mean, you got to remember the Russians put nerve agent on doorknobs in the UK. I mean, that's the level they'll go to kill people. But for some reason, we tolerate it worldwide. I mean, the Western nations let them get away with that crap. No one's ever called them to carpet on that shit. I mean, we tend to, well, it's just 2 people, If someone is willing to put nerve agent on a doorknob, I don't know where their red line is, because that's a pretty serious thing. I think most of our governments are just moral cowards. They won't do it, because they don't want to be hunted themselves and stuff. And so I don't think the Ukrainians can get to him in Moscow. He's pretty isolated. I mean, you got to remember, he doesn't even, his people don't talk to him. He's kind of, honestly, I'm not sure he knows a lot about what's actually going on in the war. I don't know how much they give him. I know he's had ill health. I know he keeps his physical distance away from human beings. But I don't, I think the guy's living like a monk right now. I think he's kind of like Osama bin Laden in a cave somewhere. He is, he's only getting tidbits of information. And, you don't live long if you go in and tell him bad news. So I don't know if he really understands what the hell's going on. And, at some point in time, the regime will change, just like all Russians' regime change. There'll be some death. It'll be mysterious. They'll come in and announce that he died and some other guy's in charge now. And my personal belief is that person will, say, oh, he was crazy, and he'll try to do anything he can to get the economic embargo lifted. And I just don't see that happening, though. I mean, my personal assessment is, you know, I think the Russians ought to have to pay reparations to the Ukrainians. I think there has to be trials at The Hague. I think they'll be larger than the Nuremberg World War II trials, but definitely larger than the Balkan trials. You know, for all the heinous stuff that happened there. You have to answer for that. You can't just pretend that didn't happen. And so I don't think that, all the politicians want a clean break in this. And I just don't think it's, one, I hope we as a society, a world, don't allow it. I mean, you got to stand up and be counted at some point, right? You got to do the hard, right thing. Nobody wants war, especially military people. But, we are where we are because this guy was allowed to do what he did. And a lot of his people have done a lot of horrible things, and you got to answer for it. And I hope we have the moral courage to stand and stick through this. In World War II, it was unconditional surrender. We were not wavering. The only time we got a little fuzzy was when it was time to invade Okinawa, and we made the decision not to use human beings, just nuke them. We just decided, you know what? Let's just nuke them. We have to have the same resolve for this. When I say we, I mean the whole Western world. If you think we're not in World War III, you're kidding yourself. You don't know anything about history. And so I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Colonel Braden, it was awesome to have you. I really, really appreciate it. For my listeners out there, thanks for tuning in to The Dish with Fish. Colonel retired Stuart Braden. You can follow him. You saw what his Twitter handle is. And instead of following, and along with following him, if you're interested, it's at Global Soft. Is the Global Soft Foundation. You probably can't join because you have to be somehow related to the soft community, but they are doing really good things, and it's worth the follow, and it's worth giving if you believe in that kind of stuff. Stu, I'm going to turn it over to you for the last word, and again, thanks a lot.
Hey, thanks again for having me on. This is all about the Ukrainians, so keep them in your prayers. It'll get worse before it gets better, but I believe they're winning this thing. I believe they're going to win the whole thing. I believe they're going to get their whole country back, Crimea. I'm just hoping that, the Russians don't do anything, stupid, like start using chemical weapons or nukes. But yeah, I think they're in a good spot. I mean, I don't believe all the disinformation that the world's coming to an end. It's not. We just got to keep supporting them, which is something the West generally forgets. So again, appreciate you having me on. Look forward to talking to you in the future.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Come back anytime you want. I'm sure the host would always be happy to cycle you up. So again, folks, go ahead, Stu, you can go ahead and jump down. And the rest of the folks, I know that there's some other folks out there that had some other questions. We were talking before Colonel Braden joined us with about some F-16s and about fighter aircraft for Ukraine. Happy to take those questions. If not, I'm going to turn it over to Doman, and Doman, let you kind of lead and navigate from here, because as you know, if I don't have a guest on The Dish with Fish, I get lost quickly.
It's quite all right. I'm happy to do the navigation. Colonel, you said you had some questions on F-16s to answer. I'd be very curious to hear what those are about.
Yeah, so I just there's a lot of folks that are talking about fighter aircraft again. It's cycling through the media. You still have you have leaders out there that don't seem to have the testicular fortitude. Yes, that is a term that I use to make the right decision. And this kind of plays to exactly what Colonel Braden was just talking about, right? Leadership is hard, right? It's harder when you're at war. What is politically expedient doesn't necessarily equate to what is actually good for the world or your nation or the world at large. And it is a tough decision, I think, to come forward with the idea of actually providing aircraft to Ukraine. But it's still the right decision, right? Where I take umbrage with the political leaders who don't want to make that decision is this: I don't I think they know in their hearts it's the right decision. They don't want to take the time, energy, and efforts to communicate to their population why it is the right decision. And to me, that's frustrating. Right? If you truly believe that your populist base that voted for you is unwilling to listen to you as a politician, you probably shouldn't be a politician. The whole point of being a politician is to be able to communicate effectively to your people and tell them what is, or explain to them why you make the decisions you do and why you do what you do. And if you're unable to do that, if you're just going to be a mugwump or basically be a willow tree that kind of blows with the wind and do whatever they want, it's not being a leader, right? It's being an elected official. Don't get me wrong, but it's not being a leader. There's a difference.
So, Colonel, what's your stance then on the S300s, S400s just brought up? What have you seen over the last, let's call it the last 11 and a half months? And how much have you rethought what you thought about the capabilities of S300s on the basis of the experience of the last 11 and a half months?
Yeah, so look, Colonel Braden's a very smart Army guy, and I would not challenge him 1 second on issues that are related to ground stuff. And I also agree with him to a degree that Ukrainian aircraft are flying at a relatively low altitude because there is fear and concern about the effectiveness of the S-300. I wouldn't say it's 100 feet. I'd say it's about 1,000 feet. But 1,000 feet is not very high when you're talking about fighter aircraft. I mean, most fighter aircraft are flying at 30,000, 25,000, 35,000 feet. And this is where they're employing precision ordnance. He is 100% correct in saying that being forced into the lower altitude regime because of the S-300s and S-400s, that fighter aircraft are unable to truly employ precision weapons like a JDAM or like a laser guided bomb. Because the bomb fall time is it's too fast. Now, as the general said, and during their Doolittle Air Wing, if you have a JASM, which is a propelled precision guided weapon, yeah, you can drop that from any altitude because it's got its own jet engine or its own propulsion system that's enable it to maneuver and get through and continue until it's acquired a GPS signal or stuff like that. So, I think that when you see. By the way, I would also say that I agree with him in the sense that once you start to see SDB, small diameter bomb, come into theater, and you start to see in combined with AGM-88 HARM missiles, you're going to see a rollback of that enemy air integrated air defense system. And as that rolls back, Ukraine will have the ability to start securing its own airspace, right, and gain some level of air superiority. Air superiority, however, means very little if you don't have aircraft to go fly in the airspace, right? So it all comes back to me believing that they need F-16s. I'm not going to change my position on that. I'm pretty hardened. No one's convinced me to the counter. So yeah, I'm committed.
I think we've made ourselves very clear. There should be F-16s for Ukraine, no question. We even put a campaign out for that matter. And in transition, what should we do? Give them all they have, all we have availability of in terms of MiG-29s and Sukhois. And may I say, add in, given the fact that we don't have enough Sukhois flying around in the West, maybe 3 squadrons of A-10s, which your dearly beloved just phased out, Jeff? I mean, you got rid of all A-10s, right?
Yeah, they're getting there. It is being phased out, but it's just not as simple as that. By the way, since we're talking about airplanes, I don't know if anyone saw this, but on the Kiev Post yesterday, General Hodges had a interview and talked about F-16s and talked about fighter aircraft with, I believe it was Jay Smart. So if anyone's interested in how Ben Hodges feels about fighter aircraft, you can go ahead and tune in over to that. It was somewhat interesting. It was a little less supportive than I would have imagined.
He likes missiles.
he's a ground guy. He's like, I mean, to be fair, look, there's always going to be an argument between ground guys and air guys. And look, I'm very appreciative that Colonel Braden came on. He is very, very brilliant. He's a great guy. He has phenomenal background. It is okay for him and I to sit in a bar, have a couple beers, and have an argument about air domain and ground domain warfare. These things happen between us, and they should happen, to be fair, right? Spirited debate of warfare only makes that a nation's warfare a better capability. So before I get any more DMs that I gave into to Colonel Braid because he's twice my size and a special forces guy, I'm done listening to those.
I'm
You were
fully in
knitted to
support of
CJ.
your position. You're not alone here. May I add this? Okay, can I was about to say this earlier, but then again, the discussion migrated. Isn't it also true, Jeff, that in an area where there's at least air parity, and knowing what we know now about the efficacy of the S-300, and if there is a bit of air suppression and closed air support by the Ukrainian Air Force, insertions by Cobras, Apaches, and the likes, or support of insertions by Cobras and Apaches with fire support, as well as Black Hawks for the insertion, would not be as easily downed as he indicated, right?
Correct. I mean, you're seeing video on YouTube of Ukrainian helicopters coming in low, popping up, putting their nose in the air, throwing out rockets, and coming back down to the ground. It's very indicative of a high altitude threat, right? But they are surviving to a degree, or they wouldn't keep doing that, right? We'd stop seeing videos of that if it wasn't a plausible tactic. So yeah, I think that. But hugging the ground is important, especially for a slow-moving helicopter. I think we just saw. I saw a video. I want to say it was yesterday or earlier today of basically two aircraft up at about 1,000 feet, popping out flares and doing some maneuvers. I don't know if they were dogfighting or what, but that was at 1,000 feet and they're still flying. Again, you wouldn't be doing that 10 months, 11 months into a war if you knew that your survival rate was 0 against an S-300 or an S-400.
There you go. Somebody just forwarded this picture. I'm sorry that I'm shifting gears, but I just received this picture of Boris Pistorius, the new, what a name, Boris Pistorius, the new German defense minister who is today in Ukraine and meeting with Reznikov and holding a glass covered model of a Leopard 2. I don't even know what to say.
Well, it could be. Axel, how about what you haven't considered is both defense ministers are actually about 75 feet tall, and they're just holding a regular sized Leopard.
I still hope it's Photoshop.
No, it's real. But it's a start. Hey, the previous defense minister didn't even go to Kiev, so.
Okay.
It's better than nothing. It's not going to make the Leopards come any slower just because he gave him a model Leopard, is it? It's fine. It's fine. It's a Photoshop. Okay. It's a photo opportunity. It's better that they at least cared this time around. It's good.
Let's highlight the following. They were proud. Sorry?
Who let Daryl up, by the way, to ask a question that got us in trouble? Who was the guy who let Daryl up to ask that question?
Yeah, I got the booby prize. That's right. The booby prize is mine. Axel, that's the Leopard 3. Smaller, lighter, and faster. That's the one that they didn't want.
The problem is that you need a whole different kit for maintenance, right? Because you need all the little tiny screwdrivers now. No one thought of that.
It's modular. Get it? It's modular.
I'm laughing my head off here. I mean, seriously, how can in the public relations wise, you would never, ever make a photo like this. That is so painful to watch on a day when party members of Mr. Pistorius are highlighting that they're very proud that now 187 Leopard 1s, finally, don't forget, these export permit applications, these release applications were filed last year in April by both FFG as well as Rheinmetall, seemingly have now been approved. But the funny part is that the approval has not even been commented upon by Berlin. It has been commented upon by some wild-ass journalists and, of course, our dearly beloved Danish friends, whose 99 Leopard A15s were once stored and purchased by Flensburger Fahrzeugbau. And FFG is sitting there on them and had 29 of them ready because they also had an alternate customer. And then the SPD politician today highlighted how happy he was that in the first and second quarter next year, those could be delivered. He's proud of the fact that they're coming next year. Whereas the express permit application was filed in April last year. The level of insanity vested in that kind of political process, and then this picture, that's just icing on a shit cake.
Axel, what's the delay about?
But it's not a delay. It's the fact that they have to. Okay, at the moment, our Danish friends seemingly are willing to cover the cost of upgrading another 70 out of the 99. And the Leopard 1, the chassis and the likes, this is all Klaus Maffei-Wegmann, which obviously, of which FFG now has a large part of the tools and kits and whatnot, and they can do most of the work. But their Rheinmetall's components are few and far between. So that's something FFG and people can do, but it takes time, and the production capacity has not been expanded, and they have to hire people, and it's work. Yeah, you can speed it up by just hiring more staff, but there are certain limitations to capacity build out and capacity utilization. That's one thing. Rheinmetall has to agree matters with KMW to sort this out, and Rheinmetall doesn't do work on spec. Well, they did 5 Marder's on spec, don't forget. But that's it, because they wanted to have a government contract, because they have been, shall we say, taken to the cleaners by the German government more often than not. And that is the whole point. They are not on a war footing because the government is not giving them the comfort that they're willing to pay for it. So what Stu has said is right. It's a land lease. Who has a land lease already since last year? And well, it's the United States of America. Somebody needs to tell our politicians, and that somebody, by the way, is us, the voters. We have to tell them, get in gear, do something, and do it quickly. So it's nice that the Norwegians yesterday put out this 7.5 billion over, what's it, 5 years, Domin?
It's more like 6.9 billion euros because the Norwegian krona is a bit weaker than.
Okay,
but,
fine.
but
So
yes,
6
over the next
whatever.
5 years, yes.
Okay, this is nice to have. The Norwegians should just chuck it up and say, you know what, the first billion is here for weapons and for capacity build out. And by the way, we're going to buy with the first billion. We're not going to put this into refurbishment and reconstruction. We can deal with that later. How about winning the bloody war first? So put the money where it's needed. Buy ammunition, buy MiGs and Suhois wherever you can find them, buy missiles, and help convert those dang tanks. the sheer insanity of us not doing what should be done logistically, that makes me sick.
Okay, Axel, quick question. Why are the upgrades necessary? Is the kit good as it is, or will the upgrades just necessary at this point because of advancement in other anti-tank technologies. Which one is it?
It's both. It's both. Some of those tanks have been residing there for a number of years, especially the 88 ones from Rheinmetall, but also the FFG ones have been there. For, I would have to ask our Danish friends, but I think at least a few.
2010, I think.
2010, they phased them out. They've been well preserved and mothballed and packaged, but still. So there's a lot of stuff which you have to change. And Daryl, you know this. You have to really seriously go through every piece. You have to take them apart, reassemble them, lube them up, maintain them. Turn every screw, make sure that you get it right. And
Axel,
you want to.
Axel, wait a minute, Axel. It don't take all of that. If I do an inspection on it and everything is working order, why do I need to take it apart?
They've been sitting around for 12 years, Daryl. They've been sitting around for 12 years.
I understand that. There's certain things I would look at with that respect. But if I inspect it, take it through the ringer, basically run it on a course, exercise it, bring it in and look at it. Look to see what is wrong with it. If it's nothing wrong, or I just need to change out a few seals, it shouldn't take me that long. Do it, run them on the course. Let somebody look at them. Run them on the course. Let them be
Don't
seen.
disagree. I don't disagree, Daryl.
And then
but
we determine how long.
I don't disagree, Daryl, but I'm telling you, I'm quite sure that our friends in Flensburg, who are very serious people, would have done a lot of this already. Also, and that was part 2 of my answer. I was just about to come to this. Also, they will add more deflective armor. Absolutely. Because they have enough input now from our Greek friends, what works and what doesn't.
Can they be swapped? Can they be swapped for somebody that already has some?
I think it should be. It's an all of the above. They should be sorted, tested, speed up the process as much as you can on all of them, because these are consumables. These are tanks. They're not going to live forever, right? And at the same time, the United States of America has to do something in Naples and Aviano, and they have to convince the Italian government to give our also to provide some assets so that they can provide better air cover for our Greek friends, because the Greek friends, as much as they're now willing to help the Turkish with post-quake relief and support and whatnot, which is absolutely fine and should be done, no question, but our Greek friends need comfort that their airspace is safe. And if that is the case, they would probably trade off more of their Leopard 1s, and a lot of them. And they are in good working order. And they are fully upgraded, updated, maintained, supplied, and whatnot. And the Greeks have all the ammo. They have close to 400 of them, by the way. 400 Leopard 1s.
Serious horse trading.
Yeah, of course. Exactly. This is all about horse trading. This is where the diplomats come in, Daryl.
I'm an American. I'm not a diplomat.
The two are not mutually exclusive, as Colonel Jeff will tell you.
I'm typical American.
Oh, poor Jeff.
So now I'm atypical?
No.
No, he means you're type
You're
A.
diplomat. Regular folks, we speak plain English. This is this. I don't need to give you 15 big words to tell you this is this. That's all I'm saying.
Jeff, how would you resolve it with our Greek friends?
Look, diplomacy is not about using big words. Diplomacy is much like politics, right? It's having an innate ability to tell someone to go to hell, and in a way that after you're done telling them that, they look forward to the ride.
I understand that. I'm with you there, Jeff. I'm with you. It's just that, you know, for normal folks, we tell them where to go, and we're not worrying about how he feels about it.
There's a spot on the Biden administration for you. Why don't you go up there and tell them how you feel?
Give me the number.
All right, let's we'll do the following. We'll go to Marcus, who's also going to replace me soon. Then we'll go to Mikkel, and then we go to Mark. And why we're doing that? Because they're all called something with an M, and that's just fantastic. Marcus?
Yeah, I noticed that you'd already seen this, Doman, but have we talked about the Edge autonomy drone manufacturing plant in Latvia today?
We've not. I don't know what to say. Shall I go look more deeply into it, unless you know what's going on? But I think Mikkel and Mark might have more stuff on what we've already been discussing here with Colonel Jeff.
Yeah, we can always talk about it in a moment.
Yeah, I'll be back with more momentarily. Mikkel, please.
Yes, thank you. Mic check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Oh.
Thank you. And thank you again so much for the space. I'm listening in quite a lot. I'm not speaking so often, but I really appreciate this place. And I have a suggestion for you, because I like to get my news actually from this channel. But it's kind of difficult to know when there's gonna be a news update. So I thought if you were gonna do it like a proper national radio station, maybe take like a 5 minutes news update every hour, so people can check in maybe at the top of the hour and get the latest news from you, instead of trying to find them on Twitter or some half-ass media outlet. That would be a great thing, I think, at least for me, but maybe also for other people. And
Miko, this is a very good point you're making. Miko, I don't know whether you can still hear us. Did you drop? All right, Miko, if you can still hear us, I can tell you one thing. Something like that is under preparation, and we will do this in 5-minute batches. Give us a week. We are planning a few things, but this is exactly what's coming.
Yeah, I've just had that very discussion myself, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, never fear, Mikkel. It's in the pipeline. And thank you. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you. Mic check.
Gotcha.
Mic check. Okay, I like that idea. Can I just suggest what it needs, though? Obviously, is it needs a music intro and outro, and I've heard some songs on this space before, and I hope that's recorded properly and can be used for that purpose, just so we know we're going to head into the news segment. That's the first comment, if I can make that suggestion.
We're on it.
Excellent. Now, I've got 2 questions. On the those Leopard 1s, I thought the German government said they hadn't received any requests for an exporting of their Leopards. So I'm a bit puzzled by that one, if the forms were sent in last year. So that's the first question. Can I come back in my second question in a minute?
Sure. No, the application, our friends from Rheinmetall had made an application for 88 to be sold to Ukraine, and they asked the ministry as to whether they'd be allowed to export them. And this was at that point in time put on hold, quite literally. It has been sitting next to Kafka whilst somebody was going through the corridors of power to seek the piece of paper which he needed to bring to the clerk to seek you know, the application for an application for an application. And yeah, our friends from Flensburg have 29 of them ready, which they did because they would have had also an alternative buyer. And those were the first ones approved. That's what you heard last week.
Okay, well, thank you. My second question is perhaps a bit easier, maybe harder. They say that good things come in threes. What is the third Boris that Ukraine would like to have, please?
We haven't found one yet.
Just wondering who else might be suitable to send next. That's all from me, thank you. I'm listening.
Not Boris Godunov. Mark,
Boris,
not
Boris
Godunov.
Karlov?
No, I
Okay,
think it's going to
Boris
be Boris.
Karlov?
No, it's Boris. It's Boris. No, it's Boris Trump.
Oh my God. Is there such a person?
No.
Thank you. I'm going to drop down. Thanks, everyone.
Kalin, Mark. Kalin.
As always, Dolman has the right answer. Mikhail, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I actually had a small question and maybe a bit of a change of topic also, but if I want to ask a question and just write it instead of saying it out loud, so to speak, and waiting for my turn, is it possible to write the question to
Absolutely.
to this space? Yeah.
Yes, and you can write it. The best thing is to write it to the co-hosts who are online at that point in time as they're moderating, so that they can fit the question into the flow of moderation.
Okay, great. And then I've been wondering for quite a while actually why the whole question about secondary sanctions is not a bigger issue. Because to me, as I understand it, it would be like a really severe weapon, but maybe I don't understand exactly what it means, because as I understand it, it would mean, for instance, if secondary sanctions is put, for instance, on Russian oil, then people who buys Russian oil, and if they're sanctioned by, for instance, secondary sanction from USA, then you can't trade with the USA. But I don't know if I got it right. So maybe if one of you could explain what is secondary sanctions and why don't we put more pressure on getting these things through, because I think it would be a really heavy weapon, and I'm wondering if it's something they are saving for if Russia would escalate even further, and then you gotta have something in your backhand, so to speak. Thank you.
Would anybody like to speak on secondary sanctions?
Secondary sanctions require substantial political will, or the impact of secondary sanctions requires a significant political will to be exercised. And I think, as Colonel Chef, given the fact that he has been in the diplomatic service, albeit on the military side thereof, and therefore not having to be as diplomatic as other people are often forced to be, or decide to be, secondary sanctions would mean that essentially you enforce, by means of saying, because you, country A or counterpart A, you've been trading with the sanctioned entity, we will disallow you from trading with us, for example. We will punish you because you, for example, company A, you've been buying spare parts from people who trade with that sanctioned counterpart. We will not buy a product from you, and you are excluded from public procurement. These are secondary sanction impacts. We're not very good at it currently in the West of enforcing this. We are not very good at naming, shaming, and suppressing this. We are not even good enough to hit out those countries who supposedly are our friends. And now with the earthquake in Turkey, it's becoming even harder. So as a consequence, this is all a matter of our own moral compass and our willingness to be tough enough in that regard. So the ball is back in the court of the public, because if the public fails to discuss it and make it a topic, politicians certainly won't.
Exactly, and I'd piggyback on a little bit on that, right? So in the international community, if you truly want to have secondary sanctions, then you need an entity that has teeth to force people to adhere to it, right? So, and the international court systems are very, very toothless, for lack of a better term. And then on top of that, as you know, as Axel said, let's say China buys a bunch of oil from a non-sanctioned country. And it turns out that that non-sanctioned country that they bought the oil from actually had already bought it from Russia, because there's a test on the oil and the oil says this is Russian oil. So now you go to China and say, hey, dudes, you guys knew this was, no, we didn't. We had no idea this was. So now you've got, you know, the burden of proof to actually prove that they knew that it was Russian oil. On top of that, even if you do choose to place an embargo now or sanctions on China, who's going to provide iPhones, right, to the United States? Right. And that's obviously a gross example. But every nation has something that the United States and the West wants. The globe truly is flat. Thank you, Milton Friedman. And it's ridiculously interconnected. And trying to actually just put a pressure on one piece of a puzzle literally makes dominoes fall all over the place with unintended consequences. And most politicians these days can't even see those unintended consequences. So because they can't even predict them, they choose not to actually implement.
And probably they should.
Yeah, if I may, that's exactly what I think. I mean, if, I think it's such a complicated question that maybe a space like this could help simplify it and clarify why it would be a good idea. Just like it's been possible to free the leopards now, and we're working on freeing the falcons now, and maybe we should try and free the secondary sanctions, if you could say that. I mean, at least shed some light on it and show people that this is actually something that is doable, and it would have, as I see it, really a huge impact. And I'm from Denmark, and I'm quite ashamed that for example, Carlsberg beer still operates in Russia, not under their own name, but they have breweries in Russian names, but they're still operating there, and it's just I think it's somehow it's horrific that that's still going on. I mean, and if they were under secondary sanction, that would not happen, as I see it. So I would love it to be a larger subject around. I mean, it's not that I'm against the weapons to Ukraine. I think that's the only way forward, or at least it's maybe the most important way. But I think harder sanctions and secondary sanctions could go hand in hand and put an even larger pressure, which I think we need, because we somehow celebrate 1,000 dead Russians yesterday, which basically deep down I don't like, but I know what's going on. But it also means a lot of dead Ukrainian soldiers. So if we wanted this thing to end as quickly as possible, then yes, weapons are necessary. But I think we could put an even stronger pressure by upping the sanctions even more. Thank you.
Yeah, Miko, I would love for sanctions to work. Trust me, I'm with you, right? I'm completely in line with how you feel about a thousand dead Russians. On one hand, I'm happy that there's a thousand dead Russians. On the other hand, I'm very uh, saddened for humanity that a thousand people had to die for things that they believe in that I don't see the same way. Right? We should be able to agree to disagree and not have to kill each other. But it is what it is. 2 weeks ago on the Dish with Fish, I had on an international lawyer who's actually trying to prosecute um, human rights violations along with war crimes. And what was interesting is one of the entities that she works for, they they shot down a Russian drone. They took it back and they did forensics on it. And in doing forensics on it, for all the chipsets, microprocessors, gyros, servos, and everything, 16 different nations or 16 different companies in 16 nations had parts in that drone. And these companies claim they had no idea that their parts were sold because there's no supply chain control after the first sale, right? So if servos are sold and then resold and then resold and they end up in Russia, do you truly hold the company that processed them and made them first? Do you hold them accountable? More importantly, do you hold the nation that sold them accountable? If you choose to follow this all the way through its logic pattern, then basically every nation is going to say, we're refusing any foreign sales of any of our equipment if it means that it potentially upends our export import domestic product capabilities.
And that segment, by the way, Nicola, I was just about to send it to you as well on Twitter. That segment with Ilona Komenova, the Dish with Fish of 2 weeks ago, is now finally also on our Spotify. I'll send the link out in just a second because our audio chaps have during the night managed to get this sorted, and we're very glad that you can now, if you didn't have the time to attend at that point in time, listen to those 2 hours of very interesting discussion with Ilona for that matter. And in addition to that, you should maybe have a look also at Ika Korhonen's segment, which will be online shortly as well, where we discussed the impact of sanctions and the limitations which we face at this point in time. And Ika, with Buffett, therefore the National Bank of Finland, is an expert in that field as well. We'll try to bring more information in that regard, but I'll send you that link in just a sec.
Thank you so much, and thanks again for the space. Just as a little roundup, I'm a musician and a composer myself. So if you need some music for your coming up radio stuff, if you haven't already got that down, I would love to support the space this way. So you can, if that would be an issue, then feel free to contact me back. Thanks a lot.
Mika, send me a DM and we'll have a chat about the audio.
Thanks a lot.
Man, now we got audio for our news segment. This is so awesome. We're growing leaps and bounds, people. Leaps and bounds.
That's the spirit, exactly.
Did I
By the
lose
way,
something?
hey
I lost
Axel, I just saw the image of the leopard in the little glass box on the first one in Kiev, and I see things a little different than you, right? I think that leopard is phenomenal because I had no idea that technology had advanced to the point that they could make them that small. It must be almost impossible for Russia to target that thing. I mean, that thing is survivable to an nth degree. It's unbelievable.
I knew you would find a way to make it a real tease. Thank you. See, can you imagine how I feel now when I watch this? I mean, this. this is wartime, and he does this. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, there's got to be Russians somewhere in Moscow pulling their heads out, trying to figure out a strategy and tactic on how they operationally target this thing and take it out. I mean, they're going to waste vast numbers of manpower, resources. This is a big deal. There's probably a crisis in the Kremlin right now.
Well, trust me, there's also somebody in the Fifth Directorate where they do all their propaganda research and how they actually can, interfere with us better. Who's sitting now and has to report to one of his superiors as to the success of the campaign with the tiny leopard, and he's going to say, "I didn't do anything; they did it for me."
Well, the good news is they actually, they've claimed that they've already started killing leopards in Russia or in Ukraine, right? So since they've already started killing them, their propaganda campaign is, look, now they're bringing in miniature ones because it's all they can afford to build.
Oh man, the tragic humor of this war is astonishing. And I mean, if you think about it, on the one hand, you have these massive atrocities, these terrible news all the time, and then there are these insane moments where you think, how is this even possible? And you're forced to laugh. But then my grandfather and also granduncle on the other side, they both said that during the Second World War, it was pretty much the same. There were things which were so hard not to laugh about, despite the fact that they knew that everything was shit and atrocious. The human condition of war or within war is outrageous if you think about it. I mean, I'm not even making a moral comment. It's just, it is insane.
It is, and I used to laugh when United States president would nominate someone for Secretary of Defense, and then I thought it was just to show that he had to go in front of the Senate and actually, be competent enough that the Senate would vote him in. Now that I know that really doesn't happen in Europe, I know why. I can see the value of actually having someone be able to be questioned by Parliament or by a governing body to say, please show me that you're competent to take this position.
Jerome, what happened?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was live.
Yeah,
I was stretching my.
That sounded as if you were punching.
I was stretching my back and didn't realize. Sorry, can I go? Sorry.
Of course, go ahead. You might need to unmute your mic though.
Yeah, apologies. I didn't know I was live. I didn't mean to step out of turn. This is the topic open? Can I ask a question?
Go right ahead. That's what we're here for.
Okay, so I don't know how to. It's more of a statement or a question, but the capabilities within a tank for defense, it seems like a lot. And is there ever a danger of, even with pilots, almost seems like the information for defensive measures for a tank, if that's correct, do they have some of the things I'm seeing? Is there a danger of information overload, like with pilots? Is there almost too much information, and would it cause another person to be put in to do this stuff? I don't know if that question makes sense. It just seemed from a tank perspective, it seems great to have defensive capabilities, but can they manage them without being overloaded, I guess?
Axel, I hope you are listening to that one.
The problem is I was sneezing like a dog and had to turn away. I apologize. I didn't catch that. Yeah. I completely failed to hear anything.
Okay, so first of all, let me restate with another part to it. Am I correct with defensive capabilities of a tank? Are they able now to fend off, say, an incoming rocket? And is there a danger of information overload given these capabilities? How does that manage with giving too much information?
Well, it depends which tank. For example, the A6 and the A7 of the Leopard can definitely deflect a number of, say, hits. Our friends, for example, the Brits with their Charlie 2 have taken up to 14 inbound man-pad rockets, and were, because the Charlie is significantly better protected than any other tank, and have survived. The survivability in Western tanks, depending on where you're hit and how you're hit, on the side is definitely different. If you're hit below the turret, it's definitely different. But for that, there are protective measures. And there's also a lot of deflective capacity and sensor technology, which matters a great deal in this regard. So you have anti-missile defense systems. Modern tanks do have better capacity in that regard. Can you target them? Yes. If you were to have tank-on-tank battle, the Russians don't have the capacity for this. Their tanks are shite. Let's put it this way. We will have the first shot in, a move, and a second shot before they have been able to act. And specifically due to night vision capabilities, Western tanks such as the Leopard 2, as well as the upgraded Leopard 1s, will be significantly impactful in that regard. We'll take them out before they know it. And if you have a full tank company, let's say you have really all 14 rolling, and you'll get, say, 8 shots out from 8 tanks and move the other 4 forward, let the whole company get at least 1 shot off before anybody else does anything, and then half the company another round of shots. You're at 21 hits, meaning lethal hits. You will take out a whole company on their end of tanks and IFVs, and therefore you can pierce through, you can open up, and that's what it's for.
Okay, so these defensive measures, they're not actually minor. They're just strictly layers of, say, active armor, things like that. There's no active measures they're taking that they would need to do, monitor, things like that.
There are active measures. That's what I said. There are sensor systems which allow you to have an active, say, you are reacting, of course, to something, but there are sensor systems which allow you to be significantly more evasive and deflective.
Okay, thank you. And thanks again every day.
You're very welcome.
I've tried and I've tried, but I cannot bring Nick Brown up. I'm so sorry.
Let me send him an invite. Yeah, I'll send him an invite.
I also can't see speaker requests, Axel, so I need a second, I'm afraid.
Not to worry, I'm cycling people up.
Yay, see? I knew that I would have some people waiting in the wings to come up.
Hey, Mockers. Hey, Axel. Just got a couple seconds here, a few minutes, and just wanted to jump on. And lots of talks about tanks, and that was a really interesting comment. Actually, you mind if I add just one little piece to that last to help? Was it Jeremy out just a little bit?
Sure.
So there are, more on the most advanced vehicles, and everyday technologies gaining. And when you Google the most advanced tanks or fighting vehicles, you'll see stuff about what's called active protection, and that's the ability for if there's incoming anti-tank rockets or certain different weapon systems that they have the ability to throw out. Or stuff like chaff, or even there's some that actually engage the rockets coming in. But for the most part, unlike a jet fighter where you have someone actively monitoring sensors, this is something that is more sensor controlled. Anti-tank rockets come in real fast, and the ability to pop chaff or put out something that's going to intercept it before it hits the vehicle. Now that's some of the future. I wouldn't say we'll probably see any of that on the vehicles going to Ukraine though.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for adding that for us. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify then, so what Colonel Jeff said, does that mean then that this tank that's been taken to Kyiv by Boris #2 is a stealth tank? If it's glass, is it see-through? It could cause real problems, couldn't it?
You
It's a
are
really
acting
good
in the best tradition of a court jester, Mark. Thank you.
I'm doing my best here. I may have serious questions later. Sorry, I'm just.
Please keep coming with this.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
Boris Pistorius has been so ridiculous with this photo, but he actually believes that it's seriously positive.
Well, it's all good. It's all, it's giving us a message, isn't it? That they're on their way, which is the main thing. So next time we'll get a slightly bigger one. And then suddenly they get the full size. That'll really take them by surprise.
You know what Reznikov probably would have said? It's growing on me.
There you go. So it's a bit like Axel. I know you like British television programs. Now I'm going to give you another British. It's an Irish television program, Father Ted. Remember Father Ted? Ever watched that?
Oh my God, you're digging deep into memory.
Well, it's not that old, but I remember there was one of the characters was a slightly dim Catholic priest, and he was being explained to him about the concept of perspective, and about it's like, is it little? Is it because it's further away, or is it actually genuinely small? So we could take Russians by surprise with the tank thing. They may not realize it's a big tank far away, but it's going to get closer. I'm perhaps stretching the analogies here. I'm going to go quiet again. Thank you very much indeed, and I hope everyone's keeping well.
Thank you, Mark. It's a pleasure. Can we now go to Nick, because he probably will have opinions on Father Ted as well.
Yeah, don't give up the day job, Mark. No, I put my hand up earlier I tried to put my hand up earlier, but about the sanctions thing. But I think we've moved on from that, and I think what Colonel just said was roughly right. We haven't got the primary sanctions working yet. In fact, the example the speaker gave of Carlsberg still operating in Russia, that's not a secondary sanctions issue. That's that we're not we're not capable of putting together structures to outwit capitalism, if you like. I mean, it's not Carlsberg doing business. No, it's a partially owned joint venture that it's owned through a family trust or something. Nothing to do with Carlsberg. And because we run on the rule of law, these people will always find a way to laugh at you if you especially on things like that. So on where it can be hidden behind company structures and blah blah blah. There was a nice win this week. The Daily Mail ran an article on 2 or 3 British companies that are operating in Russia, and Paul Smith, the suit manufacturer, has now pulled out. But Agent Provocateur Lingerie hasn't. So Russian men will be less well dressed, but apparently Russian women will continue to look sexy in their own heads. But you can't, we haven't done all the primary sanctions yet. We're still not telling Belgium not to sell diamonds there. And secondary sanctions would get farcical very quickly, because if somebody said, right, we now have to completely stop all trade with China, that isn't going to happen. You'd end up with a sort of pure block of about 4 countries in the middle, and you can't do that, and our populations wouldn't accept it. I think we've already dodged a bullet on energy prices by the markets and the alternative sources having sorted themselves out in terms of popular resistance or loss of popular support to the war when it starts to hit them in their pockets and in their daily lives. And I think I also think the effect of secondary sanctions would probably be absolutely minimal. Again, because countries like China are not going to pay any attention to them. So it would just end up getting us into yet more conflict with those parts of the world that already don't particularly agree with us on Ukraine, for I think very marginal potential benefit in terms of hurting the Russians. we all like to see the Russian consumer and Russian businesses suffer, but these things come down to what is the opportunity cost of doing that, what is the marginal cost of doing that, and I don't think if let's ramp up the primary sanctions and make them stick, and actually decide that we're going to put in the legal effort to, for example, stop Carlsberg getting money out of Russia from its joint venture, which is, I think, rather more important than having it, making beer. If Carlsberg is only doing that because it makes money, so let's find creative ways to make the primary sanctions work before we worry too much about what else is going on in the other countries.
Well, that's a very good point. Yeah, we've got to make the sanctions stick in the first place. Yeah, that makes a difference. Axel, I don't know if you've seen this, but I'm going to ask you about it because Doman was going to talk to me about it and he disappeared on me. So, are you sneezing?
No, I managed to actually get rid of this. It only comes typically in elements of 3. Sometimes I sneeze up to 12 times. It was 3, but thank you. Thanks for your concern.
Just confirming. And the Edge autonomy drone manufacturing plant in Latvia was on fire today. And although the fire has been put out now, it was said to have caused significant damage. And I just wondered if this seemed a tad suspicious.
Well, evidently, this is not an accident.
No, I didn't think so either. But yeah, I just it seems that something's gone on there.
Well, this is the thing. There's always risk in certain areas, and that just means that companies producing capability and assets and technology, which is then being used in order to defeat Mordor, have to deal with Sauron and Sauron's eye, and you have to make sure that you can defend yourself against it, which evidently will lead to a significantly better involvement of the security forces in the whole region, whether it is Finland, Sweden, the Baltics, Poland, you name it. We'll have to defend ourselves. And if we have fifth columns in various countries, they'll have to deal with that as well. That just, yeah, well, this is military intelligence, and we need to be better at it. I'm not saying that they're bad at it. It's just from time to time, one slips through.
So that's one that slipped through. Hi, David. Welcome up.
Hi. Yeah, I just had a comment on the secondary sanctions topic, and I was thinking, this is often an area where we say, well, there's nothing we can do about it because that would constrict the free market things that we're there to progress to protect. And I think the thing here is that there's an entirely different angle, which is public pressure. So you're perfectly right in saying, I think it was Nick, wasn't it, or Tim, saying that there's nothing we can do to. Well, first of all, that there's the step towards secondary sanctions is even more complicated than primary sanctions, and that we're not getting primary sanctions right yet. So why are we even thinking about secondary ones?
Well, David, may I beg to differ and help you in one regard, because there are certain areas where secondary sanctions can work exceptionally well, and you're not just because you're not perfect in one regard does not mean that you can't actually act in another. There are certain things in terms of banking which you can immediately do. You just need to actually talk to Monsieur Macron and force every French bank to stop working with companies which are still delivering or have recently delivered components through Turkey to Russia. Ouch! Sorry, somebody has to tell the French what to do? Maybe they should learn.
No, I totally
There's
agree
ways
with
of
you.
doing.
I mean,
There are certain areas where we can do this and where we have to inflict some pain. And as long as the United States of America are not willing to inflict more pain on the country they saved twice from being invaded, nothing is happening. But they should inflict some pain on the French. heavy duty pain.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, really. Yeah, I mean, the point was that there's this other aspect which is kind of neglected, I think, and you know, quite how we do anything about it. You know, creating a grassroots movement against Carlsberg, for example, is another point. But you know, the the success of the Leopards speaks volumes, right?
That's the point. Actually, that's a very good point. The way many people came together and generated that buzz and never kept it out of focus has helped a great deal to convince more and more politicians and bureaucrats on different levels that this matters a great deal. And because journalists got infected by it as well. So the same thing applies to the Falcons. The same thing applies to exactly that sanctions regime. Naming, shaming, and boycotting companies is something which the general public can and must do. Just like us here, it's a privilege and it's a pleasure being here, but it's also a moral imperative. If we fail to act now, they have it. And this is, by the way, what say Colonel Stewart also said. This is essentially the beginning of the Second World War in terms of timing. We can still do the right thing and do it quickly and do it harshly this time, decisively, with massive, absolutely relentless, disproportional force. If someone like Putin comes about and does what he does there, if his troops rape, pillage, loot, and mount by taping to the dead and raped mother the still alive baby to hide a grenade, as they did in Chernihiv, then there's absolutely nothing I would not approve of us doing. And it must be disproportional force.
I don't think there's many of us that would disagree there, Axel. I think after hearing that, all of us feel pretty much the same. Nick, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's about the popular will, but let's be clear. If you went and stood on a street corner in I think even the most pro-Ukrainian town and said, I'm trying to organize a boycott of Carlsberg because they have a minority share in a joint venture in Russia, it's a big ask. It's a big ask to get kind of a lot of signatures on that. People are sympathetic to Ukraine.
Beers.
Sure, but there are lots of beers. But people are sympathetic to Ukraine. We can all do something here by choosing what to. But realistically, that's not going to win the war, and I don't think it's a good use of our time and effort compared with other things we could be doing with our time. So these kind of things are annoying. It'd be great if Danish people got together and little protest outside the HQ or something. But we shouldn't, I think, overestimate how important Ukraine is to most people in their daily lives. And, it's a huge part of the life of everybody on this forum, but it really is not that important for the kind of volumes of people who you need to get mass movements going. So, in fact, to me, the most important thing is to ensure that we maintain the moral support of people so that the politicians can take the decisions. But the consumer boycott level, really, I don't think it's going to fly, and it might even backfire in some senses. So that's just my, slightly pessimistic perhaps, but view on this kind of thing. Let's get the big sanctions going and the military hardware, and let's see some battlefield victories. But we're lucky that most people in the West support Ukraine rather than Russia. We're already lucky in that respect. We shouldn't be, we shouldn't have to be, but we are. And we're already dealing with the disinformation from the tankies and the far right, who in some countries represent a substantial minority of the electorate. So, you know, let's do this intelligently, which is a very trite thing to say, for which I apologize. But I sometimes think we're getting a little bit ahead of what our populations are realistically prepared to do.
David, did you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I think you're completely right, Nick. I mean, you know, sometimes it's something that occurs to me. You know, I kind of sit in my own bubble. I've got my own worries, but you know, people I talk to, you know, generally this isn't the number one thing on the agenda, and it's kind of consistently staggering to me that that's the case. But that is the reality of it. You know, I don't know what the death toll is quite now with the earthquake, but that's let's say it's 5,000, for example. It's a lot of people, but it's a natural disaster which we could do absolutely nothing about. Yet here's something which we could actually do something about, where 1,000 people are dying a day. You know, whether they're Russians or not, it's kind of not here or there from my point of view. You know, the death toll down to man-made situation is much greater. So, you know, I don't know. I don't have an answer about this, but what makes me think you're being a little bit defeatist about, you know, maybe not the specific Carlsberg thing, but just the kind of the mass power part of open and free democracy, if you like, is things like this space, basically. And it's something that takes me aback. You know, you've got the whole open source intelligence community, you've got the whole open source software community. I mean, these are huge grassroots driven things that somehow exist. And I don't have the answers. I don't know exactly how these exist, but I do know that, for example, the Lithuanians managed to crowdfund drones, and so something there works. And I'd be curious to know how maybe we could get it to work as well. I think, you know, this space is making it work in one sense, but there are probably some more concrete ways we could make it work as well.
Lithuanians, of course, have considerably more experience of what it's like living next door to, and indeed being occupied by Russia. And I don't think there's anything, particularly in the UK, which hasn't been occupied by a foreign power for essentially ever. I think it is difficult to get that across, but yeah, it like you say, you know, all of a sudden it's Turkey. I mean, before that it was COVID, and the challenge is to stop people seeing Ukraine. You know, there's something in the sort of the big thing of the moment. So we had Brexit, then we had COVID, then we have Ukraine, and after a while, people's kind of meta view of the situation is there's always something terrible going on. You know, there's people coming on and telling us that we're bad for not helping this or bad for not helping that, and the tendency tends to be to switch off. And perhaps those of us here, you know, some of us may have switched off for Brexit or COVID or the Turkish earthquake. It's only that we're here by some sort of, you know, self-selecting group who happen to feel amazingly strongly about Ukraine. And I think it's also something we need to take into account, is that as time goes by, I don't think people will turn against Ukraine, but it will just become part of the background, unless, you know, and it pops. It's interesting actually when it pops back into the news when there's either a battlefield victory for Ukraine, or and this is perhaps not entirely unlinked to the battlefield victories, or when the mass graves are discovered, and that becomes news. But the ongoing war simply isn't news, and most people will only get interested in something if the news, whichever news outlet they use, so even social media, is talking about it. And I think the most important thing is to acknowledge that we can do is to acknowledge that that is the likely attitude of most of the population, and work within that, rather than imagining that we're going to be able to go out and get people, newly excited about something which they've kind of already discounted from their lives.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
absolutely. It's a matter of
yeah.
just keeping it on the burner somehow, and I guess that's what we're here to do. And
yeah,
I'm not claiming that we could suddenly gang together and get Carlsberg put out of business or anything like that. But like I say, there's the world of open source, and there's the world of open source intelligence that does literally incredible things on the basis of a bunch of people suddenly get together. And this space is, as I said, an example of that in the, well, how would you put it, the social political sphere, if you like. And it's a
I
good
would
thing.
like to, sorry, Nick, I would like to point to things, and I'm sorry, I'm busting in. But you talked about people, getting accustomed with this, and I wanted to mention, first of all, for Europe, right? So we are talking about Europe right now. We have had peace for 78 years, right? More or less. So that's one thing. So it wasn't as close as Ukraine from the start. If you go back in history, and if you look at history, usually anywhere between 20 and 50 years, you would have had a war. So basically, every other generation would have known what war is, which is not. My parents, for example, are 70, and they didn't see any war, and most other people actually in Europe. So this would have been one of the reasons for people paid attention, because it was really close to home, right? Much closer than Georgia, for example, which is actually on the other side of the sea, and not perceived as part of Europe as Ukraine is. So this would have been one reason for which it struck attention. The second was, from my point of view, the fact that people were worried at the beginning of the war, of the Third World War, of nuclear war, of upsetting Russia, because Russia is a nuclear power, and why are we upsetting Russia and not appeasing Russia, and why is not Ukraine appeasing Russia, and stuff like that. So all these narratives were preeminent at the beginning of the war. During 1 year of war, people kind of realized what's happening around the world. And apart from hitting home, as they saw, we are not dying of cold, right? Which was the prevalent narrative in the fall. We do have enough gas for our industry, so on and so forth. No one is without gas at the pump, so they can go around with their cars just like they did. Yes, we have some higher prices, but it's not that bad. So overall, people realized it's not that bad for them, right? So this would be because people are, I'm sorry to say, usually pretty selfish. What's in it for me, right? So this is actually why people kind of calmed down, and at some point they became rather insensitive, right? Because it's not, there is no fear involved. Right now, it's more about principles and what's happening. And I think, as David said, our role here in the space and in general as being aware of what's happening is to push that information out, right? To make people aware it's not done, and the fact that it's not affecting them personally, it's not actually really the point. So yeah, I wanted to add that. I'm sorry, Nick. Please go ahead. And sorry, I busted in from nowhere, basically. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think it's interesting, the question of whether Ukraine appears that much closer than Georgia to most Western Europeans. And I'm not sure that it does. A lot of Europeans, I think particularly people over 40, still imagine they know that they may know objectively this isn't true, but they still see the world in terms of Western and Eastern Europe. A lot of people until February of this year were still not quite sure what Ukraine was not somehow part of some. Do you remember when the Soviet Union collapsed and it was announced there was going to be a thing called the Commonwealth of Independent States, which I think even still exists, maybe? So a lot of people are pretty unclear about that. And I mean, there's a very large percentage of people all over Europe, including a great many in the United Kingdom, who don't realize that Ireland is a separate country. That's how kind of, sophisticated people are or aren't. I get asked, I with my Irish passport, people say, well, yeah, but what about Brexit? You left, no, Ireland didn't. Oh, but Northern Ireland, yeah, Northern Ireland's not Ireland. Well, it's got Ireland in it. That's the level of, so I don't think that Ukraine is perceived by
You
many.
you don't have a British passport.
I have both. But
I'm just messing with you, Nick. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I travel on my Irish passport. So I don't think. I think for a lot of people, Ukraine is a very far away country, and even the fact that it's on the border of Poland, for a lot of people in Western Europe, Poland is a far away country where they've never been. They grew up learning, as I say, people over 40. Poland was a country of shortages and Lech Wałęsa and communism, and they haven't been to Poland, and there is still this hangover. There is still this hangover among, and I mean, many of those people are in the political classes. Many of when the current generation of Western European political leaders were doing their interrailing trips as students in the 80s, they probably weren't going to Poland very often. And also remember I can't remember the exact date, but from 1993 to 1999, we had a war in the Balkans. And again, that also became pretty much part of the background noise. It wasn't clear who the aggressor was. At least it wasn't as clear who the aggressor was as it is in the present situation. But nonetheless, that was a lot closer. That was taking place, 100 kilometers up the road from Venice in some cases. And Western Europe didn't get terribly excited about it. So, yeah, don't underestimate the parochialism of a substantial percentage of Western Europeans, and maybe not actively isolationist, but not necessarily seeing Russia versus Ukraine in the way that, again, within this group, we see it as, it's kind of existential and the free world versus the, a lot of people are not fully on board with that. And, it's not difficult to find people who wouldn't say anything racist against dark people, it's not difficult to find them making some fairly caustic comments about how they perceive people from Romania and Bulgaria.
Or women. Or women.
No, but yeah, for the people of Central and Eastern Europe, they've lived under Russian influence. They know what's going on. Here in the West, we never really had that, and we got away with it. And as a result, we tend to be too complacent in terms of just how bad can Russia be, a little bit distrustful in terms of, well, just how much of a victim is Ukraine. And those things in the spectrum of, pro-Ukraine opinion from 0 up to 100, those things play into the numbers that you will see when you see that in a European country, 55 or 65% of people support Ukraine versus 85 or 90. I think that's part of the explanation. And I'm a social scientist, so I always have to talk in terms of percentage of variance explained, and these things are all on a continuum and everything's multiply determined. But I think that there is a section of Western European society that doesn't necessarily identify to the extent that we do here with the idea that Ukraine's our brother and should be in the EU as quickly as possible. And actually, I think that's one of the things about the summit last week, the EU summit in Kiev. One of the important things that some of the messaging there was to Ukraine, but some of the messaging was also to people in the West, and say, okay, not the tankies, not the neo-Nazis, but to the people in the middle of the road, to say, yeah, you know what, we are going to bring Ukraine into the European Union. It's not just a sort of hand-waving thing, which, say, with Turkey, frankly, it is. Ukraine will be an EU member before Turkey is, and that wouldn't have been something you would have forecast 20, 25 years ago. So these messages still need to be brought into the Western European population with repetition, with lots of, good news from Ukraine the whole time, because there's a whole generation of people who are not yet, they're not pro-Russia, but they're not that concerned. And it's kind of a people in the East fighting, Soviets fighting, the Ukrainians are flying MiGs. Aren't the MiGs the bad guy planes? Really, that level of discourse in some cases. So yeah, that's part of our job to inform.
I would like to push back a bit. So just a bit to bring a bit of a context. So the war in the former Yugoslavia, when it happened, it was so in 1991. It was pretty close to the moment when, let's say, the Iron Curtain fell, and the former Yugoslavia, as it was, began to crumble, right? Back then, they split and they had a war for 10 years, but it was perceived still as something internal to Yugoslavia, seen as a country formed by many other countries, right? Within it. But still something, I think we lost Nick. Maybe he got the call, but seems still something internal, like an internal business. Ukraine has been independent for 30 years. So this invasion was external. Yes, they were former part of the USSR, and I'm sure people know that. But still, they had time to portray themselves as an external entity, at least because they were seen at the Olympic Games with a different flag. I don't know. Some time has passed, right, between when they break up until now. So that would be one thing that I think separates the two wars as a in the way they are perceived, and the second one is social media. So one of the things that we didn't have back then, it was social media. One of the things that so if it wasn't in the newspapers or it wasn't at the TV, you didn't know what's happening. You didn't get pictures like 5 hours later with the mass graves. We found out about the mass graves probably some months later, and with blurred pictures and not with gruesome pictures like you can see on Telegram and any place else. So I think this is actually in Ukraine's advantage, this ability of delivering information on alternative channels that are not regulated as heavily, and they are not targeted to such a larger population. Because when you have, as you are a national TV, you cannot bring Ukraine every day. It's not gonna. Your entire country is not not gonna be interested in that topic, and commercial channels need audience, so they will kind of balance it out with other topics which are internal, if that makes sense. And I hope it does make sense. David, I saw Nick dropped. I hope it's just a call.
Yeah, and I don't want to paraphrase Nick or put words in Nick's mouth, but I think what he would say is that you're completely right to say, of course, that Ukraine has a separate identity and has been pretty successful in establishing that worldwide. Nevertheless, I think that let's say the average Joe's impression of Ukraine is still on its way from some way being part of the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, and somehow wrapped up with all that baggage still. I think also that what you're saying about social media is kind of the point that I was saying, that there's this kind of magic somehow with social media that seems to work, and I don't quite know how to tap into it, but there must be a way. And the second thing to do with that is that in some ways it's a double-edged sword. So we exist in this space, and we're very good at promoting Ukraine's interests, or Ukraine's interests at least as we see them. But we exist in our own goldfish bowl, and there are lots of spaces like this with all kinds of other people in. So there's a degree to which social media makes everything global on one hand, but also enables very finely granular organization at the same time.
Nick, I thought I hope you had a call, not got bored with my.
Yeah, I had a call, and it was a spammer trying to sell me cheaper electricity, which was, and you can't take a call and have the space playing, because even though I play the space over my headphones usually, as soon as you put the call into speaker mode, the space, it's horrible. So I first missed a minute or two of what you said, Anna, but I'm hearing the conversation coming to a very sensible conclusion. I agree with David. I mean, Andy, you from Romania, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. What percentage of Romanians would you say can read one or two words in the Cyrillic alphabet? Are people vaguely familiar with the Cyrillic alphabet?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And I guess most people in many Eastern European countries will be familiar with that. I mean, out here in the West, we use a backwards R the y sound. We use a backwards R as a way of, when we write the word Russia in an advertisement, Smirnoff vodka, it's from Russia. And, we could actually use the backwards R at the end to actually mean that vowel, but we put it at the front. The backwards R, the backwards N are just kind of tropes of Russia really. So, something as simple as the Cyrillic alphabet totally defeats 99%, including many very well-educated people, 99% of French and German and British people cannot even recognize the word Russia written in Cyrillic. So things as simple as that, that's the level of and this is not a criticism of those people, but to give you an idea of the problem you're up against, people will associate 2 Cyrillic letters in a row with Russia, not with Ukraine. And that's already the level of the PR, the public relations problem that Ukraine has to deal with. Is their alphabet looks Russian. That's as stark as I can put it. So we all have to. We've all got a lot of work to do. We've all got a ton of work to do.
Can we have a pillow fight right now?
Sorry? Come again? I didn't understand.
Sorry, who's speaking?
To Dust, are you speaking with us?
I am beautiful. Can we have a pillow fight right now?
Can we have what?
A pillow fight.
I think I think To Dust just dropped. Yeah. Yes, Nick, can you hear me?
Mic check.
Nick, can you not hear Amber anymore?
I think he doesn't. I will drop and come back again.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry, I had a headphone problem, but To Dust seems to have dropped. Anyway,
Yeah.
I have to go and cook. I think we have something of a consensus. I have to go and cook but that idea occurred to me about the Cyrillic alphabet, and show 100 people in the street the word Ukraine or the word Russian written in Russian or Ukrainian and ask them what language it is. And people will not say, oh, it could be Russian or Ukrainian or Bulgarian or perhaps Serbian. They're going to say Russian. So, Russia already has that kind of cultural position in the minds of people in Western Europe, and the 2,500 kilometers from here to Kiev, you lose a lot of subtlety compared to where you are up against the border there. And
You're probably right about that. Romanian language is a Latin language, but we are surrounded by countries which use various forms of Cyrillic alphabet. And for example, I didn't know all the subtleties. I have to admit this. I didn't know all the subtleties of Ukrainian language, or that they did have or didn't have some letters, because it didn't. It wasn't prevalent for me, but I know better the country because it's close to mine, right? It's my neighbor. You know better the United Kingdom or France or other countries because they are closer to you, and probably I know less about them. But I can see your point. And I will think about that. And from
I was going to say, are there some letters in Russian that are not in the Ukrainian alphabet? I know that Ukrainian has the I with the 2 dots on it because I've got that in my name. But I wondered if are there also some Russian letters that don't get used in Ukrainian?
Yes, there are. I have to search for them. I did a check at some point, and yes, there are some in reverse, right?
I'd love it if you could DM me them. Thanks. I got to go cook.
All right.
There's a letter U, which is like a 61 shape. That's typically not in Ukrainian, as far as I can remember.
All right. All right. Mokers, I don't know. I think Yana was first, and then Ioana. Yana, are you from the Czech Republic? Did I remember correctly?
Hi, Anda. Yes, well, you did. Well, I'm really I'm from Slovakia, but I also lived in the Czech Republic, and obviously I also. So yeah.
Mokers, mic check.
Yeah, I think Yana's cutting out a bit there.
Yana, unfortunately, I don't know if you can hear me, but I cannot hear you at all. So I hear bits and pieces of sounds that don't make technically a word. Could you try to if you hear me, could you try to
down then.
drop and
In the meantime, we can go to Ivana.
Thank you, Marcus. And I have 3 quick points to Nick's intervention and to Anda. Yes, indeed, in Romania, a large part of the population is familiar with the Cyrillic alphabet, but it's mostly those who are educated before the 90s, because Russia was kind of mandatory in the Romanian curriculum because of the Russians' influence, of course, on communist countries. After the 90s, less and less people learned Russian, and it was practically removed from the curriculum in all the schools. I guess some exotic schools may still have it, but it's rare. But the second point is that nowadays, with all the applications that translate everything, you don't really need to know the Cyrillic alphabet. So this difference, even if it is a very important difference, doesn't really matter anymore. If you want to read something written in Cyrillic, you have the opportunity to do it quite easily with your phone or whatever. So yeah, and my third point was that to what Nick was saying about the influence of Russian culture in the Slavic cultures. I believe that there is a thing called Slavic studies, which we can find in almost all prestigious universities. The problem with the Slavic studies is that probably 80% is Russian culture, and the other countries, and there are many countries with Slavic languages and Slavic heritage, are not really considered too much. And being focused on the Russian culture, I don't know if you, well, maybe everybody is familiar with the propaganda and how it works in Russia, but they are very subtle. They are introducing political items in the education. And I really had an argument like a few months ago, probably in another space, with somebody who claimed to be a specialist in Slavic studies and practically did know anything about the reality in Russia and in former Slavic countries. So yeah, they are promoting their way of being like this, the Russian mir. I hate this combination of words. They are promoting it everywhere possible, and they are everything that is Slavic studies is filled with Russian talking points. So maybe there is a time for a real change right now, because Slavic culture is a culture, and there are many countries in it, and maybe there is time to put an end to Russia's influence on this and do a proper Slavic studies curriculum. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ioana. Yana, shall we give you another try? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, well, first of all, I will react to Ioana. Thank you so much for bringing this up, because this is the feeling that I have had, or the impression, and I kind of am not able to express it, because the Slavic studies or anything that I ever encountered, like in the beginning of Facebook, there were some groups that were about Slavic culture. And then I tried to join, and I thought, oh, that's fantastic, because I live somewhere else in the world. I want to see something about my culture. And it was just like a primitive and really strange things that were absolutely not familiar. And yeah, of course, it's more of a Russian culture than a Slavic culture. But okay, that's just my impressions. But why I originally raised my hand was I wanted to react, and I don't want to repeat everything that was said. It's just I kind of agree with Nick, because I live with one hand in former Czechoslovakia, in Slovakia and Czechia, and with one hand in the Netherlands. And I really have to say that the people in the Netherlands kind of do react to these news cycles. And when the war started, everybody was concerned, and it was really very nice and supportive, and everybody was concerned. And me, like kind of an exotic person from the East, like, oh my God, do you have a family there? No, but we are a different country. But oh my God, your people must suffer so much. No, it's we are still a different country. But it was really nice to see the support, and everybody was trying, and many of my colleagues even took refugees home. It was really great support. And now, indeed, there is like nobody really thinks about the war in Ukraine, because it does feel far away to people. But why I wanted to say this, and it's different in Slovakia and Czechia, because people really there experience the Russian oppression, even though not totally directly, and people there are like painfully every day aware what is going on. So why I am saying all this again is that I took it as kind of my personal mission to really inform people. So I do try to talk to people in my everyday life and let them know. And it really because this Russian propaganda and talking points are so pervasive. And I, for example, experienced just one example. I experienced when the leopards were finally going to Ukraine. I was very happy. So my colleague asked me, and she's very smart and hardworking, and not she's kind of like a millennial. And she said, "Oh, why are you so happy?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm very happy because of the leopards." And she said, "I'm not so happy about that, because that means World War III." So I really took it upon myself to really explain, and I just keep explaining when I'm not here. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Yana. Yes, I think it's actually shocking, right? When you hear something like that. Ioana?
Oh, I think Tony was first, but I will be quick. A few days ago, maybe a week ago, on the Institute for the Study of War, there was a very interesting assessment on the red lines of Russian Federation and, of course, President Putin on different things. And while the tanks were a red line before the agreement was concluded between the coalition of countries in Europe and the United States and Canada to deliver the tanks. After it, basically the main point was how bad are the Western tanks, and the fact that Ukraine will receive tanks means nothing, and the Russian T-90 or Armata or whatever will make them disappear in a minute. So yeah, the red line is moving post-polls, you know, and they present it as an escalation, but then they just duck. They are too coward to do anything else. So it's basically how it works for Russia. They are constantly menacing the world with I don't know what power, but in fact, no, they will do nothing, and that's the way to behave with a bully. You don't appease a bully. You just stand up to him or to it. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ioana. Go ahead, Amanda.
No, I just wanted to thank you, Anna, and to go to Tony.
Hello, was that for me, Anda?
Yes, hi.
Hello to all the United Nations of MriyaReport, the real United Nations. I just wanted to mention regarding the sanctions that was being discussed with Nick and Axel. There was a Russian oligarch that just bought an airport in Germany. What's his name? Viktor Vladimirovich. He's just bought an airport. He's under the sanctions list. I've posted it to you, Ockers, also. Just wondering on what the true nature of that is. If Axel's about.
Alas, Axel is not about right now. He is coming back shortly, so maybe we'll put that question to him.
Yeah, I've done a post on it. Plus, just been discussing with Ming, that 767 seems to have been repaired in Thailand, and it's been flying again back and forth. Just wanted to mention that. And maybe Ming can elaborate more on it.
You
Hello?
mean yes, I'm sorry. You mean the one that was so instead of being repaired in Turkey, it's now repaired in Thailand?
No. The Azure flight that had its engine blow up and tyres catch fire in Phuket, Thailand on Saturday. I've been trying to track it. It seemed to be not have left Phuket, but then there were reports from aviation websites that it actually departed. And just today with Ming, I found out that it has been repaired, unless they're changing the registration numbers. I'm not sure. Maybe Ming can elaborate more on it. Yeah. So it has been repaired contrary to the sanctions.
I think when you've got enough money, there's always somebody willing to do something.
Yeah, just highlighting it anyway. It's all wrong, and the sanctions aren't working. Maybe we should get a couple of politicians on here, Republicans and Australian politicians, to ask them the questions. Yeah.
Well, let us do this. Send me a tweet or the article or send me something, and what we can do is to actually tag and send this information further to the Ukrainian ambassador in Australia. and maybe he can put some pressure to see what's happening. What do you say about that?
Sure, I'll do that. I'll do that now.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for bringing it up. All right. So Karin is coming up, and you are listening to the Maria Report. We are here 24/7, and you are always welcome to come up. So thank you very much for being here, and Karin, welcome up.
You hear me?
Yeah, Karin, I'm sorry. Your mic is all off, and I don't know why. It's happening. That was not my fault. Usually in life, I'm accustomed with being at fault for various reasons. Yeah, the fact that it's cold outside, it's one of my doings. In case you are not aware, so I'm joking. I wasn't aware about the plane that Tony was talking about. But I will look further into that and see if we can have other details. What I have seen, mockers, and I thought it's really gruesome. I saw a piece of a video, right? It was a clip from a drone on the battlefield, and basically what you see is some Wagner troops taking away their leader, which is hurt, and your first thought is they are saving him, but actually they were not. They will taking him behind a shed and helping him meet his maker faster. And actually, I was when you know that something is happening, but you actually can barely believe it does when you see it. It's like this is they are like animals, and actually this is the reaction of the Ukrainians who were observing this. Like, they are animals. Like, at least give him a clean death, I don't know, it shocked me, actually. So yeah, I'm gruesome at this time of hour.
I did see that, yes, and I've been following some tales of how they are recruiting, and apparently the main Wagner people basically terrify anybody that they're recruiting. They apparently show them an instructional video on how they execute people. And then they usually do a real life demonstration, and that's apparently enough to motivate some of those people into making decisions they might otherwise not. That was really diplomatic, wasn't it? I was impressed with myself. So, as a result of that sort of, education, you would think that maybe that guy might tell on them. He might say they left me, without any cover, and that's why I got shot, or whatever. Yeah, maybe he wasn't very happy with them, and they decided that it wasn't worth the risk. I just don't know, but it's very every man for himself. Yeah. Oh well, it's one less person the Ukrainians have to deal with. And the thing is, if they'd have come across him, what would they have done first? They'd have given him first aid, and that's the difference. Ioana, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about something jolly. I see that there are a lot of ladies here, so I wanted to ask you, what do you think that follows after a Lada, after groceries, after frozen fish, and after potatoes and carrots?
I think I know this one. Is it a beautiful fur coat?
Yes, and not just one, many of them. And the ladies that receive them in exchange for their dead husbands seem very pleased with them. So, yeah.
Sorry, what?
Would you like? I don't know. It's just, first of all, I do not like the fur coats. I believe that they are damaging. Yeah, I'm not agreeing with them. I hope it's synthetic. And second, really, a fur coat? Like, find another husband or what? It's just, I don't know. Sorry for this. Yeah, I just wanted to make a joke. I'm really fed up with all those videos showing a lot of atrocities, and I look at them because I cannot look away. But yeah, it's complicated. So yeah, they receive fur coats. I guess they find some money to give them the fur coats.
Well, I would imagine that they've had these fur coats lying around because, let's face it, shops and businesses have been pulling out of Russia left, right, and centre, and basically just washing their hands and saying, "Okay, we're taking a loss on that. We're not going to get that stuff back." So perhaps they had a glut of fur coats, and there's an expression in the UK: "Fur coat, no, yeah." You can have the last bit yourself. And yeah, so apparently Russian ladies are enjoying nice, well, whatever, fur coats, and that makes it all the better that your husband's left. But we have appreciated the culture in Russia to the point where we know that it is quite customary, apparently, to batter your wife. So maybe the fur coat does make up for it after all. Karen, let's see if we can hear you properly now.
Hi, girls. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone who's listening, and thank you for hosting the space. I was actually going to talk a little bit about comment the Boeing question from before, but I don't have to if you moved on. But then I will just note that I know why it's potatoes and carrots, because I just took a good look at the vegetable market the day before yesterday, and Russia had a lot of potatoes and carrots in stock. So, but I have something else if you wanna feel like listening to a bit of numbers from Russia. I got it from the Moscow Times finance account. Anyone up for a bit of unemployment and falling birth rates?
Sounds like terrible news all round. Please go ahead.
I'll see if we can find out my notes. So the sources are a bit from Rostat and from Russian bank, and the account from the Moscow Times Finance. So you talked a bit about the children yesterday, Marcus, and it's a huge problem, and I've been looking into this for a long time now. But what I did find out that, and we talked about this for 8 months ago, that the birth rate in Russia was falling, and it's been falling from last year with about a third. It was about 2 million a year, 2 million newborn babies in Russia approximately a year. It's gone down now to 1.2 million, and in 23, in 23 we'll go down to 1.2 million, and it's a locomotive. It's a process, and they can't stop it. And the bottom, where it's not reached yet, so we'll go approximately into 2024 to 1 million newborns, and that would be the lowest since the 90s, where they really were low. So that explains a lot why they're grabbing at people and babies. And in addition to that, Russia published that they had everything was fine. Everything was going according to plan. But there's quite a bit of dark figures in the figures that do get out. And the unemployment is actually about 13%. They have a lot of people either part-time employed or on leave with no money, no salary. And the unemployment is actually in the metal factories, in furniture, in food, automobiles, as we know, that's nearly 8%. Appliances, and also in pharmaceuticals. And they are about pharmaceuticals, they are down with between 40 and 60% in standard pharmaceuticals that we will use in war, painkillers. There's a long list. I was sorry for that, but it's not going that well. So yeah, I didn't hope I messed too much up, but yeah, that was a bit of numbers.
Thank you very much for that. And yeah, that's it's very interesting that the people which are more immediately unemployed are those who are in some sort of manufacture. And it's just going to show that sanctions actually do work, because they can't manufacture those items, so they can't employ those people. And I have actually heard from a number of sources in Russia that it can be quite common to go into work and continue to go into work, but not actually receive payment. And that is one of the ways they keep their costs down, obviously, and they keep their employment figures down, or unemployment figures down, because people are technically still employed, they're just not getting paid for it. And in some cases, they're literally taking things apart and putting them back together again, because it's giving them something to do. So yeah, I'm not surprised, to be fair. I'm glad to see that the sanctions are really biting. Go on, Karen, if you want to come back on that.
It was just, I just have a bit more figures that I tweeted out yesterday, or the day before yesterday. FSB came out with some data on the border crossing from Russia to Caucasus, and that was the crossing was 5 point. I'm not sure. I think it was like 5.6 million people, and the percentage in which there are Russian tourists or immigrants in Caucasus is doubled with many hundreds. So that's one thing. The other thing is that they just started to prepare migration officers in Kazakhstan and Tajikistan, and these two, maybe Uzbekistan too, where you can, as a citizen, go in and have a medical check, learn a bit of Russian, know the Russian customs, and buy yourself a Russian passport and go to Russia to work. But there's no work. I can see that in the data. But I also saw another article, because I read the Chechen newspapers, that this is from Russia, set up as a very nicely friendly cooperation between countries. And there was like a paragraph where it stood, when people have a Russian passport, we definitely demand that they do their duty and go to war. So I see that's like a hidden kind of mobilization. So that was quite interesting, I think. And they're also opening airports actually now for Caucasus, Russia to Caucasus. Yeah, so that was it.
Thank you for that bit of extra colour there. And it is a trap to have that Russian passport. They have actually been denying people going back home because they may or may not be on a mobilisation list. And also, they've talked about mobilising the unemployed. So, you know, that gets their unemployment figures down quite considerably, I would imagine. It's one way to get rid of the undesirables, isn't it? And they've also, I think, never really stopped with the mobilisation. We've seen, excuse me, buses of people being sort of hauled off to places. I truly think that they're scratching about for anybody they can get in and mobilise without it actually having an impact on the people that may have more opinions, shall we say, or may actually have opinions that matter.
Yeah, bless you. Did you see, Marcus, when there are some Russian refugees or immigrants or whatever, call it, that they don't get their passport renewed and they do not achieve refugee status in the country. They're trapped. So there are a handful, I think, in the South Korean airport that's been living there for months. Did you see that?
I did see that, yes. That's some dedication to not going to war, shall we say, at least.
Yes, yes, definitely. I'll drop down.
I think even the smallest of animals has some sort of self-preservation. Let's just put it that way. Alex, my darling Alex, it's good to see you. I'm very cheerful that you've come up to talk to us. Please go ahead.
Good to see you too. Thank you. There were a lot of topics I wanted to discuss, but regarding culture or economy in Russia, and I don't know if you had a chance to discuss this. Probably a couple of days ago, there were new information for month of January, and so the revenue of Russian budget, they split it two ways. They do it like oil related or energy related, and it is down by 46%. And non-energy related is down by 28%. That's revenue side. So if you do the math, depending on what is the percentage of oil and gas-based revenue, I think it is something between 40 to 60%, depending on how you want to count it. So it would translate into a drop in revenue comparing to last year between 30 and 50%, which is very significant. And on the other hand, their expenses have dramatically went up. I think they already spent like almost half of last year's expenditure, the whole year's, which is it went dramatically up. So they will run the deficit, and I don't know for how much longer this economy will can continue like this without collapsing. I don't think it will go for very long. Now, of course, they can, try to force people work for free, like, continue working. Your salary, you'll receive it like 1 year from now or something like that. And looks like they are already doing stuff like that, but still, it's the sanctions are working actually, and big portion of the sanctions have just kicked in. So, for example, there was sanctions on crude oil, but there were also sanctions of stuff like diesel and other product that they are not very sophisticated product, but they kind of are made of crude. And Russia was actually exporting a lot of it. So apparently what is happening now is those sanctions kick in. So Russians now have to continue selling crude to India and China, which now those refineries in India are refining this and selling kind of product, oil-based product like diesel and stuff to Russian customers. So it's really very tough place for Russia to be in, because they continue to do it because they cannot shut down the oil well. They don't know what to do with the oil. And if they shut down the well, they won't be able to kind of recover it anymore. So they just, sometimes they do it, at a loss. They hardly get enough revenue to break even, but they still continue doing it to keep it operational. And with that type of business, you won't. This can't last for too long. Another comment I wanted to make is yes, indeed, we were all looking at. There was actually a lot of advertising in, especially rural Russia, where people who lost their, family members in a war, they were getting ladders. But turns out there were only a couple of such families who got ladders. These days, it's much more. They do get like potatoes and carrots instead, and it's very weird. On one hand, you would think that, these people are really crazy. They kind of exchange their kind of family members for a bag of potatoes. But yeah, it's this is how propaganda is brainwashing people. I mean, Russian people, because they think they sent their family members to this war for a good cause, and then because the government tells the local authorities to take care of those families, and those authorities, they already stole all the money they could get. So there is nothing left but bag of potatoes and carrots. So and they make these propaganda shootings on a TV, showing how they, take care of these families, giving them a bag of potatoes and like hearing back, "Thank you for taking care of us." But it's really Orwellian world. It's I don't know but on the front line, on the other hand, you would see a lot of times people, they just again, it's hard to get any kind of statistics, but Putin is, putting a good face on a very bad situation, like putting a lipstick on a pig, but he can't go for very long this way. Like, if you look at just last night's losses of Russian army losses, they lost over 1,000 people. So apparently they keep trying to get more and more towns in Ukraine. Like right now, they are all the whole army is in Bakhmut, pretty much, and Ukrainians are, they get some weapon these days, so they can destroy, hundreds, and like I said, last night it was over 1,000 casualties for Russian side. And even though the propaganda does not, I wonder what's the morale of those people in Russian front lines. That was not a coincidence that, those people from Wagner, they killed their commander instead of trying to save him. Or there were other places, in Voronezh, some mobilized people ran away. Those stories happen more and more. And some people even say that Russia will barely be able to mobilize any significant numbers anymore, because like the information is out there already. They cannot recruit prisoners, because like 9 prisoners out of 10 are already dead. And it's I think this is coming for Russia, the reckoning day. Just too long probably for a comment, but it was good to hear back and be back.
Thank you, Alex, and it's lovely to hear you. And yes, I I have to agree that there's a precipice, and they're getting ever closer to it. We see the cracks appear in their economy. I believe finance, one of his favourite terms, is hosed. Their economy is hosed. They are currently, I believe, selling yen to close the gap. I don't know how much that's going to do for them. Not an economist, but I would say if you're struggling to, and selling off your foreign currency reserves, it does seem a bit serious. Call me whimsical, but it does seem as though they're in a bit of a bind. And also with regards to, the general state of affairs, their revenues are vastly reduced because they can't produce what they used to. And like you said, with their oil and gas, not only is it becoming more expensive for them to produce it, but also the price cap has caused a certain amount of lost revenue for them there, because it's getting more and more difficult for them to sell it, but they have to still draw it out of the ground because they can't close the wells. they're in a bit of a catch-22 situation where the buyers got more power over them, and that's a terrible shame. It really is. Chris, I see your hand up there.
Good evening, Mockers, and Joanna, everybody else who's around. I was listening to the earlier discussion on sanctions, and just wanted to add a different angle into it, Mockers. It's sort of connected to the U control and RU assets discussion that we had this morning, but it's a new little bit of news and a sort of a bit of a different angle. So I may not be an expert on bits of this and pronunciation and that, but there's an interesting law that started in the UK, but for some reason it was removed from the law in the UK, but it still exists in America, and it's called the Ketam law, or otherwise known as the whistleblower law. And the whistleblower law basically allows a whistleblower to share in the proceeds of a successful prosecution of a number of things, but the particular case in interest here is Russian sanctions breakers, in the package signed off by Biden at the end of last year, that whistleblower law was strengthened specifically to try and help more sanctions cases against the Russians succeed. So I've actually tweeted this, and I just sent it to Anda as well. But it's sort of, like I think Anda actually did mention something like, we need to appeal to people's I don't know, sense of greed or whatever it was that she said, right? But this is another like angle on it. I think earlier on you were discussing, the idea of all getting together, if you like, banding together, like Free the Leopards, and trying to, push for more sanctions and more effective sanctions. Well, this is a way where people can be incentivized basically to whistleblow on companies breaking the sanctions, and then they can hopefully be successfully prosecuted. So I thought I might just add that to the discussion.
Thank you, Chris. I was actually looking at the article. Did I receive it? You know what I'm looking for? I'm horrible, and I'm sorry. I'm from I'm coming from a country in which during the and Joanna can tell you about this. During the communist times, it was a national sport for people to tell on others. Therefore, strictly saying, in my country, being a whistleblower is not good, basically. Something close to a traitor in the eyes of many. And my question, what I didn't have time to peruse it until the end. So my question is, how do you check it's it's true. So how do you check that the person who actually is blowing the whistle, right, is not doing so because, I don't know, I don't like you, Chris, so I will call somebody and said you did something bad, just because I don't like you, right? And then you I don't know, you're in trouble. Do you understand my?
Oh, I absolutely understand you, and I absolutely understand you. Well, this is sort of interesting, right? Because and obviously, I think I could persuade you to the idea of whistleblowing if it meant that it would bring Russia down quicker, right? I think I might persuade you that, right? So, but as you say, right, you know, we wouldn't want to accuse anybody falsely, would we? Right?
Exactly.
Right. So, okay. So interestingly enough, right, when you control and RU assets, you know, came up to speak on the space, there were a number of contacts of 2U control that came from that, right? And one of them was a company in the US where that basically said, "Oh, I see. So you control an RU assets, right? You can help us to find the evidence or some of the evidence of sanctions breaking, and we can do the legal prosecution in the US, right?" And so actually, and again, like, I'm not an expert on this bit, Andrew, right? But what I do know, there's a whole industry in the US of like law firms that specialize in, you know, whistleblower prosecutions and that, right? But the answer to your question is that, you know, before the prosecution would go ahead, there is deep investigation into it to see whether it is indeed, you know, just somebody, as we would say in the UK, dobbing somebody else in, or whether it really is true, right? So there's a lot of work that goes in. So I read about somebody that got paid $6 million because of the successful prosecution of a sanctions breaker, right? Well, they didn't get their $6 million until there was an awful lot of verification done of, you know, the claim that had been made, if you like. Yeah. And then, by the way, often, you know, whistleblowers are put into hiding, shall we say, for obvious reasons, right? Yeah.
If the reward is 6 million, I imagine the damage was extensive. So
yeah, because
yeah,
that would be a proportion of the you know, the amount that they were, you know, charged with, or that was recovered, or whatever. Yeah. But so that, I think, hopefully I've answered your question to the best of my ability. And that, you know, I've obviously it would be very closely verified, you know, before the case even was brought to court, because basically there are firms in the US that, I mean, they don't want to bring it to court, and unless it's going to get through, because it's a waste of everybody's time, isn't it, and money.
it is. Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Leeway, I think you're next, and then Tony, and then Galmon.
Afternoon, good evening, Anda, Markers. Yeah, I wanted to talk about sanctions, and they've come up a couple of times today in the last few hours, and then disappeared. And I guess my concern is that it feels to me like sanctions have pretty much slipped, as a general topic, have pretty much slipped between the cracks, and we've kind of lost interest in them. And I really think we need to look for opportunities to raise the profile of sanctions, and for two basic reasons that I can think of. One is that whenever the kinetic part of this war is over, and who knows when that's going to be, the leverage that's going to remain is going to be the result of sanctions. And that's the way it looks to me, is like sanctions, whatever sanctions are in place at that point, are going to be the long-term leverage that the West has in dealing with ongoing Russian aggression. And so whatever we can do to have sanctions in place is a good thing. And the other reason is that putting them in the news, I feel like, gives people a reason to rally around the pro-Ukraine effort without it looking like it's just another way to spend money, because that, that's the accusation, is that all we want to do is just spend money, and in some people's mind waste it in Ukraine. And whatever we can do with sanctions looks more like kind of standing up to the bully in a non-financial sense. And I don't want to make it sound like we shouldn't be spending money or sending weapons or whatever, but it's relatively inexpensive. And even if the sanctions appear not to be massively influential, it really could be that Russia is at a tipping point, and we won't know when their economy's at a tipping point until afterwards. So I just like to see sanctions promoted wherever we can. It's kind of a soft thing that we can do as a community here. And in some cases, they're going to be very local. Earlier on, the conversation came up and suggestion of Carlsberg beer. Well, who's going to get behind, sanctioning Carlsberg for licensing their activities in Russia? But maybe it only takes the Danes to do it, and it doesn't take the whole world necessarily to execute a particular sanction. So anyway, that's my bit on sanctions. More, better, and keep on the pressure. Thanks.
Thank you. Tony?
Oh, and because I just wanted to check whether you got those links and screenshots. I've just I'm not too savvy with Twitter and that. I've just put it in a tweet, but headed with your name first. Your name, Baltic Tiger and MriyaReport. So there's two tweets. One's about the 767, and the other regarding the oligarch that bought the airport.
He didn't.
Anyway,
He did not buy it yet. He made a binding
oh,
offer.
that's cool.
He made a binding offer. It has to go through a series of approvals and permits. One of the minority shareholders of Frankfurt Hahn Airport, an entity which is currently in bankruptcy and therefore has issues, One of the minority shareholders is Helaba, one of the single largest, it's the state of Hesse through Helaba, but it doesn't matter. The state of Hesse, which is close by, it's not the state where this is located, has a significant interest in this. So, and the statements were made earlier today that they see it very critically. Now, just in order to translate this from German into plain English, if a state in Germany, a federal state, and its asset management division, if you so like, or its politicians state that something is of critical importance, and they view the potential purchase or the execution and conveyance of shares as something which is, they see it very critically, this thing will never ever happen. Are we clear?
Okay. Yeah,
There you
that's
go.
good. But I'm just saying, I'm just a construction worker, Axel. I'm not a
That's fine. That's why
legal.
I'm trying to. You
So,
see, this is why I'm here.
yeah.
I'm trying to make this plain English, because I apologize for the, shall we say, communication gobbledygook the Germans are creating.
No, I appreciate it. Cheers. Okay, I'll stand down.
Always welcome.
The Goldman, please go ahead.
Did you see the Goldman? Is it now the Goldman? I thought he was the Philadelphian.
Yeah, I am that too. Call me what you want. I don't care.
Can I call you Susan,
Bill,
or
Joe.
can I call you Sue?
I don't like it, but I guess you can call me. It's not.
Just say it. Just sing it. You can call me Sue.
I'm not going to sing it. I'm not Johnny Cash.
So tell us, please, before you go serious, can you please tell us what kind of a tailgating barbecue you will be having?
Well, since it'll be in the Phoenix Desert, or it'll be probably lots of Tex-Mex things of the sort, I'm guessing. But, it's, we'll find out. That's what it was last time I was there. How's that?
Sounds about right. I hear there are Eagles fans in a pub there around the stadium, so they're all very supportive. And you have already bought up close to 40% of all tickets.
Yeah, that's the statistics that they published said that of all the tickets bought online, that 30% of them came from the greater Philadelphia area, and 10% of them came from the greater Kansas City area. So I'm expecting 3 friends for every opponent when I get there, which is not unusual. If you follow the Philadelphia Eagles, you really know that we really don't have any quote unquote away games, because Eagles fans usually are more than 50% of the fans even at the away games. So Eagles fans travel. So it's always a home game. So I expected nothing less for the Super Bowl. Every year I go to a away game, and every year it's there are more Eagles fans than there are the opponent. As a matter of fact, I went to Arizona this year to watch the Eagles play the Cardinals in Arizona, and the Eagles fans took over
Look,
the
I'm really
stadium.
not interested in. That's not why I'm on this space.
Sorry, Pab. If you
sorry.
have an issue with comic relief for a second after we've had other things, I can't help you, because the Gorman and I have been running here on this space for many months, heavy-duty data on helicopters, air wings, and the likes. And if you're not there on this space for that, I can't help you at the moment, because we were just actually being relieved for a second. We had a long day, and please respect that as well, okay? And we'll be happy to address your question. Are we in agreement?
She had a connection issue.
Okay, enough with let's okay. We'll take a time out. We can do some more later.
Sure. And may I just highlight why I reacted like this? Because my friend and colleague Tim, who's currently traveling from Zaporizhia to Kiev, and if you're listening, please listen carefully, has been in Zaporizhia going through discussions with people who have just returned from essentially Bakhmut. We've had a few days ago the lead engineer of Odessa port, who nobody else other than us actually had the pleasure to interview and have a chat with, because thankfully Ukrosalesnitsia and their Alexander Commission had opened up the gate for us to get a closer look to this so that we could carry out the news to the world. And these guys have been actually hit various times. The grain silos in Odessa port were burning, if you may remember. These guys were in there and out there when these missiles hit. So I don't take lightly if somebody denies us 30 seconds to 45 seconds of comic relief. But thank you.
And I'll just point out NHL 360 will be at the Super Bowl also, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that is represented there. Right? You know, when they were in Germany at halftime, they had a big ceremony. I'm hoping, as I'm there, to see something similar and a similar response from the United States. I don't expect anything less. So
greatest,
there is a thread.
Greatest show on earth. After the World Cup final in football, the American football Super Bowl is the biggest show you can find. And if this stage allows now, those heroes who have been fighting in Ukrainian colors and who are American football players and can actually bring this message out there, this is one of the best things which can happen.
Yep, agree 100%. So what I come up for, and I wanted to add a slightly additional information to the whole whistleblower thing. When you get to things like whistleblowers, it's not unusual if there's a frivolous suit where it's really vindictive, that the judge can order, one side to pay all the other side's legal cost. So there is something at stake if the suit is deemed frivolous by the judge. So the only thing that goes to prosecution are things that are well investigated, where there's very little risk of an attorney going to the court and saying, "Hey, I have a whistleblower. He wants to tell on somebody," and it being frivolous. All the cost of the other side can be deemed chargeable by the judge if it's frivolous. So there are checks and balances.
I'm really glad because that makes them accountable too. And I think that's important.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ming.
No, thank you, Anda. So I just wanted to follow up. I was totally intrigued by your discussion with Chris there regarding whistleblowing. And I kind of think that probably what that particular discussion revealed, and this is more a question for you than me making a statement, because what I think was happening there was that, I think you were originally from Romania, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So in your mind, that probably sounds a bit like sort of, someone potentially being denounced to the Securitate, or for instance, in the DDR, being denounced to the Stasi or whatever. And there was a slightly,
exactly.
And there's a slightly negative aspect to it in the particular context of the example that Chris offered up, which was that this whistleblower seemed to be in it for the money, i.e. for the personal advantage or whatever. Now, not all whistleblowers are like that. That's the way the US have their system set up. I don't think there's big rewards in whistleblowing in the UK. In fact, if anything, you end up in internal legal cases, and it consumes half your life if whatever it is you whistleblow is disputed. But I was just absolutely intrigued by that moment of sort of the cultural difference between how, depending on which side of the former Iron Curtain we grew up on, in our attitude towards these things, and that's my observation.
Indeed, it's very heavily linked to culture, right? Because how should I put this? Three things. Before communism, at least in Romania, being honest, it was a very important thing. Being a hard-working person who supports your family was something to be something of a pride to the ones who actually supported the family, right? For usually the man before the Second World War. And third, you had private property, which actually gives you accountability, right? Accountability because it's yours. If you don't treat it nice, it's gonna fade away. If you take care of it, it's gonna produce for you, or at least provide like a house, a shelter, right, for a very long time. Now, communism changed all three of them. So being honest didn't have any value, really. It was counterproductive, actually, because saying what you think in front of someone could let you go to jail, being moved in another city, have problems at work, and not only for you, but for your family, for your children, and so on and so forth. Some of them really, some people really went to jail, and others have been threatened. So it wasn't really a smart idea to be always truthful. Second, everyone was employed, and this was in Russia also, and in any other communist countries. We didn't really have it was not advised to stay at home unless you had, like, you were a woman and had like 5 or 7 children, so you could justify why you are staying home, and people were encouraged to go to work, and the work was not based on efficiency, but on target. And people were very conscious that they need to meet the target but not exceed the target, because if you exceeded the target, the next target would have been up to the new volume, right? So people did as little as possible in many areas of work. They didn't take as much pride in what they did as a profession. Most of them, not all of them. Some professions were respected, and those people really took pride in what they did. And third, you didn't have private property. Basically, 95% of all the houses were of the state. You paid rent for them, so they could move you at a moment's notice when it suited them. So all three conducted, and money were really an issue. So what mattered was who you know, and what can you bring to the table for the Communist Party. So basically, this is why you got this. It didn't actually matter if you were to blame or not. If someone had a problem with you, they will tell on you, and it was really hard to it was a he said, she said, right? It was really hard to actually prove you didn't say that. And therefore, a lot of people had a lot of problems just because someone said something, not because they were to blame. And this is the reason for which it has such a bad reputation. And this is the reason for which, at least here, we are pushing really hard against this in general, right? It's even if you see something it's not right, you still have a what do I do now? Like, I don't want to tell because it's not nice. It's not. It's against everything you fought basically at the revolution. So people died for our freedom of speech. First of all, but yeah, it's not seen. I hope it's more clear. I hope I was clear enough to explain why, at least here, it's an awful thing to tell on someone, and even the children are taught not to tell on others, right? Not to point fingers, and so this starts at kindergarten, basically, when you teach your children not to tell. So it's kind of I know it's a thing in other countries, but I cannot make peace with it. I'm sorry.
No, I totally understand, and thank you so much for that. That's so revealing. Thank you.
Chris, do you want to add something?
Well, actually, I just wanted to say thank you for the contributions. After I introduced it, which were very, very useful. But both the clarification of what goes on in the US and Ming's observation as well. And I just sent Ming the Latin that Kitam originates from, which means who sues on behalf of the king. And although I did Latin in school, I suspect that Ming may be able to may have done maybe better at Latin than me. So I won't try and pronounce the original Latin phrase. But in fact, because the law does not exist in the UK anymore, the tendency or the strategy is actually to find a way of bringing it into the US courts. When I say the strategy, right, a strategy of a firm that got in contact with us, because obviously there is a well-worn system, if you like, and of course there are incentives as well for it to happen. So I'm just interested in it, from the perspective that it might help us strengthen the sanctions on the Russians.
Thank you, Chris. I have 3 more hands, and Alex coming up. I'm trying to add him. I think the next one with the hand up is Ioana, and then Clyde, and then Flying Goose, and Alex.
I think I'm the last one.
You're the last one. I'm sorry. Clyde, were you before? Because I know Flying Goose came after you.
I don't know, actually. I'm driving.
Okay.
I'm driving,
Go.
so I can't. I just was gonna. I'll be brief, whatever it is. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate what you have to say about your experience in your country. You know, probably one of the reasons that I'm interested in this and I'm so pro-Ukrainian is because I had the privilege of going on a short-term medical mission trip to Romania in 1991, and watching and becoming interested in this part of the world, and watching Romania's struggle, and since then, having seen what the part of the medical system was like then, I think it's really made a difference for me. Growing up in the part of America where I grew up, I could have easily been somebody who's on the other side, who could, you know, and I talk to my friends all the time and hopefully make some headway in convincing them about the just cause of freeing Ukraine of the Russian hordes. But I really appreciate what you have to say, just because of watching and being positive about how Romania, to a kid from a small town in the center of the United States back in the 1980s, Romania was like the deepest, darkest part of the communist world. That's how we looked at it. I mean, right or wrong, I mean, that's just, I mean, it was just a dark place. Then being able to go there in 91 and then watching your progress and watching and listening to Romanians on this space. There's you, there's Daniel, who's got a lot of insight about different things. And it's just, I just want to say how much I appreciate that and how much we should take to heart what your country has done over the last 30 years, and how things can change. I mean, I was there when there was, you know, HIV was rampant, and, you know, because of transfusing babies, which was very, very routine in Romania in the 70s and 80s. And I was there and witnessed all of that. But I just wanted to say thank you for what you say, and for everything you do, and just what an example it can be to those of us who may become interested and become enlightened about that part of the world because of your experience. So that's it.
Thank you, Clyde. And Ioana is also from Romania. We are teaming up on you. And I would also like to say that change is not easy, but I know it's gonna sound gruesome, but if we could do it, Ukraine can. I have a lot of faith in Ukraine that it can prevail of all of this and move forward, including on topics which sometimes we avoid discussing them. So yeah, I have faith in them. Ioana, please help me, because I think the next one is Flying Goose, and then you, and then Alex. Or please correct me, because I'm completely lost. So perfect.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. And
all right. So Flying Goose, you're up. I will drop and rejoin as a speaker, because David will come up as a co-host with Mockers. So I will be listening. Right. Thank you, everyone, for everything. And Slava Ukraini.
hello, I'm Slava. And go ahead, Flying Goose.
Afternoon, all. And don't run. I have something to ask you. I was wondering. Well, first of all, I was going to say about the whistleblower thing. I think that was more done to be like a safeguard. If there was something going on within the government or within the military or within police departments or, you know, stuff like that, where if there was some kind of, you know, nefarious activity going on that was going to affect like a, you know, a large number of people, and it was a large group of people or just one person that was really causing a lot of damage to a lot of people, it was a law that was enacted in order for them to do that safely, not just willy-nilly, just going and spouting off stuff just, you know, because you were angry at somebody. I think it was more put in place for the benefit, and not to be abused, and gets vetted, I think, quite staunchly. But I do have a question. You were saying about Romania, how people don't really, to this day, question things, and that children are taught not to question things, and children are taught not to tattle, and not to tell things, and just and just hear me out here, because I'm just is that about everything? Like, what would a child?
No, so
You know what I'm getting at.
yes,
Okay.
So no, it's not about everything, and I think Ioana wants to add to this. It's about how should I put this? So it's not about questioning things. It's about exactly being a whistleblower, right? So being the one who actually tells on. I will give you an example, right? If you see one of your colleagues is stealing, right? Not big things, just small things.
You would go to that colleague.
It depends. There will be a lot of people who will turn around and they will pretend they didn't saw anything. If it's a big thing, and if it's an impact to you or to others, they might do it, right? So it's a matter of scale, and it's a matter of how it impacts you. And I know it sounds awful, like selfish.
No, please, because when I came up here to ask this, I thought to myself, oh, should I ask this or not, because is this going to come up? I didn't want it to come up.
It's on big matters. On big matters, you see people stepping up, but not in many. For example, Clyde mentioned our medical system, right? In the medical system, it was prevalent to give money in order to get an intervention. So in theory, it is free, because you paid it. You pay every month a quarter of your income to the social security, which actually goes to some of the to the medical system, right? And they are basically paid from your money.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you get to the hospital and you have no alternative, they can say, for example, this kind of intervention costs like this. So it's not like this. It's not a trade. They won't say to you in the face. They didn't used to say to you in the face, but you will prepare an envelope. You will put the money in it, right? And you will ask around, because other people have the same problem as you, and you will ask around very discreetly how much it is. So you will take that envelope and you will give that envelope to the doctor in order for the doctor to actually perform the intervention for you. And this was prevalent, this was common, right? It was a very big fight to prevent this and to have people actually, whistleblowers, someone to, how do you say when you set up someone with cameras, with
Right,
photography.
when they do like a sting operation or something like that to like, take
Yes,
them down. Yeah.
but usually the police will not bother for small amounts, right? So they will do this for big amounts, for things that actually have an impact. But during the years, they kind of pushed back until right now, if you go in most hospitals and try to give money to a doctor, he will refuse you, right? One of the good things is that they raised the salaries of the doctors, because those were very low, right? So they have bigger salaries. There is a pushback from the legal system. So this is kind of, it's not prevalent. It's not as bad as it was. The difference is significant. But I told you in the space, I think I told about this one morning last week. I know situations, I know cases in which, for example, someone needed a stamp and the signature on a paper to which it was entitled. She has a daughter which has leukemia, right? So she was in front of someone, and she basically took off her earrings, right? And her chain, the golden chain from her, around her neck, and she put it on the table, and that person signed, right? They didn't say anything. She just did that in order to get that signature and that stamp on something that she was entitled to. So in these cases, to tell on them, you really think, some people are really thinking, is it worth for me the hassle to go to the police, to have a staging, to give thousands and thousands and thousands of declarations and blah blah blah, to just make things right, or just give the money or something, and it was a really I don't know how to say. In many cases, people prefer to simply do the things or turn the head around and not look. But this
Well,
is
because
not,
it sounds like life was hard enough as it was without adding to it.
well, it was, but it was a means of survival back then, and things have changed. It wasn't easy. And you have to understand, it's 30 years that have passed, and our chance was being in the European Union. This was our big chance, because it meant a better economy, investments, and laws. European Union comes with laws that had to be put in place. So all these working together